Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, Footnum.
Hey.
Random 11.
Hello.
Reese 2753. Gross. Lance.
Sup?
Green Line 743.
Latent gay, but not really latent gay.
Okay. And the Unknown Otaku is joining us.
Read the Quran.
And I would like to introduce Trent Michaels.
Trent?
Yes, it is me, Trent.
All right, just kidding. He's not here yet. He'll be here later.
In lieu of him not being here currently, we got the second best Trent we knew.
All right. So we've got an interesting night planned tonight. I think
we had 10 viewers. Now it's down to 8.
Those Trent fans didn't appreciate our joke. So, first things first, follow-ups on Daman Mills. So his appearance has been canceled due to unforeseen circumstances. Daman Mills will no longer be attending Kyokai-Con 2022. I'll remind you.
I'm shocked.
when he tweeted out that he was excited to go, he had mentioned, I just happened to see this like, I don't know, an hour ago, that it was his birthday weekend. So
the perfect
shucks,
gift.
what a terrible thing. Now, unfortunately for us, we got another one of these. And I learned last podcast, or whenever we last covered this, apparently the volume was extremely low when I played it through YouTube. So I am ever so sorry about that. So
suck.
When I played the second video, the one that was yeeted off of YouTube, I played that one through StreamYard as a video I uploaded, and that sounded fine. So hooray. Unfortunately, the video I'm about to play that I'm doing through StreamYard somehow also sounds like you can barely hear it. So we're just going to give him the 3 minutes it takes to explain himself. And then we'll finally move on from that.
Hey everybody. So I want to address why the last video was removed and then just kind of close this all out. So my last video was coming from a place of genuine concern. The aim of the video was to raise awareness for mental health and, the distress that can come from a poor upbringing, and a public figure who has fans and has followers and had people who looked up to him trying to hide away from accusation. My aim in that video was to call to action that there should be accountability and a statement, and these issues should be fully addressed. At the very least, as a way to teach those who might be suffering or stuck in a bad situation. And I want to stress this even more. I haven't spoken to this person in over 7 years. And I only knew this person online, in Skype chats and groups. I only can go by what was told to me. I felt like when we chatted, the accounts were coming from an honest place. But I can't prove it for sure. So I am not here to be a judge or jury. I am not here to make a statement on what should happen to this individual. That's already out there. Public opinion and discourse is already being held. There is a group, I think some watched my last video. It actually got way more views than I expected. This is a dead channel. I don't do YouTube, right? It's I upload when I feel compelled to. And there is a group out there with an objective and with an opinion, and they made their voices clear on my last video. After I read some things, some legal statements that were being made after the last video, I didn't feel comfortable having it up anymore with the directing it to that person, and so I removed the last video. That's why that happened. The goal, again, is to raise awareness to those who might be stuck in a terrible situation at home, suffering. This person should make a statement and address the issues because he owes it to the public, being a public figure, to do that. The damage is done. The opinions are held. That's it. Whatever happens now happens. I'm not going to comment anymore on this topic. It just like this is something that there should be lessons taught and learned from this. And we'll see what happens. But I'm not. That's the end. I'm not going to comment any further, and I don't have any more details to say. I knew it was a bad situation, allegedly, what was being told to me from the individual. I don't know who this person has been for the last 7 years. I don't know the current person. I haven't followed him at all. We haven't talked, since that time, and I'm not involved in that world at all. And I don't intend to be involved in the community or the world that's around it. I simply just wanted to make a statement, and that's where I'm going to end it.
So, I don't know about you guys, but when he talks about a group that had things to say about his last video, I can't imagine he's talking about us.
Oh, really?
Because
Damn,
what we had to say was, wrap it up already! Right?
Hey, do we have something to say to Stan?
Oh, hey, Stan. Everybody loves Gav said, if Stan Dolan pops in, tell him Gav knows who he touched. It's an inside joke between us. So you're gonna have to watch your back because Gav has your number. Also, hi, how you doing? Hopefully you can join us the week after next when we cover their the In Touch podcast halftime show where they throw you under the bus repeatedly. And thank you for interrupting me because now I forgot. Lost my train of thought. Oh, he also said the guy also went on to say he basically said, "Oh, and I totally wasn't threatened with a cease and desist, but when I saw the legal stuff going on, I just thought I should take it down." Right? Anyway. All right, now that I've stalled enough. All right, now that I've stalled enough there. So, in Vic news, the Risible Rangers tweeted this out. There will not be a show tonight as Vic returns from Europe. We hope to see you next week. So he's coming home from Moldova, right? And he tweeted, I assume he's back from Moldova at this point. What an amazing trip. So humbled to be a small part of the humanitarian effort there. So Vic, classical jokester, virtue signals on April Fool's Day, right? That's the joke. Anyway, so I would assume he's home. And he didn't get blown up by Russian sniper fire or anything. Anyway, I meant to bring this up last podcast, and I totally biffed it. OCApodcast.com/Vic-archives. I've now it's still that URL, but I've changed it to the Vic Mignogna timeline. Okay. We had a comment. I wanted to address this. I totally failed to on March 19th with a couple of things that were recommended to us to include here. So they are added into the timeline, and I've started to work on it a little bit. So for example, I'm starting to add like images and stuff to make it a little bit so it loads faster. It's easier to navigate. For example, this is Faisal Ahmed's arrest for filing a false police report. I feel like that'll become important in the future when we talk about that next week. And then I have this little tidbit here. DC Douglas getting fired from Geico for leaving a voicemail on a Tea Party group's phone asking how many retards they have on staff. And I've embedded it into our website, so you can listen to that voicemail if you so desire. And as you can see here, I've got it listed as more proof of Funimation voice actors having pre-existing bias against conservatives before ousting Vic. So stuff like this, I've just been connecting all these things together. Here's Vic hugging William Shatner to blow out that narrative that Shatner hates his guts or whatever. All right. So anyway, all that stuff. If you guys have any suggestions, you can either email me. What did we have an email set up for this? I guess we didn't. Yeah, OCA podcast.
Good job.
Is it OCA podcast at Gmail or is it OCA_podcast?
No, I don't think there's an underscore.
Anyway, just try one of those, or just hit me up on Twitter. All the stuff is in the description.
Or join our
I'm
Discord.
now
Pirate message on Discord. That works too.
Yeah, I am now feeling humbled at how badly Jamie Markey and Monica Rial are at remembering their own email now that I can't do it live on the show. Anyway, so that's the thing. I wanted to share that with you guys to remind you that you can do that. Otherwise, you can create an account on our website, ocapodcast.com, and leave a comment on ocapodcast.com/Vic archives, which I think you can get to from the documents section. Yeah, Vic Mignogna archives. So you just click on that. Boom, here you are. Then you can comment, and I'll get that stuff integrated so that we have a real full picture of everything that we're working on. Now, we've got the halftime show. That is what we're going to be going over tonight. Ironically, it is longer than their full-time show.
I completely forgot that was the name of one of their fucking segments. I thought Footnam was going to play for a second.
Yes, we're doing the halftime show. Get ready, guys.
So before we get into that, I want to go over some comments real quick. Start fresh. So Jason South said, work finished real early today, so I can make it for the podcast. Well, everything's coming up Millhouse for us. Sexy Mermaid says, hey, how you doing? You look like a virtual YouTuber. I don't know what else to say. Negavolt says, what an intro. I think this is in reference to you. No, Ronan Joss says, good morning. Did I miss anything? Not yet, buddy. Not yet. Zedpool says, I wonder how many cons he won't be attending due to unforeseen. Oh, how many cons he will?
He won't be. This is David Mills. How many he won't be attending?
Yeah. I am trying to understand what you mean.
I think he wouldn't be attending, and then just kind of.
Yeah, that's probably okay. Yeah, I got you. Wouldn't be attending. How many cons he won't be attending due to unforeseen events? Like how many more are going to come up? So he only had, I think, like maybe 5. I think Damon Mills has a website with that.
Didn't you say something about one of them was worded as he dropped out like himself or whatever?
I think he's got a website. Oh my god. Didn't he have a website? Yes. I think he had his convention appearances listed here. And he only had, so he still has Kyokai Con up here. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how many he had listed so far. And so far, 2 of these unforeseen circumstances have taken them out. So there you go. The question is, will he get any more? We'll see. Anyway, JT Loves Code says, Jesus help me. Help us. Do you understand what we have to do?
Jesus, take the mouse.
Do you have any idea? I'm terminally ill over the amount of times I've listened to their podcast for you people just to set up what I'm going to be presenting tonight.
AC's internet going out for a week. It's probably good for him.
Stan says Vic got home last night. So there you go. Oh, One Man Cast says here for Unknown Otaku. Well, at least you're here.
I wouldn't even
says
know
just join the
who
OCA
that is.
podcast Discord. Yeah, it is over already. Okay, is that a reference to? Did I miss anything? All right. Anyway, enough stalling.
That was in reference to the clip being over. It was only a couple minutes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I've got our coverage here. Now I just want to say before we go into it that if you guys would like to have the complete uncut experience, please go to Jamie and Monica's website at wewillbeintouch.com and watch their halftime show here. I have cut out the ers and ums. I attempt to make people look their best or sound their best. Full disclosure, I have also snipped out bits of Vic's deposition when it comes up a couple times in this particular episode that we're going to be going over tonight, just to make it flow better so that we aren't sitting through enormous chunks for a little split into the middle of the current topic.
To make it more digestible.
Full disclosure there. Watch the depositions on Ricada's channel if you want the full context. I just thought that this would be beneficial for presentation. It has not been substantially changed in any way to make anybody say something that they didn't say previously. It is merely to make it flow better. So with that said, let's get into it.
And warning,
it's like a laxative.
This podcast contains discussions about harassment, sexual harassment, and sexual assault. This is the true story
of 2 besties, a fiance, and a corporation
who were sued for defamation, conspiracy, and other shit.
After speaking up about sexual harassment and assault.
Even though the plaintiff admitted he did the things he was accused of.
Have you ever grabbed Miss Riel's hair and pulled it back and whispered in her ears before?
Whispered what?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
I'm not asking for what you whispered. I'm asking.
Well, you asked if I did. I don't recall whispering anything.
You recall grabbing her by the back of her hair and pulling her hair?
I recall doing that not in a violent or hurtful way, but in a playful way. Miss Rial used to be a hairdresser. She's always kind of changing her hairstyles over the years and coloring cool colors, and I always used to comment on how much I loved her hair or her new hairstyle. It's really disingenuous to use the term pulling hair, too, because it sounds, it just has a connotation of being somehow violent, and it was never that.
But you did put your hands on her and pull her hair.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. There it is. Oh wait, hold on. Let me let him finish.
And you've done that more than once.
No. Oh no. I'm sorry. He said no. He said
it was never that.
But you did put your hands on her and pull her hair.
Yes, sir.
And you've done that more than once.
I did.
Immediately corrects the statement. Immediately.
Because he was saying yes to you put your hands on her, but he added a separate thing, and he's like, wait, no, I didn't do that. Because
he stumbled over, in a deposition, you're not supposed to talk over anybody else so that the stenographer is able to accurately record everybody's
responses.
The transcript, the responses and everything. So it accidentally, like he answers when he thinks Lemoyne is done talking, but Lemoyne continues, which causes him to change his answer. Again, this is what they are accusing him of admitting to the things that they say he did, right? And that was Monica's.
Did not pull her hair. And again, we were friends. It was all in casual interaction. And if she had have ever told me, please don't do that again, I wouldn't have ever done it again. My memory of the event with Jamie was that I had come in to record one day at Funimation, and I was in the lobby, and she was there, and she had just changed her hair somehow. She was wearing it differently, or she'd cut it somehow, probably as far away as I am from Casey, and she said, "Hey, hon." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I love your hair." And she's like, "I know, I just got it." And I walked around the counter,
this is spot on,
and I was kind of standing there, kind of flipping it, and like, "Oh my gosh, it's really beautiful. I love it." And I put my hand up in the bottom of it, and I'm like, "Oh, this is great." It was not painful. It was not hurtful. It was not sexual. And it happened at least 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer. And if I may say, I saw Jamie in the lobby at Funimation in January of this year, literally a week to 10 days before this social media thing started. And she's like, "Hey, hon," and went over and hugged her and said hello. She and I have had, as far as I've known, a very casual, friendly relationship for many, many years. And I was astounded by her account online.
So, we started this podcast to share our experiences.
And to shine a light on victim harassment.
This is the true story.
You think you know, but you have no idea. In touch.
Hi, we're back.
We are back.
This is not a full episode, though.
No.
We've had an
real quick, not a full episode.
Just with the jazz music.
Not a full episode. Episode 1 hour 24 minutes. Halftime, not a full episode. 1 hour 55 minutes.
Sounds legit.
Right?
Extremely busy month. Full of work and surgeries.
Yeah.
So,
health, fun stuff. Yay!
Yeah. Yay! Much better now. So, but first we wanted to start with is a little Q&A. We had a lot of questions, I think.
Which is fabulous.
After that first episode.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. So we decided to do a little special something for you guys that we'll be doing in between episodes where we answer questions and stuff. And Jamie, do you want to tell them the name that we've decided for these little half episodes?
Yeah, we've really enjoyed some of the suggestions that have been given to us. So this in between is going to be called Halftime.
Woo!
Yeah. Everyone who knows is laughing. So we have some questions. First of all, too, we want to thank everybody for listening. We just really appreciate those of you that took the time to listen. If you made, I don't know, a YouTube video hating us, like, welcome.
Direct call out.
She has to be talking about us, right? Who else did that? I was gonna splice in because I thought she said when I first listened to it, I thought she said angry YouTubers, and I'm like, I don't think we've actually been angry, right? Number one, but I was gonna splice in Nick Rekieta just bored out of his mind listening to it from when he did like 10 minutes of it and then gave up.
Glad that you could use our names for content, almost as if it was for clout.
I find this hilarious, considering that all of the episodes are titled Vic Mignogna Accusers.
Do you think that was it Jamie Markey and Montreal run the account on Twitter?
No,
that likes to.
No, but that would be the funniest timeline.
They're using the same.
Our
language,
biggest
right?
fans.
Yeah, the biggest fans.
Go figure.
Yeah, it's really weird. So you're welcome, and thank you guys, everybody, for listening. We really, really appreciate it.
Yes, we do.
It has been just that one episode was so healing, I think, for both of us.
Oh my
just
God.
To get some of that narrative out. I felt like there was a weight that was off for a lot of that, didn't you?
I did. It was like, I guess because kind of like with, a harassment and assault, a lot of times you tend to keep it in because you feel shame, right? You don't want to share with anybody. You feel weird about it. You feel like it's your fault. Well, then once you open up, like once you and I opened up to each other and our friends opened up and it was like, oh my gosh, does this happen to you? It's happened to you. It's happened to you.
Damn it. Can't see it. It's happened to you, Neil Kaplan.
That felt better. But then also being able to like speak to the general public and folks that we meet at conventions and things like that and being able to talk to them openly. And also for them to see this side of us and to see what we're like and that what you see at the convention is the same person that you see like we are in real life. Like there's no facades here,
Yeah, we're not great at that. A lot of people can. They can have like two personas and one is different in front of people than they are at home. Neither one of us are good at that.
It sounds like too much work.
Sounds like they're just not good actors.
Yeah, I think it's really important that everybody understand that there's no facade here. They're not good at putting on a fake persona. That's something that they just can't do. Just keep that in the back of your mind.
They aren't actors either,
They definitely can't do that.
We've probably given them some really good advice by this point. Like, one, being silent is better than running your mouth.
Hey, Trent Michaels, how you doing, buddy?
It is the real Trent.
The real? Is there a fake one out there? Do I need to be aware of this?
Do we
watch the video on demand?
Okay.
Yeah, watch the
I'll show you. This is how we introduced you because you weren't here yet.
Trent?
Yes, it is me, Trent.
You guys couldn't have gone with the wrestler? I mean, that would have been better.
That could have worked too. I didn't think about that.
I still say we could have gone with the Trent from Daria.
Trent from Daria.
So we're happy to have you here. So we're at like the first 5 minutes of their halftime show here. So I don't know if you've seen our show before. It might be a little weird to walk right into the flaming lizard people, but
I don't think this is the first time I've seen this picture, though.
Cool. I'm glad it's getting around.
Neither one of us are good at that.
So they're saying neither of them are capable of putting on a fake persona and being a different person at conventions versus how they act at home.
It sounds like too much work. Like
so much work.
Why do you want to work hard at being somebody who's not you?
Yeah, you could just, I don't know, be yourself. It's so much easier.
I mean,
unless you're awful. If you're awful, you might want to be someone else.
Hold on.
Awful.
Pause that. So they're terrible people 24/7 then. That's what they're saying. That's essentially what they're saying. If this isn't a persona and this is how they are all day, every day, then they are terrible people all the time.
Got him.
Yeah.
I mean, the admission of how they truly are just flows every single week that they speak. I'm telling you, they're dumb enough to actually say that all of this is a lie. You watch, you let them do enough of these shows, they're going to admit that they made it all up.
Oh, dude, I thought for sure that today being April Fool's Day that they were going to drop episode 2 and it was going to be titled "We're Liars" or "We Did It," or they were going to unfold the civil conspiracy and just be like April Fools, like at the end of it.
See, but you give them credit for being that smart, and clearly they're not.
Of course.
Like clearly they don't know what a joke is. They don't have any personality. They're admitting it themselves. They don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to treat people because again, they have said right here that they can't play characters. So who they are that we see is who they are all the time.
I mean, I guess that explains why Monica Rial has the same voice in all of the shows, and Jamie Marchi has the Valley Girl accent in all of her roles as well.
Yeah, you know how there's this new trend where voice actors and actors can't, they can't be actors. They have to be the actual thing.
You have to be
playing.
black to play a black character and all that. Yeah.
You have to be a bitch to play a bitch.
All right.
You have to be a slut to play Penny. And
Jesus
a
Christ.
whore to play Stocking. It's like 1 + 1 = 2.
Right.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Like, I would agree with that, but are Monica and Jamie really attractive enough to be a slut, though? Like, in all honesty. I mean, I know that there are desperate guys out there.
Slut.
Listen, I know that there are desperate people out there. There are mega simps for... Yeah, there's mega simps out there for Monica. Trust me, I've run into them. But Jesus, I mean, few and far in between. Guys, Monica Rial, I don't know if you know this, has hit the wall, okay? Like 10 years ago, she was... okay, but now the blue hair, like if you guys remember for the deposition, it might have been purple. I don't remember, but
we have seen countless hairstyles that we wish to erase in looking for thumbnails.
Every time I hear her voice, I wish to erase it from my mind. But there's a bleach for that and other things, alcohol maybe. I don't know.
Right on. So let's hear what they have to say here.
Well, I don't think you're awful.
No.
Yeah, but other people might think I'm awful, and that's okay.
That's
you
totally
can think
fine.
I'm awful.
That's their opinion, and you know what they say. Everyone has one. They're like,
that's right.
Oh no, I screwed it.
Sorry, I intentionally have gone out of my way to try to make them sound less retarded, but I had to leave this in here as the most monumental fuck up that they could have easily edited out and didn't.
It up. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and they all
Everyone
stink.
has one. You got it.
That's what it was.
That's what it is. Yeah. And that's okay. I mean, that's the thing too, is like if you're gonna be yourself, some people aren't gonna like you.
Right.
That doesn't mean you shouldn't be yourself. Like if people don't like us, then that's their problem. Like how do I know? I don't care.
Right.
I don't mean to keep making you pause, but can you pause it
That's
again?
Right. Sure, go for it.
Monica, she probably won't see this, but I'm talking to you, Monica, directly. It's not that people don't like you because you're an asshole or your personality. It's because you lied to ruin a man's life. That is why people don't like you. Maybe it does now have something to do with you as a person, but at first is because you lied to destroy a man's life. It had nothing to do with your personality. You would have gone on to been the 4th Bulma for the rest of your life had you kept your mouth shut. That's it. You lied to ruin a man's life. That's why people don't like you.
But Trent, that would be silencing her.
Oh, yes. We've all tried so hard to silence Monica. No, I've begged her to keep talking. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Like, these idiots don't realize if Vic asked the judge for a gag order, he probably would have gotten one, but he didn't.
Actually, I think they were the ones who wanted it public. And actually, no, hold up. They're the ones who asked for a gag order for only one side.
Yeah.
They wanted to seal it on just their side and keep Vic's side public. And obviously when Ty said to the judge, like, that's kind of asinine, he's like, yeah, you can't have it both ways or something to that effect. So yeah, totally.
But I think that came from the lawyers, not them. They're not smart enough to think of something like that.
That sounds insane.
You know
they
what?
Tried it.
I will source that for you at some point. I had it. I think
it was the Rule 11. It's the Rule 11 agreement. Yeah, that was what it was.
I could tell you the name of the Ricada video it's from in a moment, but yeah, no, totally. Anyway,
I literally have all the documents in a drive. It's just hard to find them all because there's so much.
There's so much, yeah.
Yeah.
So you weren't here for this. I'll just show you real quick. I've been putting together a timeline. And it is far from complete, but I'm literally just basically when this all started, I was trying to keep track of all of my archives and everything, and it got really messy. And I eventually made a website for our podcast. So I just thought, let's throw the data up there so it's easy for me to get to. So I've created a Vic Mignogna timeline that goes back to like this was the event where Neil Kaplan claims that Vic raped the back of his neck. These are web archives of Cosfu forums where they plotted gay ops against Vic. This is Leave Vic Alone, a parody on the Leave Britney Alone, where the girl says Vic got drunk and started hitting on jailbait and stuff. And in the description of the video, she mentions how it was a cosplay or a Cosfu a CGL board gay op that they got the idea from. Yeah. Got Faisal Ahmed's arrest record.
See, I was looking for that all over the place because I did a video on that very topic and I cannot find it, and it was driving me nuts.
It's right here if you want to use the reference for it. I'm trying to because embedding this stuff I want it to be easy to see, so I'm starting to actually go to the effort of turning them into images and uploading them separate with the links as well, so that when you scroll down you see it versus the regular stuff. So I'm just showing people that I've got DC Douglas's voicemail that he sent to a Tea Party group asking how many retards they had on staff when he got fired as the Geico narrator guy. Anti-Christian bias. I think this comment's actually been deleted where they said Vic is such a Cleasy Christ fag in the comments of this video. And then we've got the Vic locks and stuff, which we're going to look at tonight. We've got Sean Schemmel's Kip Mangina. Right. So anyway, all this stuff is like, I totally forgot why I brought this up to show you, but this is where I've been trying to organize all this stuff and keep things chronologically where you can see things. Oh, I remember now. We were talking about Monica. You were talking about Monica changing, right? Yeah. And I gotta say, I think Monica, like at least the way that I've perceived her all these years, I think she changed pretty drastically once the lawsuit happened and she had to start spending all that extra time with Jamie. That she's become the misandrist feminist that Jamie Markey is. Like they're one and the same now. So anyway, that's all this stuff is here and available for anybody who wants to see it. I will be uploading more stuff as time goes on, and you can comment and add suggestions and stuff for us. Anyway.
As you can see on screen, you can find that at the OCApodcast.com. And you can also join our Discord to get the behind the scenes action, all of that and more.
I gotta be honest with you. I've never used Discord before. I don't know how any of it works.
I'll tell you, there's a bit of a learning curve, and I'm still figuring it out. And people ask me, like, "Hey, what's your Discord thing?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, I remember. I forgot how to find that." Like,
because I've been constantly asked to start one, and I'm just like, I don't know how to use it. Like,
honestly, I think once you get it started, it is worth it. But it is a pain at the beginning because it's not
something that you are still trying to wrap your head around. I wouldn't suggest making a server because it's something you really have to like keep on top of to keep alive. Because otherwise, there's a really fine line between a server being like completely dead and being way too active.
Yeah, I would put it this way. I've been very fortunate that people in my community are already sort of experts at Discord, and I've made them moderators, and they're kind of handling most of it for me.
That's true. So, if you get one expert, that could actually be a game changer.
They basically do the work for you.
Listen to the humble brag over here. Jesus.
Anyway, let's continue here.
Mama likes me. My best friends like me. Yeah.
They don't.
That was an awkward place to come in, but I wanted to acknowledge. She says, "My mama likes me. My best friends like me." So real quick, she wouldn't value her mom's opinion because you recall in the first episode of their podcast, they said that her mom, she comes from Oklahoma. It's a very brainwashed Fox News Central area. my mom started looking for news on Al Jazeera about the coronavirus. She's like, they're not telling me the truth. So she's really come around on it. So literally, you wouldn't care about your mom had she not valued your view of the world, number one. Just as though as Ron Toye literally blocked his dad when they had a disagreement on Facebook over Black Lives Matter, right? So it's not about my mama likes me. It's about my mama agrees with my opinions, right? Same with Ron Toye there.
Pretty much.
So I feel like I'm doing all right. So one of the things that we saw, and we've heard this actually from the very beginning, all of the things that can't make us real victims.
So real quick, they're going to go over a bunch of straw man arguments. And something that they do, you'll notice, is they take statements, and I would argue a lot of these are not real statements. But they take statements from people in, quote unquote, I Stand With Vic, and they attribute it as though the entirety of the group holds all of these positions simultaneously, instead of acknowledging the fact that a bunch of individuals have different takes on a subject that contradict because not everybody agrees. And they're, of course, going to treat it like everybody thinks as a whole.
I get a lot of heat for telling people to, if you guys support Monica, go ahead. Like, I'm not here to tell anybody who to or who to not support. That is not my job. I am not your parent. I'm not in a position to do that. What I'm telling you is that these two women right here tried to destroy a man because they didn't like him. Mm-hmm. You could choose to support him after that or not. That is up to you. I'm seeking the truth, and I've begged them for evidence for 3 years, and I haven't gotten any of it. Notice how fast the Damon Mills stuff had evidence behind it. How quick and how much was there. They claim to have hundreds of women, mountains of evidence, and we've seen none of it. And the reason why I know we're never going to see it is because these two can't keep their mouth shut. Ron Toye can't keep his mouth shut. Yeah. You think they're going to have some bombshell secret to bring out now after 3 years? No, because it doesn't exist.
Right. And that's the thing, especially, is that Ron Toye is the one who has been the most vocal about, just wait till all the evidence comes out. We'll see who walks away a sex offender, registered sex offender, all these different things. Right. And he is the one, as you said, that if he had any evidence, we'd have already seen it. We'd have seen it a month after they got sued, within a month, because they cannot, they cannot hold anything back, even to the point where, Samantha Inoue Hart faked the swatting, and that was
awful.
Yeah, and next podcast we're going to be going over the next 20-minute portion of their halftime show, and they're going to talk about how they had 17 affidavits or whatever, but they actually had like twice as many. We didn't need those ones though. We only used the strongest ones, or the ones that our attorney said this is enough. And it's like, but you chose the one of Faisal Ahmed who filed a false police report, and you've got the story that Monica has, which I guess they're kind of forced to use, where Stan Dolan disagrees with being named as the witness.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Kara Edwards and what's her name? Mary Reese, I think. And we've impeached those testimonies on the podcast before. And it's just like, if you actually had this stuff, absolutely you would have used the strong stuff. But again, when they responded in the court documents, they responded to Ty's filing. And instead of starting with their own client's story, Monica's story, their first citation was Pretty Ugly Little Liars. Right? So again, they don't actually have anything. They just believe that the stuff that they do have, the internet hearsay, is rock solid.
Yeah, because the internet never lies to you, right? Just like people never lie on legal documents. Right. That's why I to this day will not understand why they let the Faisal Ahmed affidavit go through. You guys didn't think we'd find his arrest record? I mean, come on. You didn't think we'd be able to dig that up?
Not only that, the fact that he names another individual, like his affidavit is literally, Erica McCurd told me this. She's Vic's biggest fan, but even she couldn't stand to be around him after this. And then she's like, wait, what? Why? She submits her own affidavit saying none of that's true. It's unbelievable, right? That they are so quick to not vet anything. Not even asking Stan Dolan before dragging him into the suit. Like, unbelievable.
And
Do you think?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you think that they knew that Faisal Ahmed had that charge?
Doubtful.
Yeah,
Doubtful.
I don't see them doing any due diligence on any of this shit. I just see them saying, "Oh, there's something that supports our theory of the case. Grab it, throw it in, because we got shit all." Right?
They picked Faisal because they knew Faisal hated Vic. They knew Faisal because Faisal legitimately banned Vic from AWA because Faisal does not like Vic. I don't know what the issue is there, but Faisal hates Vic Mignogna. So that's why they said, hey, we got a con runner that will back our story. Let's get his affidavit in. They probably didn't vet him. They probably didn't do a background on any of these people. But here's the kicker, and this is something that these two cannot stand. Judge Chupp didn't read a single one of those affidavits. He didn't consider their evidence. He said Vic did not bring enough. We all know that's wrong. We all know that was messed up. But what Chupp said was Vic did not bring enough to prove his case. Not that the defense had anything to disprove what Vic had. It's just that Vic didn't bring enough. So their testimony, affidavits, evidence hasn't been tested yet. And I want to get those people on the stand and have them cross-examined in front of a jury just to see how well their stories hold up.
Right. It's like you said, if people support Monica and Jamie, I want them to continue to do so. Like, I don't care that not everybody is supporting Vic. I've said from the beginning, I'm not part of I Stand With Vic or Kick Vic. I only want the truth. And I've advocated from the beginning, before there was a lawsuit, that all of this should go out of the court of public opinion and into the court of law, because that is the place where you have to put up or shut up. Right. And you're no longer going to be able to have fake swattings. You're no longer going to be able to lie behind your Twitter account. You're no longer going to be able to nuke your Facebook page after you get caught. You're no longer going to be able to do any of that. So all of these affidavits, like you said, once they're put on the stand, honestly, I think that Monica and Jamie and Ron, they feel as though everything is going in their favor. Like, oh, we won just like our attorney said we would. We got the TCPA. But if things come back on appeals and these people get put on the stand, their testimonies will get impeached immediately and one by one. Ty is going to start with the weakest one and just knock them down. And then it's just going to be like a bunch of dominoes falling down, and he's going to have proof. I have so much video of Jamie Markey interacting with Vic. And, it's interesting. She says that she can't, like, we're the same people at conventions. We aren't good at acting one way and being another, and I have all this footage I found of them together, and Jamie Markey's resting bitch face comes in at these very key moments. Like the clip I'm going to show even once more in our segment tonight, where she reaches over and kind of puts her head on Vic immediately after I cut it. And I cut it because the camera starts panning out and it's distracting. But you see her face go into like this look of disgust, right? And it's like, I've got a bunch of footage of her where you catch that micro expression on her face of, I hate this person. Yeah. Right. Like, and I just, it screams to me how much they despised him. They despised being around him. They hated the job of having to be around him from the beginning. And of course, anybody on their side is going to say, well, that's because he assaulted them, right? And they, of course, don't want to be around him and are going to look that way because that's just proof. But honestly, you look at the face and it's like, it is not like a fear or a self inner, like disgusting feeling of having to be around somebody who attacked you. It's literally just despising an individual, right? Maybe I'll pull that up later. We can look at it, but God, I totally lost my train of thought of where I was going with this again. I've gone to bed at 3 a.m. every single night this week, trying to prep for the show here.
Well, I mean, look at it this way. If they feared him, why didn't they avoid him all these years? Why did they continue to work with him? Why did they continue to attend the same conventions and get mad if they didn't get a table near him? Like, I don't know if you guys remember the Kara Edwards story, but apparently She got moved. She was supposed to sit next to Vic at a convention. She got moved, and she was mad.
Yeah, she claims that he moved her. He asked for her to not be sat next to him. That's what she's claimed in her affidavit. And she said that was him retaliating at her for not accepting his sexual advances or something of that sort. And yeah, that not being around him and relegating her to another room by herself meant that she made less money. Right?
Yeah, because they know
she wasn't
know
able
Vic's
to
a draw.
poach off of his lines.
Exactly.
They know Vic's a draw.
It's ironic because when we covered the Jessie Pridemore stuff all the way back in podcast 45.
Oh, what a lovely lady she is.
Right. I said, like, you know, I know how she's trying to present this, but it really sounds to me like when he's calling these people over to come see her, he's thinking, you know, these people are here, or actually, no, the people come running to him, and then he grabs her so she can't leave, is what she says. And I'm just thinking, like, these people have run up to see Vic Mignogna, super popular guy. It seems to me that him stopping her from leaving is so that he can introduce them, like, hey, have you guys met Jessie Pridemore? Like, that's the exact kind of thing that he does, trying to bring and lift other people up, as you constantly see him with the way that he preaches, you know, positivity and all these things that he's done consistently throughout his whole career. Never once asking people to actually attack or go after or harass any of these people, and always telling people to be the positive in the world. And all, it's like, it's amazing the projection that they do to try to act as though they aren't, you know, in the discords. Like Jamie Markey got caught in that one Discord. I forget what her account was, the she demon or whatever it was, Red Devil or something. And yeah, I just find it amazing that the character of Vic has been so consistent over all of these years. And fuck man, I totally lost my train of thought. I'm gonna keep playing. I'm gonna need to drink some more water to hydrate, or else I'm gonna be a mess tonight. Anyway, let's keep going.
So
Sorry.
we got a little list together of reasons why we cannot possibly be real victims according to people who hate us on the internet.
Can't wait to hear this.
First one, real victims can't talk about their trauma publicly, so we never would have said anything if we were real victims.
Like, do they not understand how ridiculous?
Yeah. It's even, but I feel like the second one balances it out.
I mean, yeah. So here's the second one. Real victims come forward immediately. So we would have spoken up sooner if we were real victims.
This is what I was saying earlier about how two people with conflicting ideas on how, you know, like two people with a different read on the situation, they're treating them as though the entity of the group has spoken two different things, when it's like individuals have different opinions on how you should handle things or whatever, right?
Yeah, so simultaneously they're every single incorrect opinion at once, even though they also have the correct opinions.
Yeah. First of all, I never heard anybody that has been from the beginning say this. I mean, I'm sure it's out there on Twitter. Somebody out there said one. I'm sure somebody out there said both. Mm-hmm. You guys aren't real victims because you didn't come forward, or you guys aren't real victims.
Much like episode 1, they're catering a lot of straw men to be like, "Yep, this is what we're dealing with, guys. This is."
That's how what I think is happening. Is that the argument is, if you guys were victims, like Jamie, if he grabbed your hair and yanked your head back and whispered something sexual in your ear in the middle of the front lobby of Funimation, and you said something to the effect of "fuck off" or whatever, and that was like traumatizing or unwanted in any way, you would have talked immediately to HR. But no. You would have talked to any person sitting there in the fucking lobby at the front desk.
But they're not real victims at that point. They just said so themselves.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, is that the argument people are making is that you aren't real victims because you did not feel victimized, because if you did, you would have immediately gone to HR or done something this 10 years ago when you claim that these things happened. right? And so they're taking that statement and saying, well, you're not real victims because real victims speak up immediately, and they're simplifying it into a straw man that they can act like is retarded, right? And then they immediately take that on to the next one, which is, real victims don't say anything, or real victims speak up immediately, and try to spin them constantly just to try to obfuscate the actual argument people have so they don't have to address it, which is, of course, the point of straw manning.
Here's one that they can't argue with. Monica, Jamie, real victims don't willingly work with the person that victimized them for over 10 years after said incident happened. You had the option to not work with Vic ever again. Vic lived in LA for most of those years. You didn't have to go to the same conventions as him. You didn't have to be in any of the same projects as him. You could have asked to be removed, but you didn't do that. Why? Because you're not real victims.
Right. And one of the things that we brought up in, I think, podcast 62, Random 11 brought this up. I thought it was brilliant. Monica Rial accused Vic of basically
Monica took a rape. That's what Monica Rial
effectively, yes. But even more importantly than that, she claims that after they went to dinner, she came back to his room where he took a phone call from his fiance Michelle Specht
on the Phantom balcony.
This allegedly took place in 2007. Vic met Michelle Specht at Anime Expo 2006, which is really crazy because that's also when I met my wife. And so they've been together for roughly a year. Monica claims to be friends with Michelle Specht, says that it made her really uncomfortable, and she tears up and starts acting like it was traumatizing to be put on the phone with her. And her testimony is that she did not tell Michelle Specht that her fiance Vic Mignogna assaulted her sexually. And then Michelle Specht and Vic Mignogna stayed together until 2018. And in that time, Monica Rial's story is that she never once told her friend that the guy that she had devoted, 12 years of her life to, her best years for a woman, in terms of your sexual marketplace value of, having kids and
that's misogynistic.
Being able to find a mate, a lasting partner, and all of these things, that during that time, she never once told her good friend Michelle Specht about this assault. And then I'm expected to believe, coincidentally, that they break up in 2018, and then at the very beginning of 2019 is when everybody destroys Vic's life. Her bestie friend, Michelle Specht. I mean, it almost to me kind of sounds like there was a little bit of revenge taking place.
See, I look, I'm telling you right now, it seems to me Monica's a jilted ex-lover. That's the way she comes across at this. She comes across as that she wanted Vic, Vic didn't want her, and she couldn't get over it. And now she's found a way to ruin him for it, to try to ostracize him from literally society, from ever working again, from ever interacting with his fans or doing anything like that ever again because Vic didn't want her. And then Jamie Markey's the dumb little puppet friend that's, I'll back my best friend and I'll stand up with her and we'll do this together. That's all that Jamie Markey strikes in this whole situation with me, because Jamie Markey's thing is literally nothing. Again, if this was so traumatizing, like they try to claim that they're real victims, how in the hell does Jamie Markey not remember what Vic said? Because I can tell you right now from the victims that I have spoken to about that, they never forget something like that.
Of course.
If they're claiming it as being as traumatizing as these two are.
Didn't Monica, Monica's story has a little bit more vivid detail than Jamie, because Jamie could almost not remember any of the actual important details. But didn't Monica say in her deposition that she has a recurring nightmare, even?
Something like that. I'd have to pull up the deposition up. Yeah.
So
I'd have to pull the deposition
I
up.
noticed
So if that's the case, why didn't you avoid Vic? This happened in 2007. It comes out 12 years later. You've done conventions and shows and all this other stuff together. If this was a reoccurring nightmare and everything else that was going on, why did you still interact with the man? You didn't have to. You guys lived in different parts of the freaking country. Vic did a lot of his voice acting work for Funimation from LA. What happened was that Vic was going to have casting power, and you guys didn't want him coming in ruining your little group. If you don't believe me, go watch the show with Nick Rekieta and Eric Rowland. He said the same thing. You're either in getting the good roles or you're out getting the scraps. And Vic Mignogna would have probably casted more fairly than what was going on at Funimation before Vic was going to get that directing job.
Do you guys remember what year Funimation released Junie Tyson? Was that 2017?
2016?
So I believe it's 2017. So that's where that video, the famous video of Monica in the recording session coming out and giving Vic a hug. That's where that comes from. They're going to talk about it, not on what we're going to cover tonight, but future in this halftime segment. They're going to talk about that. Shit, I lost my train of thought again, motherfucker.
Great, I've completely derailed the show.
What
I've done my job. I can bow out now.
What were we talking about right before that? You were saying, casting. That was Vic directing. That's actually the one show that I know of that he actually directed, right? And he cast Monica. And some people are spinning the theory that the character that he cast actually, so in Junie Tyson, from what I've gathered from social media postings about it, there's 12 like people in a tournament or whatever, and people are dying off every other episode. And then Damon Mills' character is the one that makes it to the end, right? And people are saying that Monica was cast as a character that Vic thought was going to be a main character, because the way the show works apparently is that the character who gets a full episode dedicated to them dies the next episode. And so when he saw this character in the first fucking episode or whatever, he thought, oh, I'm going to cast my friend Monica. And then she died as the first person to die in the show and isn't there for the rest of it. And some people have spun this idea that she was jilted, I guess, over the fact that he cast her for a role that ended up having little importance and very few billable hours or whatever.
Because I looked it up. Junie Tyson aired October 2017, and it would have been a simuldub. And so they would have started it right away as soon as the show started, and they wouldn't have like the end of the show.
They wouldn't have known. And Vic said in his deposition that you never know the script. You get cast as the character and you show up and record, and they hand you the script for your recording session. I noticed this. I was going through the Broly premiere, and I noticed Ian Sinclair is there with a girl that this guy refers to as Sarah. And so this is Sarah Bachmeyer, the girl that allegedly Vic kissed in the office at Funimation. And I just couldn't help but point out that this girl is, super thin and, very pretty looking compared to what Monica looked like in 2008.
I'm a happily married man, but Sarah Bachmeyer is attractive.
Right. And then this was Michelle Specht,
I've seen plenty of pictures of her.
I just don't see it. I don't see the assault and attempted cheating happening. I don't see it. That's just me. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. If anything happened between Monica and Vic, I can tell you right now it was consensual. I'm not saying that anything did. I don't even know if the hotel story even happened. Maybe it did, but it was consensual. I don't know. Only people that know. One's lying and the other one ain't talking.
My theory on what they've done is, I think, because in their first podcast, I don't know if you've listened to their first episode, but
only the pieces I needed, and that was enough. You guys are troopers for listening to this.
Yes, thank you.
The 5 minutes I've heard, I want to scratch. It's like scratching nails on a chalkboard.
Well, in the first episode, they talk about how they chose to come out. And actually, I might even have that segment still in I might still have it in here. Do I?
The only thing I really heard from the first podcast is that they pretty much admitted to the conspiracy.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Where they came together and coordinated their tweets accordingly, or whatever the case may be. And it's just like, Funimation is playing a dangerous game because out of all the defendants in the case, Funimation to me is the hardest one for Vic to get over. Monica and Ron should be gimmies. I think they're coming back. I think they're coming back for sure. Those two.
And you'll notice that when Chup dismissed it, he basically dismissed Marky and Funimation, and then was hesitant to dismiss Toei because it was so fucking obvious tortious interference, but threw it all out, expecting it to get appealed.
Yeah, because if it gets real complicated when you have half your case dismissed and the other half move forward, because then Vic would have to ask for a leave of the court to stop the two that went forward, like Monica. If Monica and Ron went forward, he'd have to ask for a leave in order to file his appeal against the other two, because you want to keep this together because they're all tied together, especially if you can get that that vicarious liability and conspiracy to stick on Funimation. That's the big one. Funimation is the wallet you want.
I pointed that out with the Junie Tyson stuff, is that when Vic is doing the directing, he's filming those segments with Monica where she comes out and hugs him, and Damon Mills and Chuck Huber and all Jerry Jewell, all of them, right? He's filming that with his phone, and it's being posted to Funimation's Twitter account.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Funimation's
it's like
the wallet you want, though. That's the wallet you want.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that I think that lends even more credibility to the vicarious liability, is the control that Funimation had over their employees, that the recordings that they do on their personal cell phones would be used for Funimation's marketing.
And Funimation and in part Monica and Jamie have admitted that a lot of theirs. Monica admitted it flat out. Oh, my Twitter is mostly for business, mostly for shows and announcements and stuff, meaning that Funimation has some sort of control over their social media, which they've denied. But Monica says that they do. So who do we believe? Because if we believe Monica, then you have to tie Funimation in on the vicarious liability, because they control partially what these voice actors release on their social medias.
Yeah, this is the best. This is the best part, actually, is that they're all attempting to throw each other under the bus.
Yep.
You know, in order to get out of the lawsuit. So Funimation basically told. Remember, they have the email where they told. Actually, maybe that's in this podcast, but they told Monica and Jamie, like, you're on your own. Maybe you guys could get a lawyer together. We're not helping you, right? And then they're, and anyway, it's self-explanatory. They're all throwing each other under the bus. Anyway, so let's continue here. We got to get through some more.
That just shows like you have no idea.
Right. So we would never say anything, but we would do it immediately.
Right.
We would not say anything immediately. What? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, let's keep reading. I've got so many thoughts, but I feel like I don't want to ruin any of the other points. But
this one's great because we're already doing it. Real victims are traumatized and don't laugh. So our laughter on the podcast proves we are not real victims.
It's almost like therapy doesn't exist.
I know. I think their idea.
I would actually like to see that. I would like to see receipts that they went to therapy for that over the course of all the years that they've said.
That would be a really easy way to showcase a history of the trauma and stuff. Yeah, and that would be a very funny thing for Monica to countersue. Like, Vic is responsible for my, $20,000 in therapy that I had to go through over the past 15 years. And I would like that back, right? That kind of thing. Also, real quick, I'm going to address some of these chats so I can cut them down because I'm getting a lot. JT Los Code says, I sent Jamie and Monica an email with a PS about the Damon Mills situation. Will they read it next podcast episode? We will see. I think they read it this episode. I think you might see that this episode that they basically dismiss it and don't drop Damon Mills' name, but I think you're going to see that this episode. Also, did Damon Mills used to be on the Unlocked app? I don't know. I know he was on TikTok. Let's see. Zedpool 1991 says there isn't enough liquor in the world to help me watch their podcast alone. Well, that's what we're here for.
We are that liquor.
The intro. Oh, okay. Apparently, I said the intro sounds like a cringe audio drama. You talking about the jazz?
Of their podcast.
Right.
Our podcast intro is perfect.
Our podcast is cringe anyway for other reasons. Raul Seda says their podcast isn't worth to binge on. I am, in my opinion. Yeah, it's been a labor of love for you guys. JC Loco says something that Kick Vic loved to use as an example. Okay, not sure what that's.
I think it was the pair pulling thing.
Right. Oh yeah, because when it came to Vic's deposition, they didn't intend for the actual recorded depositions to come out, and they've been using the snippets and the redacted deposition transcript in their arguments for, he admitted to doing it, the blah 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 blah, right? Zedpool 1991 said, "Oh no, Vic admitted to pulling hair. Mills admitted to pulling something else, but they are okay with it." Lance's mic is so much louder and clearer than AC's pick. What? I think you mean Mike again. Not saying AC is too loud, by the way. Just host seat number 1 is low in comparison. Okay. Everybody else do a mic check on me, I guess.
I don't think so.
Says, oh God. Insert here says, how much liquor does anyone have? I need something strong to forget this. And laughing at you, not with you. Also, I think they're calling out Nick. I mean, maybe, but I don't know if you saw his coverage. He barely said anything and just gave up because they were so awful,
unbearable.
Right? Mecha says the first episode was not a full episode. Apparently, halftime equals half off, half and half a sub sandwich times 2 equals 1.1.
They couldn't settle with half a sandwich. Get out of here.
Oh,
Monica
that
and Jamie.
clip of Jamie yelling? Oh, we'll get to, you'll see it 2 or 3 more times.
I want the whole sandwich.
Ronan Joss says, yo, Trent, glad you can make it. Welcome.
Yeah, all the Trent comments saying.
Trent comments coming up. Yo, the man himself, Trent from Black Omega.
Hi, guys. Thanks for stopping by.
Ronan Joss says, thank you, AC, for having Trent. He's a really cool, funny guy to have with. Yeah, I've been very fortunate that he could join us tonight.
Yeah, Ronan lives in, I think Ronan's on the other side of the world, so it's probably like early morning for him.
Is he Ronan a true Ronan?
He is a trooper. He has done so much to spread the word on the Daman Mills and everything.
Yeah, he's I think he's in India if I remember right.
Right on. And an accomplished pianist I've seen.
Yeah, I've seen those too. That's pretty good.
JT Losco Luga says, I'm a fan of Vic, Monica, and Jamie.
Hey, let me address this one real quick. That is great, JT Loves. Remain a fan of them if that's what it is. Do not let the situation split your fandom. You can be a fan of all 3 of them. That is completely your choice. And don't let anybody tell you different. All I have said from the beginning is I want the truth of this situation. And in my opinion, the truth lies with Vic Mignogna. Vic Mignogna has been open and honest from day one. He's let all of his worst skeletons out of the closet. Can we say the same for Monica and Jamie? I highly doubt it. Remember, Vic openly admitted to cheating on his ex-fiancée and hiring a prostitute. Think of somebody in your life that has done worse. I bet you can find at least one. And if that is all Vic has, I can only imagine what these 2 ladies have in their closet.
Ron Toya is in Monica's closet. So point taken. She does have worse.
But I just want to point that out there. Don't let this situation split your fandom. If you're a fan of all of them, stay a fan of all of them.
I agree.
Be fans of the people that you want to be fans of. Don't let this dictate what you watch, what you consume. Now, with Funimation going to Crunchyroll, that's because Funimation has a terrible reputation. It had to happen. I think so too. It had to happen.
I think so too. I'm actually, we've been of the mind, because this is first and foremost an anime collecting podcast, DVDs and Blu-rays and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And I was shocked to see, because it just seems like a misstep to get rid of Funimation as a brand entirely, when on the physical media side of things, they have a strong reputation going back many, many years. But I think you're right. I think the brand has become so toxic because of the behavior of Monica,
because of who's
Jamie,
inside the
Chris
walls.
Rager, Josh Martin, all of them have destroyed the brand, right? And it'll be interesting to see, because right now there's a thing going on. We're not going to talk about it tonight, but with voice acting work and fair wages and whatnot, it'll be interesting to see how many of these people don't get replaced under Crunchyroll.
If who they keep and who they get rid of is really going to tell you how Crunchyroll is going to go. If they decide to keep them all, I give Crunchyroll 5 years before it becomes Sony Anime or something like that. It's a bait and switch. All this is people it's Sony getting rid of the Funimation brand, hoping anime fans forget all of the bad publicity, the bad treatment, all of it, and just roll with Crunchyroll. Hey, we're not Funimation anymore, we're Crunchyroll. But wait, you guys kept all of these people. These are the problem. It wasn't the brand, it was the people behind it. If you keep those people, you're just going to have the same happen at Crunchyroll, unless Sony cracks down on them, which I highly doubt they will, especially, and I know you're not talking about it this episode, but especially if they do unionize. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, Eric Roland was talking about go ahead.
I mean, I doubt Sony would crack down on that stuff, considering the shit they censor on the PS4.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, that and this is sort of an interesting thing that's happened, is that it seems to me like Daman Mills, for example, came to Texas and started working with Funimation. And he roomed with Sarah Wiedenheft, Amber Lee Connors, and Howard Wang. And Amber Lee Connors is the CEO of Sound Cadence, another dubbing studio. So she does the ADR work there. So it seems to me like, and this is just a theory here, but it seems to me like Amber Lee Connors saw how things were done at Funimation and thought, I can undercut Okratron and do stuff on the side, right, for cheaper. And I think that it would be somewhat likely that Okratron and Funimation, or Okratron and Sony, have a split. And I don't think necessarily that Sabbath's company is going to stop getting work. There's plenty of other stuff that is completely untied to anime that they could be doing, video games, other stuff, that he could continue to keep his brand out of, the way of the stuff that's going on with Funimation and their name getting sullied. But I would not be surprised if another studio, possibly Sound Cadence, which again is really awkward now, that this one that has that tangential connection to Daman Mills right after the Daman Mills stuff comes out is now seeming like possibly the next studio located where it is to be sort of in the spotlight after Okratron and Funimation seemingly split ways. But I don't know. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. I think that.
Or how about Sentai or Viz Media? Didn't Crunchyroll just drop a lot of Sentai titles from their streaming list? So it looks to me that they might be going through a split right now too.
Well,
how
but the
Sentai
thing is,
Viz Media?
The thing is that the reason that Sentai's titles are coming off of Crunchyroll is because Sentai's got High Dive, so they're pulling them off in order to compete, because Sony's going all in with Funimation and Crunchyroll. So Sentai's like, okay, well, we can't be available where everybody's going to get a Crunchyroll subscription and not sign up for High Dive, because we're giving them too many reasons not to sign up for High Dive.
Right.
So,
but if they're splitting, there you go.
Yeah. So real quick, Nekavolt says, look, judging them based on their looks is not cool. Judging them for putting their feet in their mouth is perfectly fine. Well, look, I'll just say, there's somebody out there for everyone, but I don't know who would marry these lizards.
I strongly disagree, because they'll judge you on your looks all the time. And if you don't believe me that they talk mad shit about you behind your back after you leave that line, I got a bridge to sell you in North Korea. Yes, it is okay to judge them by their looks, because I promise you they do it to you too.
Well, it's not even just that. It's that Jamie and Monica were not... They've aged, right, over this time, right?
Yes.
They're both, in their mid 40s or whatever, and they've aged, whereas Vic has not aged quite the same way. During his deposition, the photo that's at the top of the GoFundMe, Lemoyne says, you must have been about 30 in this picture or whatever, and Vic says, oh my gosh, you're too kind. No, this must have been 43 or something, something of that effect, right?
Right.
And the point is that Vic has continued to stay in good shape and good health. And I mean, he's probably got tons of Botox and plastic surgery or something. But the point is that over time, he's still pulling in people like Sarah Bachmeyer.
No,
right?
I asked him if he had any Botox or plastic surgery when I met him. Whatnot, because I was saying there's rumors about that. I was asking if that's true, and he just looked at me and said, "Come on, really? Does it look like I had any in person?"
So I think
and I
you
was
need.
like, "No," and he said,
I think you need to get him under oath for that question.
I contend that Vic is a guy that has been dropped into us from the 80s, and that he's just been stuck there since he was 30. That he hasn't aged a day since 30. He's just been stuck in the 80s this entire time.
I think he definitely had some Botox, because if you look at various pictures of him, you see him and his face just looks different from day to day. I don't care that he had Botox. I'm not bringing that up as like a gotcha on Vic or anything like that.
No.
I'm just saying that something I've observed with people is you guys remember the video game Fable? How they built this game where the choices you made determined how your character looks throughout the game. So like if you start making bad choices, you look more and more evil and sort of more like, let's say, the Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars. And if you make good choices the whole time, then as the game progresses, you look more angelic and more like an elf in Lord of the Rings or something like that. And I think like it's an interesting concept. And I always just thought about it like an interesting concept, but I didn't think it was based in reality. But honestly, as I've grown older, I feel like people making good decisions, choosing, sort of the Jordan Peterson-esque, taking on responsibility and making self-sacrifice, that makes people look different. There's a confidence and a humility that people get when they live a life like that, versus the opposite, where you turn into a cackling hyena like these ladies that we've been covering tonight. Right. So I'm just saying, I think that scientifically there is something there, that living a life of being out for yourself or whatever, it changes how people look, and it makes them bitter and resentful. Both, I think it manifests physically and internally in how people are. So anyway, Black Omega 1000 says, I refuse to pick a side, but it's not to see who's lying here.
I think he meant to say it's not hard to see who's lying.
It's not hard.
Here.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. All right, I got the bladder of my pregnant wife. I'm about to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
That's cool. I'm going to do it as soon as you get back. Go for it. I'll get through these comments real quick. Nekavolt says, if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, it's probably Lance. That was a terrible joke, and he's muted.
Oh my God, really?
Shit, I just unstarred 2 comments without clicking on them by accident. My apologies. Damn it, that's the one I should have unstarred. Steve-O voice is more tolerable. Jason Sauce says, neither did I. I had to learn how to upload an image today. I think this is Discord. Wow, we are way behind. Okay. Stan says, that is Jamie who said that about her mommy from Oklahoma. Right. Maybe I misspoke and said Monica, but I meant Jamie. Monica and Jamie would sue their own family for loving Vic Mignogna. Natalie Rial joined in on raping Vic. What?
I mean, based on what I said, it almost sounds like
I think you mean Natalie Rial, who's also a voice actor, Monica's little sister. She probably also had some sort of kick Vic like thing. If you have a source on that, I'd love to include it in the timeline
the archives.
On the website. Nekavolt says the Super Saiyan aura around the guy in the center. You mean the Super Saiyan aura over George Soros?
Okay. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, there we go. He is in the middle.
Are we spirit bombing right now?
Oh, I thought. Is it George Soros or is it Unknown Otaku?
It could be either.
It's both.
It's probably both. It's both.
Wait, what?
George Soros is in the middle here, between them, and he's on fire. I was reading the comment as that's who Nekavolt is talking about, but I think they're right. I think they are talking about you, the Super Saiyan aura around you. Anyway, so Insert here says the 5 men in question are Illick Guardiola, Scott Freeman, Chris Thurman, DC Douglas, and now Damon Mills. What's going on with DC? Oh, DC Douglas did have some accusations come out, but did he actually? Because the rest of these guys are like they've got proof and stuff. Like they've actually been either convicted, or, admitted, or whatever, right? I don't know about DC Douglas. Also, Neil Kaplan. That's on the website. If you guys want to check that out.
DC Douglas had the bathroom thing, right?
Yeah. I wondered. I know that there's actual accusations against him. I haven't put them in the doc yet or in the timeline, but I've got those ready. Nekavolt says guilty until proven innocent is the legal way. Apparently,
no, that's the social media way.
But yeah, that's the court of public opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Black Omega 1000 says if they won, why is it still being talked about? Yeah, because it's still in appeals. Gilzino says the bets are going great. I've lost 500 pounds, Cap. Hit the like button. Yes, please. Luigi the Metal 64 says Necovolts, which victimizes actual victims. Or this is in replying to Necovolts, which victimizes actual victims. That would mean putting victims in jail. Oh, referring to the guilty until proven innocent or whatever. I was told by airport security to lift my hair. Even I do not feel like a victim. Musement says this is really an insult to my mother and some family members dealt with sexual abuse. Oh, this is really an insult on my mother and some family members dealt with sexual abuse. Okay. This isn't like a public feud online where you cancel somebody.
Yeah, they conveniently forget to remember that there are real victims out there, and a lot of them who I've talked to are not too happy with the way that these two have handled it.
Yeah, I look at this in a similar vein to like how you've got sort of that side of the political spectrum is always trying to speak for victims and stuff, right? So you've got like the modern progressive left has like the 30 billion pronouns that they want to use, whereas the actual like trans community from old, they just want to be known as the opposite of what they were born as, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you've always got like the groups that come in and try to take over and speak for everyone else.
Yep.
Nekavolt says, well, being super attractive does not make you more likely to be assaulted. Tastes vary person to person. I disagree heavily with that thought process. The point is that Vic had a type, and you would expect him to be interested in pursuing a relationship with somebody who fit his type.
Yeah, we all have a type. I mean, it's just it's not like we think people who aren't our type are like unattractive per se. It's just that's not who we're interested in.
Yeah, to be clear, I think Monica Rial looked perfectly fine, 15 years ago.
Monica Rial wasn't bad looking 10, 15 years ago. No, and I'm not going to deny that she was. I'm not going to say that she was or wasn't. Jamie Markey, meh. But
the point is, and this is the same thing that happened with Trump, is when Trump was running for president and everything, and all these women started to come out right before the election and everything, and they were all
not Melania.
Precisely. Let's
not Melania.
Ronan Jaw says, I'm from Myanmar, not India.
I'm sorry, Ronan. I knew it was somewhere over there. I'm terrible. I know.
Regardless, it's great to have you here at this time.
Stone me, beat me in the street for getting it wrong. I'm sorry.
Lucas says, thank you, Trent.
Mm-hmm.
Luigi the Metal 64 says, Crunchyroll is still bad. I think they have current airing shows requiring weeks to watch the weekly episodes. We have this as a separate topic. We'll get to that.
I was going to say, I assume he's talking about the dubs because with the Japanese, I'm pretty sure you get it still simultaneously, like day of.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me announce this right now, okay? There are places other than Crunchyroll to get your anime. You don't have to go through Crunchyroll if you do not want to. There are places out there to get your anime. I'm not a lawyer, so I can say this. Pirate the shit. Just pirate it.
If you like it, buy it. If you like it, buy
it. Exactly. If you don't like dubs, buy the subs.
If you're awesome, buy the box sets. They last.
And I was upset because Crunchyroll.
You don't even need internet.
I was watching Food Wars and getting really into it, and then Crunchyroll took it off.
No, go back to that.
Oh, dude, trust me. I love Food Wars. I know when that happened.
Yeah, Food Wars is great. Food Wars.
I own all of it.
I just pre-ordered season 5 because it went up at like a ridiculously low price on Amazon. Seemingly mistakenly.
I'd literally just gotten through the first 6 episodes because I was looking for something to watch. Because
isn't it still on Netflix?
I'd have to check. It was
Hashtag
on
my
Hulu.
physical
It was
bitches.
on Hulu. I don't know if it still is,
Two
but it was on
seasons
Hulu.
are on Netflix. Just
Are
the
they?
first two
Okay.
seasons.
Okay.
The two
So
that
I can watch the
Sentai
first.
There's
two.
a Sentai sale happening literally right now. It might be for sale if you wanted to buy the Blu-rays.
But it's like not only like a handful of premium editions, and that's it.
That's true. And you wouldn't want to get the premium editions because they're enormous.
Well, if you're not
Joe-
going to buy it and you just want to watch it, there's plenty of places
there's other
to find
options.
it. Yeah.
You could probably buy a lot of these shows off of Amazon Prime or YouTube or any of the other places.
And if
like
you
that.
got a VPN, you can switch your
Food Wars is
Amazon
currently
to
on
Japan.
sale on Amazon. Season
Netflix
5 for
Japan.
$17.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
Guys,
what I pre-ordered.
I'm pre-ordering it right now.
Yeah, and if I was smart, I'd have the affiliate link already in the chat.
Oops.
Anyway, all right. So Joe Crazy says, any chance to get Eric Rollon or Amanda Miller on to talk more in depth in the dubbing circle? So
I would
here's
love
the
to
thing.
have either of them on.
I would love to have both of them on, but actually scheduling guests is not easy because I am always what's the saying?
Thank you, AC.
Flying by the seat of my pants on whether we're actually going to make it to our scheduled time in the first place. In fact, I set the stream up for last night and then there's more still to do to prep for the fiery lizard stuff. Let's push it, right? So it's
I can attest to that, big
right? It's a little difficult to set things up. So while I would love to do this and would absolutely at the drop of the hat try to set this up, it's a little bit more complicated than just snapping my fingers, right? But it is something I would be more than willing to facilitate and have them on, definitely.
Yeah, me and Stan are gonna have to have a little chat because he's not on here tonight, and we need to talk. So
I'm gonna have Stan on not next week but the week after if he's available.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to get him onto my channel too because he said we can set something up, and I'd like to talk to everybody. I'd like to talk to Stan. I'd like to talk to Crumbrian. I'd like to talk. Hell, I'll even talk to Monica and Jamie. I don't think they're gonna like how that conversation goes, but I'm still willing to talk to them. I want to talk to Vic at some point. Eric, all of them. Scheduling it, like you said, is a nightmare.
Right. When Ron Toye was on the Knuckleheads podcast, we talked about having him on our show. And we set up a Discord channel for we called it the Toy Box for people to send us questions that they wanted us to ask. And I was re-listening to the depositions and I just came back. I'm like, guys, I just got to tell you, as much as I'd love to have Ron Toye on, I have realized I can't possibly be nice enough to him for him to stick around for more than a minute.
Because Toye is the type that he'll bail. He will literally
which is why Cress has even more patience than me to be able to listen to him for close to 18 hours or whatever it was.
Something like that.
Just in order
she
to
had him
have
on 3 times, right?
Yeah. Scheduled for a 4th where Monica was supposed to appear and then they bailed and tried to basically they took to Twitter and started defaming Cress as a way to try to make it. They were trying to get themselves canceled from that appearance or whatever is what their theory was. Anyway, real quick, I got 12 more starred comments I want to get through. Nekavolt says, I don't have to think hard. I hate cheaters. Vic still does not deserve what has been done to him. Look, I totally agree. It's not I don't care that he cheated, in terms of the overall, it doesn't separate my laser focus on the fact that I believe these people are lying. Yeah, it's okay, great. He did something awful in a relationship. I don't condone it, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't fucking care. It doesn't change my opinion of the fact that they're lying. Just because, we got to air his dirty laundry that he cheated on his fiance and that he hired a call girl, right?
And guess what? And guess what? Everybody else has said. We don't condone Vic cheated.
Of course,
none of us do. I've said it a million times. Vic cheated. Vic, you cheated on your fiance. Shame on you. Bad, sir. But do you want to compare situations here? Would you rather have Vic cheating on his fiance, or would you rather deal with what Damon Mills did?
Or Ron
because
Toye.
They're okay with Damon Mills, and they're okay with Ron Toye. And they don't have to come out and say it. They've said it with their actions. Monica Rial's still with Ron, and she knows about his past history of abusing not one wife, but 2.
Right.
Not just 1, but 2. You really think Ron's learned his lesson? I don't think so. Because the only way I think Ron will learn his lesson is if his ass gets locked up for doing something like this, which I don't think he went to jail either time.
No. I love how his statement though on it was the court found no violence had occurred, and it's No, the document says the court found violence had occurred. Abuse
and that you
had
need to
occurred in
be
the household.
away, and that you need to be away from that woman because you may do it again.
Yeah, we even have don't they have the recording of the voicemail where he threatened to judge his kid and all that?
Yeah. Get that judge's kid and the dog. And oh my god.
And the dog, yeah. Joe Crazy says, Vic, I touched her hair. Kick Vic. Oh my god, he admitted to violently yanking her hair. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, he said he bounced it, not pulled it.
Right.
And he
the
said he
bottom of her
takes
hair.
issue with Lamorne calling it pulling.
Right. Could not have made it more clear. Luigi the Metal 64 says, I heard that High Dive runs bad on the app as opposed to the desktop site. Well, there's problems with all streaming sites. YouTube is the only one that's fairly decent in terms of the actual playback, but they've got all sorts of problems with their shadow banning of content. And
High Dive had a big problem with like remembering where I left off, and then when you're trying to get into or out of a menu, it will take you to the next screen that you don't want to get to, or the extra previous screen, like the one before.
I'm gonna take a leak. Keep talking and go through the rest of the comments. I'll be right back.
Oh, perfect, because I
How do
can
you
talk
pull
about
these-
High Dive all day.
How do you pull these comments up? I don't see. Oh, there it is. I see it now. I was on private chat. I don't know how this works. Again, this is my first time using StreamYard. I don't know how any of it works.
Well, I guess
Be
you
careful when
did
you post
say
in
that
private chat; it'll get shared on screen.
you did say that you don't know what a Discord is or something to that extent.
I've never
so-
used it. I know what it is. I've never
He knows
used
what
it.
Discord is. He might not know what the platform, how it works.
Wait. Where was that comment?
Also, Trent's
gonna
been derailing AC, and I feel like he's stealing my job.
I'm not trying to steal your job. Do your thing. I'm just here. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
You're
It's a joke.
taking innocent ducks' jobs. No, what is it?
I derail him all the time. You're good.
What is it? High Dive. So formerly it was the Anime Network, and I used the Anime Network, the online service, not the TV on demand thing. And then it was very primitive. It only went up to like 720p and all that. And then when High Dive came around, everyone had this phenomenon of, oh, there's this new fancy streaming service. It's really cool. And I'm like, bro, that's existed this whole time. And High Dive still only had like 720p when it launched, but then it's like, we're finally gonna have full HD, everyone. And I'm like, okay, wow, took you long enough.
I love that your fucking driving point behind High Dive is, hey, guess what? They got better quality video.
Well,
It does have a cool name.
I think when I was using the Xbox app, it was very impractical compared to some of the other ones. What?
Nekavolt says, I really hope Sentai doesn't fuck us and make High Dive better and better.
Well, let's just put it this way: by taking off all those titles from Crunchyroll, it can only go up, really.
Ronan Joss says, Neko, for me, I want Viz to be the king. And Random 11
Completely
says,
disagree. Completely
Random 11
disagree.
Random 11 says,
no.
We are an hour and a half into the podcast and have only covered 1/5 the video so far. Random 11, I have one thing to say to you.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Watch the other videos. This is
Damn it,
par for
Lance!
course.
Ruin my delivery.
Yay, my job is back.
He said, welcome to WrestleMania. Anyway, 12-hour stream for the win. Okay.
You mean WrestleMania that was a
Holy
3-hour
shit, Popo
event?
was
Now
jacked.
then it was a 4-hour event. Now it's a 2-day event.
the
pretty soon it's
joke
gonna be an
is-
all-week event. Then there's going to be WrestleMania month.
The joke is that that I Stand With Vic Fails has been sharing our streams for being super long, even though they're literally just our normal podcast, that we advertise the thumbnail to be about the main topic, and the main topic is our coverage of their show. So they look at these 8-hour streams we do, because we've got, like 3 hours or so of their topic and then the rest of our show. And they're like, Jesus, their last stream was even longer than WrestleMania 35, which is like the most autistic way of marking time. Anyway, so
Look,
Nicholas
I stand with
It's
Vic
actually
Fails.
the
We'll go.
only way I mark time. I just go, this is 1/5 of WrestleMania. This is 1/8. This is 1/1000th.
One sec, guys. I
literally the
gotta
only
finish 1/5 of a WrestleMania of this new anime that came out.
Let me send a personal message to I Stand With Vic Fails. We'll go all day if it pisses you off. The more it pisses you off, the longer we go.
It's WrestleMania weekend.
Nicholas says, okay.
We've all learned how to maintain our erections for an entire WrestleMania.
My
Nicholas
is
says,
a beautiful thing.
Okay, AC is as always says, what? I'm not even going to try to read that. Viz changed the burn the witch quote from talking about a great society to social justice. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Viz, I would not argue is a viable alternative.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think there
like
currently
especially
is
the video quality issues, and like, was it Tower of God looks better on Crunchyroll? Apparently, like, are you kidding?
We did a anime company woke tier list, that one podcast, and not one of them really came out unscathed. So
the closest one was Nozomi, apparently, after the errata.
Yeah,
they were like true neutral.
Just as long as this woke shit doesn't leak into to the East, to the Japanese culture, because that's where a lot of the anime that we're getting comes from.
Well,
if as soon as it starts to leak over there, we're all screwed.
It's starting.
Yeah, it's starting, unfortunately, but we'll see. I mean, I feel like I feel like this year we've sort of seen a rift where they finally felt the speed bump they hit like 4 years ago going woke on a lot of these companies. So Nekavolt says part 2, I know very attractive guys who like Monica and Jamie before knowing their personalities. I'm so sorry for the blind men in your life.
I want names, damn it.
Wait a minute.
I won't go that low.
We're gonna talk later.
I almost got that dig on Lance Bass. Nekamo says I won't go that low. Let's be honest, Vic is attractive, but taste can vary. So I just say that is not fair to use their looks as an argument, especially when there's plenty of good points. If you could point out a single good point on Monica and Jamie, I'll listen. Anyway, let's
Nico,
right.
I can't speak for the rest of the panel, but I speak for me. I insult their looks because it bothers them. That is why I do it. It's because it bothers them. And if me insulting their looks is the worst thing I do, I'm miles ahead of them because I'm not trying to destroy their lives. I have said over and over again that they deserve to have a job and they deserve to have their support, their fans or whatever. I'm not telling nobody to not go see Monica Rial. But if the worst thing I do is insult their looks, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it because they can do the same to me. The only difference is I don't give a shit. I don't care. And neither should they, by the way. And that's the point. That's the point that they will never
maybe like
get.
an hour or two.
All right, man, take it easy. Yeah, so I'll just say I don't remember exactly what I said, but if I remember correctly, I think the worst thing I said about their looks is that they weren't as attractive as Sarah Bachman.
Which is true. I mean, that's a fact.
Objectively true.
That's objectively true. I'm sorry, but you know.
All right, let's
A victim is somebody who can never laugh again. You are just like, your experience, your trauma experience is then just a whole, like, your whole reason for being. It defines you. It's all of these things. So if you ever have a happy day, you better fucking regret it because
no one ever
you should not
said
be
that.
happy ever at all. You certainly shouldn't be able to laugh at the past or, I mean...
No one
You
ever
know,
said
and
it either.
everybody heals
The dumbest
differently.
shit.
So, like, you know, I just...
And that doesn't mean, too, if, like, somebody has an experience and can't laugh about it, that they're wrong, right? There's so many different ways to react, and we would never say you can or can't laugh or should or shouldn't laugh. We are people who laugh in our everyday lives.
Right.
So I had surgery and had a real struggle because I could not stop laughing.
Right.
And it
Me
was
too.
painful. So, like...
Do we know what her surgery was? Has anybody heard?
Teeth?
No,
Goodness.
that was Jamie talking.
From the sound
that
of
was
it, it
Jamie
might be to
talking?
remove a brain tumor.
Random Levin,
What?
I've noticed you have a trouble with distinguishing who's talking.
I did fuck up one back. I don't think anyone noticed. You probably noticed on a rewatch, though. I did fuck up on one podcast.
More than one, actually.
More than one?
Yeah.
Oh, I noticed the ones.
Damn, random calling you out right now. Jesus.
Bro.
It is
Yeah,
just
apparently.
something that you have to, you know, it's a personal thing. So to say that
Hey,
no one
Steve,
can
you need
laugh
to-
ever.
You need to animate the mouths, okay? Then I'd know who's talking. Like, you spent all this time, I was expecting 4K animated lizards on fire.
Well, it's
That'll be-
ironic because I'd vaguely know how to do that by just
That'll be in the
detecting
remastered
transients.
version.
is I think cruel to expect of people.
Well,
right?
and what
It's
a
not.
miserable existence. If you can't laugh ever about, something traumatic that happened in your past, like, to me, laughter is so healing, and laughter is what sets you apart from the trauma.
I want to hear her laugh about the rape she experienced when she was 14, allegedly. That would totally change my opinion on her behavior regarding the alleged assault from Vic.
Well,
if you can start laughing, remember that time that Billy Joe raped me? I would totally, it would be very eye-opening to see her actually laugh about the thing that made her tear up in the deposition, and then she couldn't keep the tears going for when she went into portrayal mode to talk about the alleged incident with Vic. If you want to start laughing and cackling like hyenas about the alleged rape you had at 14, it would definitely change my opinion, Monica. So please bring it up on your next podcast.
So regarding that, that was one of the things when she was talking about the incident where she was at that con that Stan was the savior and all that. You said with the timeline, Brad, that what was it that Vic made a move or whatever. Then I don't know. They went off, had dinner or something,
and then came back.
Then they came back, right?
To his room after dinner.
So if that's the timeline, what made it even harder for me to understand is that if she did have that prior experience of being assaulted, then that would not be your instinct. Your instinct would be to get the hell out of there, right? So that's what doesn't sell it as much to me.
Right, and which is why Trent was saying that if anything did happen, it was easily consensual. And I would argue going back to Vic's room is like, oh, wow, things are getting hot before. Oh, man, stupid Stan knocking on the door, go to dinner. It's like, I'm going to go back to Vic's room because maybe we could pick up where we left off, right? Now, I don't know that that's what happened, but it is extremely weird, regardless, that she would go back to his room. And then she just says, oh, I thought he made a mistake that one time, and I believe people can change. I'm going to give him a second chance. And it's like, yeah, I don't buy that for a fucking second. The night of your alleged assault, that you were so traumatized, you stayed silent because when you fought back as a teenager, it didn't turn out well for you. So I just let it happen. And, it's like, I don't buy it at all. It's such a ridiculous story.
And there's a massive difference between laughing about it and treating it like a complete fucking joke.
Exactly.
Get away from the trauma with laughter. I can't
it's
imagine.
Like the best medicine.
I mean, I can't imagine somebody being like, oh no, I have to be miserable for the rest of my life because someone else
why sometimes I mix
chose
to
get into my sphere, my personal sphere.
It's just parodying her own voice all the time.
Yep. Those are but reasons why we can't be. What's the next one? If I can find it.
I got so distracted. I was so angry. I was like, it's just so frustrating because it's like I almost feel like we should start calling ourselves survivors and not victims to make it a more positive spin, because it should be a positive and not a negative eventually in your life. It should be a thing that, yes, it's traumatic and it's awful, but it should be something that you learn and grow from and turn it into more of a positive thing.
Pause it for a second. I just want to point out the fact that after this podcast, I'm going on Twitter and claiming to be a survivor of this podcast.
Do it.
Because it is more traumatizing than anything Vic Mignogna has ever put these two through, let me tell you.
Hey, Zedpool 1991 said, I'd sell my soul to see Jamie and Monica be on Trent's stream.
Well, Zedpool, you know exactly how that interaction would go, so I'm pretty sure that's why you said it.
You also got to put hello, Trent, from Stan.
Stan says hello.
All right. I stand.
Anyway,
two, just even being able to say I'm a victim is really fucking hard.
Yeah, it is
it's
so
real
hard
to come to that because you don't want to be.
I'm a victim, not that hard.
Thought about
I don't know.
But,
Online seems
especially
to really
after this
like
experience
doing
and all
that
of the
nowadays.
Sorry, what was that, FTM?
I said, I don't know. People online seem to really like being victims nowadays.
Yeah.
It's the trendy thing.
Harassment. It's like if I wasn't a victim before, I sure as hell am now.
I mean,
from all of this shit. So it's hard to accept that. I think Survivor feels easier for me than victim because I don't want to live in that space. But I also don't want to trivialize anybody else who is in that space. You know what I mean?
I totally
get it. It's not
get
easy to be there. It's not easy to accept it. But part of moving on is getting to that space and saying, yeah, no, that wasn't right. That shouldn't have happened.
Moving on from
it. It's not easy. Yeah. But yeah.
All right. Number 4. Real victims would go to the police no matter what. We would have gone to the police if we were real victims. Well, guess not what? Not everything is like an actual crime.
Can you
imagine? Pause it.
If I went...
Oh, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What Vic Mignogna did to them was not a crime.
Yep.
Therefore, they made it all up because what Monica and Jamie have accused Vic of in their court documents is crimes. Rape is a crime in all 50 states, and that is exactly what Monica Rial has accused Vic Mignogna of. So thank you, Monica, for admitting you're full of shit.
Yep.
Well, technically it was potentially attempted rape, not actual rape.
Well, I mean, forcible. I know that if there wasn't any like sexual intercourse or anything like that took place, but what Monica Rial has described as technically sexual assault, which in the state of Texas, at least, I don't know about the state that it happened in, which is Zumicon. Is that where it happened?
Yeah,
or
Zumicon.
Well, I don't know what their state law is, but in the state of Texas, sexual assault is rape, and they'd probably consider what Monica accused Vic of as rape, as would a lot of states. So. Again, what Vic did, according to them, is a crime. Now they're saying not everything are crimes. So which is it? Did he do something that was criminal or not? Because if it wasn't criminal, then what you're accusing him of is a lie. Because what you accused him of is criminal.
So I saw this. It's tangentially related to what we're talking about. Jamie Markey on March 6, 2019 said victims of other lesser crimes can also remain anonymous if their safety is at risk. Please do not stay silent. You do not have to go public. Contact a criminal lawyer in your area immediately. Reach out for help. Now, I have to wonder, honestly, if this statement is another fishing expedition for real victims. Because after Jamie and Monica decided for themselves, like, well, we need to speak up and put a face to it, so that other victims will feel like they aren't alone and everything. And then nobody actually came forward after they did, with anything beyond the stuff they already had from the Tumblr blog and everything. Yeah. That this was that fishing expedition. But I just want to point out, victims of other lesser crimes can also remain anonymous. So, like, again, I just thought it was interesting the way that they're phrasing this, because I feel like they're still on that fishing expedition.
I would like to comment on something. People who have been victims and usually stay quote unquote publicly quiet are doing it for their own safety briefly until the person who has done them wrong is apprehended. It's not the fact that they're running or hiding what has happened or going to keep it in their back pocket for 10 years. It's the fucking fact that, hey, I got assaulted. I don't know what else this person can do to me. Let's go to the cops. Let me be silent for a couple months until they hunt this fucker down. That's how that works. Okay.
And here's
a
clear...
in the foster care system. I've seen some shit. So no, they're silent because they're protecting their life briefly while the cops hunt this fucker down. What these people did, and what gets on my nerves, is that there are people out there who've literally been sexually hurt and abused and raped, molested, everything else, men, both male and female, and they stay silent briefly until the assailant is caught. Then, hey, the door's open, the book's open, the cops come in, the fucking judge talks, and there's multiple restraining orders and all this shit put in place. You don't sit on something for 10 fucking years. I'm not trying to be a dick, or I have no idea what goes on in their personal lives, but it pisses me off to no end because what they do literally doesn't help real victims.
No, it doesn't.
You don't handle it this way.
And here's another indicator.
I'm sorry, I'm silent.
Oh, it's all keep it coming. I think the individual over there loves it for his podcast. More rages, the better. No, what I wanted to say is here's an indicator of how you know Jamie Markey has no fucking clue what she's talking about. Two reasons. One, yes, to your point. Who said that, by the way? Who was talking?
That was Lance.
The dog.
Lance. Okay, Lance. To your point, Lance, you're right. Victims don't come out publicly like this because until their assailant is caught because they don't want to be assaulted again. But afterwards, there's this thing of you have the right to face your accuser.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get arrested and are tried in court, obviously the person giving the accusations has to be there because in the United States of America, we have this thing called right to face your accuser. So you have to meet up with them in court. Yes, protection orders and restraining orders are put in place to keep you safe. That's what they're for. But Jamie's talking about contact criminal lawyers. That would be a prosecutor because the only person who can bring charges against somebody for a criminal act is a prosecutor.
Right.
So what criminal lawyer are you talking about? The only criminal lawyer outside of that would be a defense attorney, which these people wouldn't need because they're not defending anything. They're trying to accuse somebody of a crime. So it would be a prosecutor, not a criminal lawyer.
Well, you would get a defense attorney, or well, I don't know if they'd be a defense attorney, but either way, you would want an attorney that isn't the prosecutor to help you talk to the prosecutor so that you don't incriminate yourself when you go in and
to help you present your story and all those things in the most efficient way.
Right, but you don't need a criminal lawyer for that. You can do that with any kind of defense attorney.
Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. She misspoke, but wait till you hear the statement they're about to make on this show.
Oh God!
If I went to the police who regularly ignore rape victims,
ignore them.
If I went to the completely right, it wasn't until like the 80s that there was a law that said if you were raped, you had to have like a witness there to see it happen. Like that's a thing that ever happens. It doesn't happen. So
what the fuck was that?
Imagine if I went to
I was audio only. What just happened?
Don't get too excited, Lance.
Let's watch the VOD.
Listen, I was desperate for content to make this more bearable. So they made an absurd assertion that the police ignore victims regularly.
Yes, because people are thrown in prison all the time for being falsely accused of rape. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this story.
A lot of times, someone is accused and they're arrested before they're even appropriately,
before there's evidence
probably looked at. So generally, they're just apprehended, on hearsay until it is guilty until proven innocent in a lot of cases. So I don't understand that at all. And also, what the fuck was that audio clip?
Watch the VOD. So sorry, you were saying something about a story. You didn't
There's
know if you
a
heard
case of a guy named Brian Banks, and I covered it on my channel. He was a guy in high school who was accused of rape, sexual assault, and he was a high prospect. He was going to be drafted in the NFL. Did 5 years of a 6-year sentence for rape before the Innocence Project tracked down his accuser because he maintained his innocence throughout. The Innocence Project tracked down his accuser and got her to recant and admit it was false. The man did 5 years in prison in, I forget which city it was, but I think it was in California, was awarded over $400,000 and now speaks to this exact point throughout the country about false accusations against men because it is rampant. It is out of control. Men are seldomly believed when they say it's not happened. Look at Zoe Quinn. Homeboy committed suicide in Minecraft, but often so because of an accusation that Zoe Quinn levied against him. It ruined his life. Look at Johnny Depp. Look at a YouTuber named Andy Signor. It is rampantly. It is out of control because cops ignore rape victims, which is bullshit. And the fact that they want to equate this to something that happened in the 80s were 40 years ago. We've moved on from that. Now it's listen and believe.
Let's also acknowledge that they're throwing. It wasn't until the 80s, like cops regularly. It's like neither of your claims came from the 80s.
No shit.
Right? Number one.
I think where she's coming from. What she's conflating it with is that she's saying cops ignore them because these are accusations that come later down the line, like way past the quote expiry date or whatever, rather than she said, if I call the cops, they're just going to ignore me. No, if you call the cops like immediately after the assault, they're gonna come
fucking
right
beat
down.
a door down.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, it makes the argument makes no sense too, because when I'm trying to understand something here. So was there ever a formal relationship between Vic and Monica?
Did
Was
they
there ever
date?
something
No.
established there? They
No.
never dated?
No.
Okay, so apparently the possibility is that they were probably, just star-crossed lovers or something, briefly. Or
In her
something.
deposition, she says that during the altercation at Izumi-con, she had been, quote, flirting with her soon-to-be boyfriend, Raleigh Pickens, the entire weekend. And that, quote, Vic didn't seem to pick up on their whole flirting thing, right? And then she uses that as a way to dispel the potential idea that it might have been a consensual encounter. She's like, well, it couldn't have been because I was flirting with Raleigh Pickens all weekend, right?
Okay.
I was interested.
All I have to point out is beer goggles is quite a thing, and you never all her stuff to me, just a lot of it doesn't make any sense, but it just to me kind of feels like it was probably a consensual relationship that didn't. I don't know if one of you said this or it sounds like it, but there might have been something there, and then now this is just I didn't like the way he treated me. He probably just blew her off or something, or she was trying to use him, from what you just said, as a way to make this other dude jealous. Because, Vic's the big popular dude, and there's this other guy that she's trying to get her claws in.
Well, you brought something up. You said beer goggles, right? And there's a story that Monica tells at conventions, and probably hasn't told it for a while now, especially after 2019 when all this started to go off. She talks about how she can hold her liquor, and there's a story with Travis. Was it Travis Willingham, guys? Do you remember?
Yeah, that's what the clip said.
That's what it was, right? Where she had a drinking contest with him, where she took 2 shots for every 1 shot that he took. Now,
God.
Yeah, so she got so drunk, and she says the way she tells the story, she says that it was Vic and who was the girl? Was it Caitlin Glass? I forget who the girl was. Vic and some girl became her de facto mommy and daddy that night, and carried her in the hallway and took care of her or something. And it's like it just seems like I don't know. It just, you made me. You made me think about that when you're talking about beer goggles and stuff, about Monica talking about, being able to hold her liquor, but then doing stuff like that where she immediately loses her ability to hold her liquor.
I would like to point out that I have a lot of really good friends. I love you guys that can quote unquote hold their liquor, but too often than not, they overestimate what they're capable of.
Let's
and they
not
end up
talk
making
about
idiots of themselves. And I love it, but at the same time, I'm just like, the moment someone says the moment someone says they can hold their liquor, I immediately go, yes. And how often do you supersede that cap? And it's like, yeah, she gets herself drunk.
What I always doubt is when people say, I don't get hangovers. And then they'll eventually get hangovers, and then it'll be like, oh, what happened, Superman?
I've only had 2 hangovers, and one of them was from Night Train, which I will never drink again. And the other one was I went past the limit of no return. Like, I knew I was drunk and I knew I should have stopped, but I had 3 more just because I wanted 3 more. And
you went
I regretted
further
it.
beyond.
Yeah. Yes, and I regretted it the next day. Like, you got drunk when you wake up still drunk.
Yeah. So real quick, Rona Joss says, any hopes from all of you thinks that Viz Media would hire back Vic to voice Ikkaku this Halloween? Because people in Twitter saying that he will be recasted. I think it's a very slim chance. I have no idea. I don't know what Halloween has to do with any of this, but I think it's an extremely slim chance right now.
I want him back as Ikkaku. I love Ikkaku. That character's amazing.
It's the easiest choice in the world for a company to follow the lead of Funimation and Rooster Teeth and all of them and not have him back. That is the easiest choice in the world for them to make, because most fans will still consume the product even if he's recast, and it's safer than taking a stand and hiring him back.
Or you can look at what has happened to Rooster Teeth and Funimation these last couple of years and say, hey, since that Vic guy was fired, it's been spiraling out of control. Maybe, just maybe,
that would
trend.
take some incredible thought process on someone with enough clout in the company to.
Yeah, but both of them came out publicly, and well, actually, I guess Rooster Teeth
Rooster
didn't
Teeth
check.
was like the only one that was neutral, right?
Yeah, but well, I don't know.
Oh, they straight up removed him as Crow.
Yeah.
Well,
but I mean, their public
let's put good vibes. Let's put good vibes out there and say, hopefully they do. And if you sent a kindly, phrased email to Viz, or tweeted at them and just asked politely, I don't know the most neutral way to bring it. I wouldn't tweet at them. Because then you're just going to have all the people who are constantly Googling Vic's name to find out if anybody's talking about him so that they can jump in and attack. But if you could find a way to contact Viz politely, maybe through their Facebook page or something, and just ask them and tell them how much you're looking forward to the continuation of whatever series that was and whatnot, that's your best course of action.
I would like to say something, and I've been a fan of Dragon Ball for a very long time. And Vic Mignogna as Broly was a big part of me growing up, and a big part of like my movie enjoyment as a kid, a young adult, now. And as much as I really enjoyed Johnny Young Bosch's voice, so far I have not heard a single male VA that could replace Vic Mignogna. Like no one does that role like he's done.
Have we heard Johnny Young Bosch's Broly yet?
Yeah,
in the
video games, dude.
Yeah, he's in the video game.
Okay,
I constantly hear him.
That was a simple question. Can we not jump down Random Lemon's throat?
I haven't played the video games. I just haven't heard it.
I didn't jump down your throat, Random. Just so you know.
Thanks a lot.
Do you want us to jump?
Trent's got my back.
Ronan John says, "No woke politics in anime. No woke politics anime. Make a protest."
No,
Mecha
protesting just makes it worse.
Mecha J says, "They weren't laughing because it's healing. Anyone with a brain cell can tell they know they're full of it and can't stop giggling." It sure seems like it.
Again, there's a big difference between laughing about it and treating it like a joke.
Nekavos says, and to be clear, I agree with the fact that it looks consensual between Monica and Vic. Oh dear, you make fun of their looks, but they do that slut slur with their words. Oh my father. Okay.
I know they throw me a lamp when they do shit like that. So.
Luigi the Middle 64 says, I have been discriminated by a gas station cashier and I let people know about it. I never held on to that trauma. Luigi is a survivor. Mecha J says, who thinks they're going to move on after their cringy podcast is over? I don't think they can move on. I think it's going to take an act of Congress to get them to move on. Zedpool 1991 says they accused Vic of rape. That is a crime. Yeah, but lately they're kind of downplaying it and saying like, no, that's not what we accused him of. We accused him of being inappropriate, right? Negaville says, so isn't libel and slander a crime? Yes. Defamation is a better way to put it.
Civil, not criminal.
Right. It's the other way around. Travis took 2 shots to her 1 shot. Oh, really?
I think that's how I read it when you had the clip up.
I've got it up. I'll pull it up later and look at it.
See, Monica made the mistake. Stan's got all the details. Stan knows. Stan's known these people for years, and Monica decided to put him into it and then say, "Oh no, this and that." No, I didn't put Stan in it at all. No,
well, Stan would know. He says the incident happened in Anime Weekend Atlanta.
Don't ask Faisal, he'll lie about it.
Wish Travis Willingham, Laura Bailey, and Troy Baker to voice back anime. Does Laura Bailey not voice in anime anymore?
I think she just made an exception for Fruits Basket, but I think she's pretty much exclusively video games at this point. I think she's in LA. I keep on saying I think. I'm sorry, guys. I think she's in LA. So there isn't really much anime besides Bang Zoom, which already has their same 5 people they cast in every show. But Travis Willingham's the same because he did not come back for Conda in the new D Gray Man season that came out, which I was sad.
It'd be interesting to know, to be able to read their minds and find out what it was in the anime voice acting industry that was so toxic they chose not to return. Right.
And then Troy Baker, I've only heard him in like one Funimation show. It was so weird. Shin-chan as that superhero guy. I can't remember his name right now.
Action Bastard.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was action.
Also,
He's
Laura,
Action
Laura
Bastard.
Bailey's in Shin-chan. She's the voice of Shin-chan.
She is Shin. Yeah.
Right.
You know who
It
I
all
miss?
connects.
You know who I miss? I miss what's his name? The Ocean's Piccolo. Somebody brought up Dragon Ball, and I miss the Ocean Dubs Piccolo, whoever that guy was. Scott McNeil. That guy did an excellent Piccolo. And then
Scott
the
McNeil is
Ocean
an
Dub group was
amazing
kind of
voice
great
actor.
overall, dude.
I always wondered why Scott McNeil was in all the panels from back in the day for Dragon Ball. I kept seeing him.
Excellent Piccolo. And then what was the guy? Brian Drummond. I know people are on the fence about him, but I like this Vegeta better than Chris Sabat's, because if you watch especially the Namek, especially the stuff on Namek, and listen to how he talks, he embodies that character.
He's sinister, isn't he?
He is. Yes, he's the he plays sinister
Very
Vegeta
sinister.
really well. I think that Sabat, to his credit,
Does a good
has
job
had the
still.
opportunity over all of these years playing Vegeta to where he has gotten the opportunity to really polish his craft and actually, have some legitimate acting come out, especially in Super, even though most of Super is trash. There are moments in it where he's able to shine as Vegeta. And I think that he's earned my respect as a voice actor of all things as the Vegeta role. But I do agree with I would prefer it if he wasn't every other character in Dragon Ball except for Yamcha.
He could keep
He's good as
Mr.
Yamcha.
Popo. He can keep Mr. Popo.
Does he voice Mr. Popo?
Yes, he voices Mr. Popo too.
I thought Sean Schemmel was
that's
Sean
King
Schimmel's,
Kai.
Sean Schimmel's King Kai.
Yeah.
Okay.
Christopher Sabat is, oh god, he is everywhere in Dragon Ball. It's
Yeah, but
amazing that high priority
maybe
in the
not with
role.
Dragon Ball, but now he can
Dragon
cast
Ball
himself
Z,
in whatever
indeed.
he wants because he
Yeah.
basically runs the dubbing company that
which
they
I'm
sent
calling
him.
hacks and unfair.
Right.
Yeah,
Stan says Faisal was not in the picture back then.
Doesn't
with,
matter, Stan. He'd still lie about it. But yeah, I think he Schimmel. Why am I saying Schimmel? Sabat has Mr. Popo, Yamcha,
Guru.
Piccolo. I think he does Guru too.
Did he voice
Sabat's
Shenron?
best role was Kuwabara. And then
Agreed. Hard agreed.
He did an amazing job as fucking Kuwabara. But
All right,
again,
let's stop sucking off Sabat for this segment.
Yeah.
Because we've got so much.
We got enough of that on the casting couch.
Oh
All
god.
right, I want to continue here so we can get through some more of this.
The cops.
You're all welcome for
And I was like, "Excuse me, officer. Someone pulled my hair."
So she says, "Can you imagine if I went to the cops and said, 'Excuse me, officer, someone pulled my hair'?
Who pulled
Yes,
your
I
hair?
can. Because
they might
that's
jump
called
on this
assault.
really bad.
Do you
Like,
really
but
think that they
definitely
would?
look into it.
Do you really think that the cops would say, 'Get out of here, miss'? If you accuse somebody of assault and said, 'I know who it was and it happened and I could tell you the date and I was in the lobby of my job where they have fucking security cameras and have it on'? Do you really think that the cops would turn you away for telling them?
The entire hair pulling incident that she keeps referring to was the one that we saw on camera, right? It was literally filmed at a convention.
No.
Oh,
It was in the Funimation lobby.
It
So-
does sound
okay,
like
that's-
she is diminishing.
But wasn't
her
there one
own,
where they are kind of dancing on stage? Like
No,
and
that's
stuff?
Kara Edwards.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, God.
and there's
All
no
right,
hair
I'm
pulling.
gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
So it sounds to me like she's diminishing her own case by saying that. It's almost as if she knows that it was a gentle whatever. Oh, your hair is nice, and that if they did see it on camera, they'd be like, "What are you talking about?"
Right.
Do you guys see why I want them to keep talking? Keep talking,
Yes.
Jamie. Keep talking,
Yes.
Monica. Please, just keep,
I've never
just keep
wanted them to
flapping
be
your
so-
gums. Just keep flapping your gums.
I just want most of the talking they do to be in front of a jury. That's all.
Yes.
So,
Can you imagine getting them in front of a jury and getting Vic? Can you Ron versus Vic in front of a jury? How big of a bloodbath is that going to be?
There's a protest I could get behind.
There's a
like
splash
petitioning
zone,
and
dude.
protesting
A
the court to
splash
allow
zone.
cameras. Right.
Yeah.
For Texas, I'm not positive, but in most, well, not in most, in some states anyway, they separate charges of battery and assault, right?
Mhm.
So assault is like you put someone in fear of being harmed, and battery is you touch them when they don't want to be touched.
Yes.
So, for example, Chris Rock, what Will Smith
no.
did to Chris Rock was battery.
Random 11, how dare you bring up that topic?
Oh,
We
I'm
can't
sorry.
escape.
I'm sorry. Anyway, so she could argue that it was battery that he touched her hair or pulled her hair.
Regardless, it's a crime. What
No,
she's
hold on.
accusing him of is a crime, and the police would take it seriously if she said somebody pulled my hair.
Hold on,
You
though.
know what though? I feel like if she did that, I feel like if she did that, she'd do it in the exact same way that you just heard right there, and she has her I'm so done with this face on, instead of oh my god, he grabbed my hair. Like it would feel like she'd just be the casual Starbucks. You got my name spelt wrong. That's how I'm picturing it.
Okay,
What
so
were you saying, random one?
she can go and say, hey, he touched my hair, and then they would look at it as battery. Battery is not really as big of a crime as assault. Fine. So the cops might say, who knows, right? They might say, oh, it's just a light battery. You weren't actually injured, like visibly injured, maybe. Whatever. They come up with an excuse, and they don't want to look into it, okay? Maybe that's the true. Okay? I'll grant her that. However, two things happen if she does go to the cops. One, they write a police report about it. So instantly they have evidence that it happened. She went to the cops about it.
Yeah.
Then it's not like 10 years later, oh yeah, this definitely happened, and he whispered something in my ear that I don't remember. No,
Believe me.
he whispered this in my ear. Like
When
day after.
when the story
Internet.
can't be corroborated 10 years later, but
Yeah.
it could be if you went to the cops at the time. And remember, the reason why Jamie didn't report it is because Vic Mignogna is this big, powerful voice actor, and she's afraid she'd lose her job. Wasn't Vic living in LA in 2011? If I recall, he was living in LA because he did most of his casting over there. So this voice actor who doesn't live in the same state as you and has no casting power somehow going to get you outed from your job if you report that he did a simple battery against you. You're going to wait 10 years when no one can corroborate your story, no one can check security cameras, no one can see if you're telling the truth. Would you
And with the way video editing can be done today, almost anything could be tampered with anyway by this point.
And it's
Even
not
back then, 2011.
It's not even that she didn't go to the cops. She didn't go to HR, and this supposedly happened at the Funimation.
You're right, and judging by how vindictive they've acted since the alleged incident, I've got zero doubt that had the interaction happened the way she described and been the traumatizing, unwanted experience they made it out to be, that she would have not only reported it immediately to the police, but also HR. And as we just established, it happened in the fucking lobby of Funimation. You'd have that footage immediately. If this was, an uncomfortable experience where getting pulled back and jerked around by the short hairs of your neck, that you could have that easily, immediately on camera and in front of the police. Vic would literally be arrested over that sort of thing immediately, which is why I call bullshit. I just don't see it happening.
Guys, remember Vic was fired over a jelly bean joke. You don't think you'd have been fired for pulling Jamie's hair?
Right?
Whose child is being murdered in the background? Is that yours, Brad?
It's my kid. He's not being murdered. He's running around screaming.
Okay,
you'll have to excuse
once it's not Brad.
You'll have to excuse my 3-year-old. He has autism, so sometimes.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, I just wanted to.
You'll see them occasionally run back and forth.
Okay, no, it's fine, Trent. I just had to make sure that. It's like, geez, okay.
Yes, daddy duty never ends.
Never ends. All right, let's get this.
Yeah, and I know who it was. Like, what? What are they gonna do?
I'll be right back. Ludicrous. I mean, like, as somebody, I was raped as a teenager, right? And when I was a teenager, we knew who the guy was. We went to the police. We said, this is his name. And you know what happened? Fuck all.
I believe this 0. And
that means there's a police report, though, right?
Right? Now, Monica grew up in Houston, Texas. If there's a police report, I don't know if we'd have access to it. I doubt it. But it would be great for Monica to produce that. Put it on WeWillBeInTouch.com. You have a website for it and everything. Just put that up there. Let us see it. Because I bet you if we saw the report, we might find that what the police found was inconclusive because, turns out the guy who raped her was her older boyfriend. And turns out, I think it's very possible that the rape turns out that Monica had sex with her boyfriend, her parents found out, and she lied about it or something like that. Happens all the fucking time. I do not believe for 1 second that quote unquote fuck all happened when she went to the police. I guarantee you they must have done something. There's no way they said, well, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do because you're a woman. Like that's not how that went down. I would love to hear the police's explanation as to how all that happened. Anyway, I'm going to skip over some of these comments so we stay on topic. Sucks that they didn't bring in Peter Calamity with Goku Black. Man, totally. Because fuck Sean Schemmel for that. I would just say without addressing them. Hold on, without addressing them individually, I just say I totally agree with all the statements of the voice actors you miss. It would be great to get a lot of them back for sure. I'm just going to go ahead and skip through them though because we don't.
I agree too. It's just all because they're all ocean. That's why.
The pants ripping. Where did pants ripping come up? We'll save this for when Trent gets back.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So it's like, why would you, for pulling hair or for, being aggressive?
Why would you go to the police for assault? I just don't understand.
Like, why would you call the police? Because they haven't done anything in the past. Now, if it's something like substantial, then and you're.
By the way, I just want to point out the fact right now that they are literally telling victims, like, why would you go to the police? The police never did anything in the past, right?
Okay, wait a minute. They are beyond contradicting themselves right now. They're saying, why would you do exactly what I did?
No, they didn't go to the police.
No.
Except for
they're accusing him of something while saying it was what they're saying. Why would you do this? He just pulled my hair. Why would you go to the police for that? But they're calling it rape. Is what it sounds like to me they're doing. Am I missing a beat here?
It sounds to me like they are ascribing the current political climate of policing to back in the day when I presumably wasn't as charged. Though when back in that day I was probably like 4 or something, so I can't speak to that. But that's just a theory. It just
sounds like to me that the situation is that they're using is, oh yeah, he pulled my hair, this yada yada yada. He ate me as a metaphorical being. But they're saying, why would you go to the cops for that when that's the exact same things that actually been, quote unquote, that depending on how you want to spin it, that Vic quote unquote did. But the thing is that they're saying, why would you do that? But they're calling all of this rape. So
again, this is the tricky thing. It's
Monica.
I can't even straighten out the argument that they're not calling this rape because they haven't kept their accusations straight. Right? I would like to say they're not calling it rape.
I'm not confused for no reason.
Right. I would like to say that they're not calling it rape, but actually they're only not calling it rape now. Right? They're backpedaling, downplaying it now. Versus the original accusations where they lumped it in with all the accusations. Oh, we'll see who's a registered sex offender when all this wraps up and all those sorts of things, right? So I can't say that they're not calling it rape because once upon a time they did at least insinuate it greatly. By the way, Trent, Stan Dolan says you are correct. Faisal would claim exactly like how he did in his affidavit. Heresy. Hearsay? That's supposed to be.
I think it's hearsay.
It's heresy.
It is heresy, but I think
to be fair, anything that comes out of Faisal Ahmed's mouth is heresy. So,
right.
By the way, what is it? Vic is so big and powerful. This reminded me.
Right.
How did he get canceled in one tweet? This reminded me of when you were saying how was it? Jamie was saying, "Oh, he's so big and powerful," or whatever.
Monica. Monica's the one who said that.
Yeah, I just like to imagine that it's.
I'm not the only one that fucks it up.
Oh my god, I completely forgot where I was going. I had this thought when you were saying that earlier, and then it came back, and now it's gone
about
again.
how
all over
he's so big in the industry and has all that power.
He's so big.
I just think it's funny.
Something with the power. God damn.
Well, I was gonna say I just think it's funny that they claim that Vic had all this power, and all it took was all it took was, a hashtag to get him ousted
Oh
from
no
the industry in record
I remember
time.
it.
Okay.
I like to think that what she was saying, that she didn't want to go to the police because he's so big and powerful. I conveyed that as they go to the police and they're like, "It's Vic Mignogna. We know that guy. He's so big. He's celebrity, man."
Except they also would not be able to pronounce his name.
Mignogna.
Kurt, you're bleeding. Yes, call the police, but I don't want to. I want to set expectations. You know what I mean?
Right. Realistic expectations.
Yeah.
And
I can't overstate this enough. They are literally telling victims, be realistic about going to the police. Don't go to the police if it's nothing like what we didn't go to the police for. Like, it's unbelievable, the actual statement. I'm going to rewind this just slightly so we can get the full breadth of what they're saying here.
Yes. Now, if it's something like substantial, then and you're hurt and you're bleeding, yes, call the police. But I don't want to. I want to set expectations. Yeah.
If you're assaulted, if you're raped, but you're not, it's not substantial. You're not bleeding.
It's okay, Trent.
Don't
I have an
go to the
aneurysm
police,
too, buddy.
Right? Like, am I hearing this wrong, or is that not what they've just said?
Open mouth.
You're being assaulted. You're being forced down to the ground and being hurt physically. No, I don't go to the police.
If he throws you onto a bed, don't go to the police unless he slaps you with a remote.
Pushes you in a closet, close the door. There's no bruising, but you were assaulted and locked in against your will. Whatever you do, do not tell the police.
That scene in Billy Madison is running through my head.
Yes, I know, right?
You guys know the scene I'm talking about, where he looks at Billy and says, "We are all now dumber for having listened."
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Monica Rial, get a fucking clue. God,
I can't believe that how often they flip-flop on come forward, we believe all victims, but then don't even bother. Have realistic expectations.
Let me give you guys a story about somebody I know who was actually assaulted. Somebody I knew, I worked with a long time ago, was walking home from work, and a guy came up to her with a knife and said, "If you don't do this to me right here, I will cut you. I will stab you." So she did, and she reported it to the cops. Was she bleeding? No. Was she hurt? No. Was she assaulted? Yes. You go to the police when you are assaulted, whether you're bleeding or not. And by the way, they caught the guy, and he's in prison right now. So yes, Monica,
that's good.
Even if you are not bleeding, you go to the police.
Right. I just look, if anybody out there is victimized in any way, I cannot say enough. Go to the fucking police. Go as early as possible. Take care of it immediately. Get a paper trail leading back to the moment, and when all the details are fresh, when the DNA is still inside of you, go immediately.
Yes,
to get
what they call a rape kit.
Get
they
the
call it a rape kit.
done.
Yes.
If you actually care about your assailant being held responsible and getting punished for the crime, go immediately.
Yeah, and here's the deal. It's not easy. No, I'm not going to sit here and say it is easy to go to the police and recount what had happened to you. But it is very important you do so. It is going to be painful. It is going to suck. You are going to have bad memories, bad experiences, nightmares, the whole deal. It is going to be hard to face that person in court. But if you care about what happened to you and you want that person to be prosecuted and prevented from doing it to somebody else, then it is a necessary evil that you turn them into the police and you pursue charges. Because if not, what's to say he doesn't kill the next person he goes after, he or she, whatever you want to call it? What is to say the next person is not more than a victim of an assault, that the assault escalates to something more? That is why it is very important. And it sucks. Yeah. No one should be a victim of anything. And rape is one of the things that I think should be punished way harsher than it is, because it should never happen. But when you have people like Monica and Jamie who treat it like a joke, they make it 10 times harder for an actual victim to be hurt. So when the police don't investigate, you two idiots are to blame.
Right. That's actually, I was just about to echo that point. Like you said, it is going to be difficult. And that's why the sentiment of supporting and believing survivors is incredibly important. And these two women coming out and literally just auditing past experiences with Vic and then trying to warp them into something that they weren't in order for the sake of putting a face to it and helping other victims come forward and everything, that exactly what they did is the reason why people aren't believed and have a harder time.
Never
It
helps
makes
the
it
cause.
No.
It makes it 10 times harder for people to actually come forward and to deal with all the pain and the shame and having to go to court and face their accuser, be in the courtroom with the person who assaulted them or raped them or worse. It makes it that much harder for them when people like Jamie and Monica do it just for shits and giggles and cackle on their fucking podcast like it meant nothing.
Let me just put it this way: if someone raped me, dude, I would love to stand in court and fucking stare them down and say, "I'm telling everything you did, bitch, and you're gonna go to prison." I'd be pretty happy about it. No offense. Like,
No,
let them get what they deserve.
I thought that sentence was going a
See,
lot.
this-
in a different direction.
Lance right now is bluffing any potential rapists. He wants them to know he will not remain silent. he will shame you in court. He says, "Bring it on, bitch."
I swear I won't get another VA's name wrong. I swear, Reese, don't do it again.
Oh my god.
Oh, bad.
Yeah, you're gonna go up against Reese in court if you keep that up.
But please, let's point out they're okay with what Damon Mills did, and there's actual evidence to back that up. And their excuses, they weren't
that's
close
blowing
with
my
that
mind.
information.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. But I just want to address again. They claimed that Vic was so powerful in the industry that they feared him. But a tweet, a hashtag took Vic down, and then when it came to Damon Mills, the entire industry basically came to his aid to back him up and pressured the victim and all. I mean, it's projection, right? Accusing Vic of the thing that they have, their little clique that sticks up for them and will silence their victims. I mean, it's all the stuff that their side actually did that we have watched unfold in the past month is what they accused Vic of having the ability to do. But when it came down to it, none of that fucking happened.
Every
Vic
single time,
got ousted.
every single time this shit comes out with Damon, with DC, with Emmett Plant. God, that was probably the funnest time I've ever had on YouTube, roasting Emmett Plant for his Discord. But all these people who spoke out against Vic, when they all have their own shit come out, and then they're defended, but Vic was ousted within an instant. They look so much worse. I talked about it on
given a fair trial before he got outed either.
No, and I talked about this in a video too. It's like, here's what's not acceptable behavior versus what is acceptable behavior. And I mean, when you compare the two, they look horrible. They look awful because they've accepted Damon Mills having an inappropriate relationship with a minor. They've accepted DC Douglas filming in a women's bathroom. They accepted Emmett Plant harassing or asking, whatever you want to call it, his Discord members for sexual healing or whatever the case may be. But Vic Mignogna tells a jelly bean joke and he's got to go. Vic
He
Mignogna
choked on the bean, apparently.
Vic Mignogna has a consensual kiss with a coworker. He's got to go. I mean, give me a break. And by the way, Sarah Breckmeyer stayed silent throughout this entire thing. You think that's because she knows if she were to say the truth, which would probably back Vic's story, she wouldn't be attacked? Look at Stan, for crying out loud.
Not only that, she's currently dating Ian Sinclair.
So it'd be like,
I feel
what,
sorry for
you
her.
had feelings for another man?
I mean, I assume that the relationship that he had with her, that Vic had with her, predates Ian Sinclair dating her. But I'm just saying, you know,
Wait, he's dating her.
Yeah,
Ian Sinclair's dating
Okay,
Sarah.
I'm not going to
Brockmeyer.
comment on that. Continue.
Again, I
Okay.
feel sorry for her because, I mean, she could do so much
Lance
better.
wants Ian Sinclair to date him instead. That's why.
Right. The guy that Lance was talking about, that he was basically daring to come rape him. That was Ian Sinclair. All right, so Scarlet Fire Sky said Ron and Vic should settle this with some boxing. Ron would go home crying to Monica.
Yes, please. I would pay to watch
I'd
that.
pay to see that.
No, because if that would happen, Vic would be punching, Ron would be slapping.
If that happened, Vic would be on trial for murder. After one punch death. All right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Realistic expectations.
Yeah.
And if, the police feel that's not the case, then they should make sure that other police know that that's not the
I'm
case.
still here.
But also, too, like, I think that is a show me you've never taken an HR sexual harassment course in your life, right? I had 2 the same week, and they covered touching other people. Don't touch other people. Don't touch their hair. Don't touch their clothes. Don't touch their bodies. It is not appropriate.
And it's not hard to
everybody
do.
knows that. Yeah.
It's not hard to keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Like, in it... anyway.
Who put this video together?
I did.
You're epic. You are an epic troll for that. Thank
Do you
you.
guys know what
Thank you
that's
for
from?
pointing out the hypocrisy of everything she just said about all the touch and shit that you just showed.
That video with like the grabbing the breasts and stuff and all that, the inappropriate things, that video is on Chris Sabat's personal YouTube channel.
Which
I
will
thought you were
soon
about to
likely
say-
be deleted if this ever surfaces.
I thought you were about to say personal spank bake. I'm like, Jesus Christ. How'd you
Yep,
get a hold of that? But no,
Yeah,
if anybody's had a job, you've gone through sexual harassment training. If you've ever worked, literally you've gone through sexual harassment training. I mean, come on, it's another one of those things where these people think that everybody who's following this situation are 30-something-year-olds, males, in their parents' basement, never worked, and nothing. And that's not the case. Normal, everyday people are paying attention to this shit and see how freaking ridiculous it is, to the point where their own side is now starting to question the things they are saying.
Well, again, and to be clear, I actually don't have any issue with the behavior in the video. The people are clearly, it's like a Christmas party. They're literally just having a good time. I've got no issue with it. The only reason I'm including it at all, the only reason I include this video here of Jamie putting her arm around Vic, right? The only reason I'm including it is to point out the hypocrisy, to point out the fact that they are pretending now like it's not okay. It's never okay. This is personal space. This is inappropriate behavior. Now, I would like to just point out real quick.
Don't touch other people. Don't touch their hair. Don't touch their clothes. Don't touch their bodies. It is not...
I believe, I forgot, I looked up who this guy was and I already forgot. This girl, I believe that's his spouse. I don't believe that's another voice actor. That is his spouse.
Appropriate.
And it's not
spouse. Okay. So I just want to be clear. I don't want to misrepresent that these are 2 employees doing inappropriate things together. I am pretty sure that most of the inappropriate sexual things that happened in the video on Sabbath's channel are between voice actors and their spouse. Just to be clear.
And it all seems very consensual.
Except for this.
Especially
I don't
the
think...
guy being held up down. You think he's about everyone.
I don't think this was between a spouse.
He knows that. Yeah.
It's not hard to keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right? Like
Clearly it is for you.
Real victims would not have been nice to the person who victimized them later. We can't be real victims because we took pictures with Vic at conventions.
Do you not know how promo works, people? What you see at the convention is the same person that you see, like we are in real life. Like there's no facades here, you know?
Yeah, we're not great at that. A lot of people can. They can have like 2 personas, and one is different in front of people than they are at home. Neither one of us are good at that.
It sounds like too much work. Like
Yeah.
we have to
Subtitle
go to
was a
conventions.
lie.
We have
that
to.
was clearly 3 hours ago.
Oh boy.
It was actually 9 minutes from, if we're looking at just their recording, it was 9 minutes prior to this moment.
Put on. Also, you guys have to remember that like back in those days when we were taking pictures at conventions, we had not yet talked about our experiences amongst ourselves. So we were all kind of suffering individually in silence without realizing that our friends, and many more than you guys realize, were affected.
Pause it.
And so that's another.
Pause it. Monica, where are they? Where? And why don't you name them? Because they don't exist. You don't have friends.
Because the current narrative that they're trying to put forward is that they'll say this, we told people not to go public to spare because they couldn't handle the harassment we were getting. They couldn't handle not being able to go on Twitter and have a notification every second from people harassing them. They couldn't handle having to just put the fucking phone down for a while, right? They couldn't handle that, so we told them not to come forward. Your story, don't come forward. Don't go to the police. Be realistic about it. Have a realistic expectation. Just fucking bullshit with these women and the way that they approach this situation.
And people wonder why I call them awful people, especially Monica Rial.
Other thing too is that it's like you put on appearances. Like I kept giving him second, third, fourth chances to try and redeem himself because I really do believe people can change. But
put on appearances. We can't be different people. Neither of us are good at that.
Also, even if her argument is accurate, that I kept giving him chances. You kept giving. Did you ever bring it up with him, or did you just expect him to magically change? Like assuming everything she said was true about Vic, did you expect him to just magically get better, or did you ever, as his friend that wanted to give him so many chances, did you ever tell him, "Hey, you need to stop that"?
Yeah, it's kind of like
it's just a better idea to try to ruin your life, cost you a possible marriage and or fiance, and it's just better to do that if they're your friend.
I mean, she claims that she routinely pulled Vic aside and had these conversations with him going back years. She claimed that. Yeah, who knows? I doubt it. I don't think
she claimed that.
Yeah, she did claim it. Yes.
Okay.
She claimed it, but I think she claimed it before it was in a deposition situation where she would have been under oath, but I'd have to re-listen to it.
Man, it's amazing that you can tell all these lies and cost someone their life, but then the moment you're under oath, you can change your tune, and it's all good.
Amazing how that works.
So, what is it? So, if you do something, I don't know, with another person, that's just kind of like, I don't know, say annoying, for example, harmless but annoying. It's not harassment unless you tell them to stop, because otherwise they see it as like, okay, they're fine with it. Not that I'm saying that, Vic just violently grabbed her hair or something because she didn't say anything, so it was absolutely okay. It wasn't a battery or whatever. But the whole point is you have to tell them to stop for anything to actually get done.
Yeah, it's not actually considered harassment unless you've specifically asked for them to cease the activity and they continue to do it, referring to Vic and their accusation.
Just quickly, and Vic said specifically with Jamie that he did not ever get told to stop, otherwise he would have.
He said that about Monica, but yes, he said if she had ever asked me, if she had ever said, please don't do that again, I never would have done it again.
I'm pretty sure it was about Jamie when he was touching her hair in the lobby.
I thought that was
well in the deposition clip. I think he said Mrs. Rial.
Yeah,
I mean, anyway. Miss Rial. They're not married yet.
At the risk.
Either way, he said it out.
Hold on. For the record, remember when I said that at the beginning of this, I said that I selectively edited parts of Vic's deposition. Just to be clear, the kind of thing I was talking about, since FDM brought it up, is, I'm sorry, Miss Rial, they weren't married yet, right? So that is actually one of the things that I cut out. Lemoyne says Mrs. Rial and then corrects himself to Miss Rial, right? That is one of the things, if you watch it back, I cut it out so he just says Miss Rial. I didn't waste your time with that. Just to give you an example of the sort of things that I cut out that didn't edit it any substantive way, that's what I'm talking about.
I just want to point out,
30 seconds to spiel about it for another 30 seconds, so time equals.
Damn it! Lost.
I just want to point out, Vic Mignogna has also stated he has never in his life been attracted to Jamie Markey.
Now I just say I do have a clip.
They have that one clip.
Yeah, I do have a clip. There's a clip on YouTube. Vic Mignogna leopard print underwear story or something like that. And weirdly, during this story, at the end of it, he asks Jamie to stand up and says, "Doesn't she look wonderful today?" or something like that. So you could impeached his testimony right there. He at one point thought she looked lovely. Right?
I don't know, man. I think that whole using the fan to conceal the quote kiss thing is a bit more damning.
I thought that was Kara Edwards he kissed, not Jamie.
No, that's Jamie in that. That's
that
Jamie, J. Michael Tatum, and Vic at Whose Line Is It Anime. Also, Mecha J says, "How are we supposed to believe them if they are unwilling to offer up any evidence?" Right?
Listen and believe, Mecha J. Always, never question.
Believe Whammon. Right. Anyway, so let's continue here. We're almost halfway.
Yeah. But you still
The
have
thing
to
is-
put on the good face.
Yeah, it's a job.
Mm-hmm.
It's a job. And
Monica,
if somebody
you don't
comes
have a
forward
good face.
about somebody that propositioned them at work and that person is reprimanded but not fired, they still have to work together. You can't just quit your job. You can't leave your career because somebody else decided to do whatever, right? You still have to find a way to do your job. Lots of people do work with people they don't like and they make it work, right? Because we're smiling on a camera does not mean we're best friends with everybody in that picture. Especially at a convention. Go find pictures of us, like we've said before, to go find pictures of us actually hanging out, right? You and I vacation together.
Yes.
Okay, so real quick, do I still have it in here?
I can't imagine how
You guys
insufferable
removed
that
it, you
vacation
bastards.
will be.
So they're about to talk about. Oh no, I got it right here. First of all, Vic is amazed by my Mai Tai. So I'll just be real quick. I believe this was from Monica Rial's Instagram. I believe this was them eating out during Anime Oasis in 2014. Okay, so this doesn't impeach their testimony that they don't hang out outside of cons. However, I would like to point out the incredibly disingenuous way that they treat this argument, because nobody is accusing them of being besties with Vic. Let me ask everybody here, do you or do you not have people at your place of employment that you call friends, that you never speak to or hang out with outside of work?
Correct.
I'm just going to call out Footnam for what he always says. It's weird when people say we're friends. The word is overused and abused.
I was about to say that, actually. I was going to say
the point
people
it's
say
like having
friends.
Facebook or YouTube friends.
I
It really
don't-
means nothing.
I don't have any friends, guys. I'm sorry.
Ouch. All of
I
us
guess-
just got BTFO'd by Trent.
Holy shit.
But the thing I always say is that it's like
we
people
got
talk
friend
about
zoned, but
how
not.
you're friends or whatever at work or whatever, and then they're upset that you're whatever. You're not like vouching for them or dying for them, and you're just like, what? We're co-workers. We have to get along. It's like you're friendly acquaintance.
There is something called work friends, right? Church friends.
You're
work
friendly
friends.
towards them.
These are groups of people that you have made a human connection with on one level, right? Now, you've got quote unquote friends, people who are closer than family. It's a completely different group. But the umbrella term friends, when Vic refers to these people as they were his friends, right? That means that they weren't enemies. When they go to a con, you could interact with another person that you have talked to before and have an interaction where you could get to the outcome that is expected, that would remain positive and mutually beneficial. The way that just hanging out with somebody at work, any work friend scenario would bring you. Right now, they are conflating this or attempting to say that Vic said we were friends, but we never hung out outside of conventions. Jamie and I, we go on vacations together. We celebrate birthdays together. It's like nobody is claiming that you guys are best friends the way that Jamie and Monica are best friends. Nobody claimed that Vic was best friends with Jamie and Monica.
Well, that's a lie. Vic did. Vic thought Monica was his best friend. He considered her best friend, but nobody outside of the situation did.
Well, I mean, I gotta. Okay, Trent brings up a point that I was thinking about. Like during one of the things we listened to Vic talking, he did go off about like how he was hurt. He's like, I thought these people were my friends, and then they turned on me. He really does kind of make it sound like in his mind, these weren't just coworkers. They were.
No, you've completely misunderstood what I'm saying about work friends. I'm saying that there are people that in the sphere of your work, I guarantee you, Vic has.
I understand that.
Hold on, Vic has plenty of friends in real life that are not voice actors, right? But in the realm of his job, he is friendly to these people. He could call them up on the phone and they would answer and not let it go to voicemail. Right, as happens in countless panels.
Wouldn't that make you a best friend?
where Todd Habercorn calls Vic while he's at a panel. Vic calls Todd during panels. This is the kind of thing people on the other end of that phone call who don't know that you're in a panel, right, are going to answer because they are friendly towards you. They
The
are
better word
not
is
enemies
teammates,
or
in a
indifferent
way.
to you,
We're,
right?
you know.
This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so it's not the same thing as
Comrade.
obviously Vic's not going on vacations with Jamie and Monica. Nobody would expect them to. Do you really think that they would hire that they would have Vic join them going to Cancun or someplace? I very much doubt it.
God
I wouldn't
forbid
even.
the
I wouldn't
stories that
even
would come out
argue.
of them being in a bikini and him being within 5 feet of them.
I wouldn't even expect Vic to go vacation with somebody that actually would consider him a friend, like Chuck Huber. You know what I mean? Like they might go to do something together outside of the con, maybe get drinks or maybe go to Vegas or something while they're in, go to a casino while they're in Vegas together, or do something of the effect like that. Like I could see something like that happening, but it's just such a disingenuous argument to act
I
as
see
though.
where you're coming from, but to me, it does kind of feel like he felt like they were, not just the work friends. Even she tries to claim that she cared about him enough to, try to talk him out of his bad behavior, which is
Vic
funny to me.
did make mention that he realized after the fact that he might have been just like way too trusting, that he's the type of person that you'd probably consider gullible. And
he was
I
very
think,
Well,
trusting.
that's the thing.
He let his guard
I'll
down,
say this too.
and they abused it.
My father-in-law is first generation Italian. Okay, he literally came to the United States from Italy, right? And to him, everybody's my friend, right? Like that is part of the Italian culture. Extremely friendly people, right? And treat everybody, people you've just met, as though they are, friends. People that you get along with, you treat as though they're like your best friend. So
I'm coming to your house for spaghetti.
It is a little different. I would say it is probably
nothing
a
but
little
garlic
for Vic, right? But the point I'm making is that they're taking their bestie relationship that they have together, Jamie and Monica, and saying, well, we didn't have that with Vic. We weren't his friend. We didn't like him even, kind of thing. Anyway,
so why would Vic and Jamie and Monica all go on vacation together? One, that's kind of weird too. They probably didn't hang out all that often because Vic lived in a different state. And my understanding is Monica and Jamie have lived in Texas for a while. Vic was in LA for years. But my understanding was that Monica and Vic used to communicate, at least over the phone, on a near daily basis. So they had to have been some sort of friendliness outside of the con circuit. I mean, for God's sake, they knew each other for 20 years. They've known each other since what? I think they said 1999 or something like that. But my understanding was they talked almost on a near daily basis, like text messages or whatever the case may be. But why would they hang out if they live in different states? The only way they'd see each other is conventions.
Mm-hmm.
I want to real quick make my point that I was going to make earlier. It's funny to me that they would say, "Why would you go to the police for this or whatever?" Talking about the whole hair pulling or whatever. But listen. I want to make a point here. I've had my hair pulled. I've had it pulled extremely hard. I've had it playfully pulled.
And
are you coming out against the inside player?
This is vastly entertaining.
Hold on. What I want to make is that if your hair is pulled to the point, violently or something like that, that hurts like hell. And all I'm going to say is,
Lance likes his hair pulled. Confirmed.
Oh God.
He's like, oh, don't get me started.
Negavolts, confirm in the comments.
Oh no! Shut up. There's no telling what she'll do. But the thing is what I'm trying to point out is that if someone like violently just jerks your hair and does it in a way that it's scars you for life, why the fuck wouldn't you report that to the police? Because it's for it to be painful enough for you to react, you're not going to forget it.
So I think it's important. I just realized I still had this in here. You need to stop. I never said he wasn't a friend or colleague, right? So there's that. Just throwing that out there. But also, I gotta love this for JT Los Code Lyoko. First of all, they have that defund the police headspace and in touch podcast, huh? More like out of touch podcast live from Applebee's.
JT, don't insult Applebee's like that. How dare you?
Where everyone is family.
Live from Starbucks.
Gilzino says, can Victor's
Hooters.
comment, thanks for the podcast. I've sent it to my attorneys and law enforcement. I will not be harassed. Have a nice day.
Oh, the Homeland Security is coming to your house now.
So I'll say this. I've noticed as I've gone through the tweets to, have them that I can display on stream and everything, that a lot of the tweets from 2019, especially, you'll see Monica. Actually, I got it right here. Actually, let me show you. I got one like, oh, fuck it. There it is. Okay. You'll see it like this. She's replying to, this tweet is from a suspended account, right? Or there'll be, this tweet was deleted by the author. This tweet is from a suspended. You'll see this all the time. I think, honestly, that the threats, the Homeland Security and all that, I think that took hold. I think that they actually got these people to delete their Twitter accounts and delete their tweets because of the harassment, quote unquote. Right?
It could have been troll accounts, though, that they just made the account, because you see it all the time on Twitter. It could have been just troll accounts where they just popped up, said some random stuff, and then deleted it. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen the one floating around about the one that posted that Vic, that made it look like Vic was dead. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the person who was saying, I'm so sad to hear Vic.
Yeah. That kind of thing. That kind of thing is, it's probably a bunch of those. Monica and Jamie have not been harassed. Let's make that clear. They have not been harassed. And I have said over and over again on my channel, I'm sure you guys have all said it yourselves too, don't harass them, because that's what they want. They want that response. They do so desperately to be victims, because they know that their victimhood will get them more attention.
Right.
Notice how, and you can look up the IMDb if you don't believe me, their roles have started to diminish since 2019, since this whole thing started. And I've said, yes, you can blame the pandemic, although there's been a lot of VA work done from home. You don't necessarily need to go into Galko-chan or into Funimation to record. You can do it from home. We're doing it now. It's not that hard.
Keep
Obviously,
in mind,
you need
there's a ton of new voice actors with the simuldubs. They got so many new ones.
And because they're recording from home, they can get people who are willing to work for less, who don't even live in the same state.
Yeah,
and of course, they're going to go. When you're doing simulcast and you've got 3 a.m. recording times and stuff to get all of these shows dubbed, like, of course you're going to start going for the talent that has their own recording studio at home and can do it for half the price. Of course you are. Like, it's no wonder.
And other things I've said is, Stan pointed it out, I believe. They're starting to charge appearance fees at conventions now because they're not drawing lines. Notice how we haven't heard that about Vic. Vic doesn't need to charge an appearance fee because Vic draws everywhere he goes. Well, take Vic out of the equation with these two, and a lot of their money's gone. And to the conventions that have canceled Vic in favor of these two harpies, from now on, if Funimation calls you and says, if you have Vic, we'll pull our talent, call their bluff. Because I'm telling you right now, if enough conventions, if Funimation or Crunchyroll cancels on enough conventions, these voice actors will have to go to conventions with Vic because they'll have nowhere to go. Therefore, they will have no money. They don't make money voice acting. They make money in the conventions. And that's why those are so important. They get paid, what, $75 an hour, and they work maybe 2-3 hours on an entire season, except for the simuldubs. I'm talking like when they do it in batches. When they do like a 22 set in batches, 22 episode set in batches, they get what, $75 an hour? Their money is in the conventions.
Of course. I mean, the whole point is, and this is why the accusations about Sabbath hold some water, because ADR directors hold the ability to, for casting power, they can cast you, for example, in a property like Dragon Ball. And as I've said before, it's not about getting to voice in 291 some odd episodes or whatever. It's not about that. It's about getting cast again and again and again and again for every single video game. having that repeated work coming in. The more characters you are, the more money you're making. Every time another Dragon Ball game comes out and you voice 5 characters in it, that's a big paycheck because you're doing all the lines for each of those characters, right?
Plus, you're getting a kickback for it being your studio.
Exactly, right? And so the thing is, though, that, and this is the caveat there, and I always got to remind people, is that when it comes to Dragon Ball, Toei has to sign off on the people who are picked, but that still gives you the opportunity to be the one to choose which demo reels you send to Toei and who you let do a recording session as the character and send that off to Toei for final approval.
I wish Toei saw this and just was. I hope they see all the situation and are just disgusted by it and decide to pull that IP from them. So that'd be a massive loss for Crunchyroll.
I mean, what is Dragon Ball doing other than a couple movies now, though?
Video games.
Yeah, but I can't believe they haven't brought Super back and continued from there. Real quick, Negavolt says, Lance, show us where you want him to touch you on your rubber ducky. Or show him where you want him to touch your rubber. Also, Zedpo says, Monica literally sent him kissy emojis. Black Omega 1000 says, why send your abuser kissy emojis then?
Why indeed?
And then one of you guys, as me, said they are retconning their own rules to fit the current idea of, it was never okay to have any physical contact at Funimation. Negavolt says, Green Line, Lance does like his hair playfully pulled. He had a short rat tail once, and his girlfriend always played with it. Someone let Ian know he is Lance's favorite male VA.
All right, so we're gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one.
Tell that to
So-
Ian immediately when you see him at a con. Say, my friend Lance, he likes his rat tail pulled.
Not a duck, a rat. I see.
Jason South says, how many WrestleManias
what I
are we
get
in?
for inviting my
Not
friends to
enough.
Podcast.
Honestly, I'm surprised it's only this long.
That's the difference.
Wait, what?
Like
Do
Ron and I
tons of
were
stuff
talking
together.
about it because he was saying like, oh, these people are trying to prove that you guys are friends by posting these pictures of you guys at conventions or at dinner at conventions. And it's like, yeah, we all went out as a group and you put on a brave face and just get through it so that you can go back to the hotel room and not be around him anymore. What you see at the convention is the same person that you see, like we are in real life. Like there's no facades here, you know?
I doubt it.
Ron was pointing out, like, this isn't the same as like you and Jamie going on vacation and throwing birthday parties together and getting together at least once a week, or even like, you know, our other friends. Like we see them constantly. We talk to them constantly. We
Sounds like a clique.
know their children. They come over to our house. We go over to their houses. That's not how, at least since 2007, that's not the relationship that I had with him at all.
Nope. Yeah, no.
We can't be real victims because good Christian men would never do things like that. Barf.
I mean,
Oh, she barfed because
what
she
is
looked
more
in the mirror.
dangerous than a good Christian man?
Are you a religious man?
Christian.
Do you not know history?
Right.
Like general history about things?
Do you?
Like you might want to
How's it
do a little
disdain?
bit of like research into what happened to the Native Americans.
Oh.
Maybe look up that and who was doing that.
Or,
You know, those good Christian men.
Right.
What the fuck is she talking about?
I
What,
was
all
tempted-
the settlers that came over
Right.
from Europe were Christian? Can you
Or
verify this?
Or the other Native Americans.
Weren't? Oh my
Oh
god!
my
I have
God.
comments. But
I
won't
was
go there.
really tempted to splice in a clip of Dinesh D'Souza explaining the Democrat plantation owners were the ones behind driving the Native Americans westward. But I
Fuck
refrained.
me. Oh my.
Crusades.
We're murdering people.
The Crusades
Yes.
and all of those good Christian men that were just going out and murdering and pillaging and raping in the name of the Lord. What great
Right.
Christian men.
Yeah,
Give
so
me a fucking break.
you
I rape thee in the name of the Lord.
That needs to be a shirt.
Right.
Oh
That's
my
the
God.
rape squad. And the gangbang brigade shirt.
Oh my god.
you can just like sit and spin on that whole belief. Okay.
I don't want to spin on
The
anything
last
right
one.
now. It might be a good.
We can't be real
man.
victims because
Oh, hold on. Let's power through a couple more minutes.
We don't speak up about all people that are ever accused of anything ever. If we were real victims, all the harassment and doxing and death threats that were a part of a campaign to silence us would have taught us to speak up for everything.
By the way, this is the Damon Mills. I think this is them addressing Damon Mills.
Monica, you didn't get a single fucking death threat. Stop making that claim. We've already debunked your phantom phone call. It was one of those prank numbers that a lot of people have gotten. I'm one of
Hold
them.
on.
Oh my!
Go ahead. I've got their death threat actually.
And the whole fucking letter thing we know was a gay op. I mean, Jesus Christ! Because they specifically sent one to you, Jamie, and a hand.
It was a straight op.
Yeah, it was a. Don't even get me started on that. Nobody is sending you death threats. Nobody wants you dead. The only reason why you keep bringing it up is because you and your harpy friend over there wanted Vic dead. And you know that is exactly what you were gunning for because you tried to cut Vic off of the one important thing he had in his life, and that is his voice acting work, and most importantly, his fans. You did not want him to ever be seen in public again, and you know what that would have done to him.
All right, I've got the death threats.
I love the joking sign you keep showing constantly on screen.
Yeah.
I got the death threats. Joking.
So this is text messages between Monica on this side and Sean Schemmel on this side. What was that about? I just got a call from your number. Was that you? If so, it was an amazing impression because it didn't sound anything like you. Then Sean said, I just got a call from you that sounded like a black dude talking to me, and it wasn't an impression of you. What the hell's going on? Yeah, me too. What the fuck was that? So then there's I can't read
Hashtag me too.
Hold on, let me zoom in a little bit. And I zoom. Oh, here. Oh, that is beautiful. So, okay.
Hashtag
I can almost read it. Okay, I'm going to skip over to the ones that are readable. This is why a lot of people were afraid to say anything. Vic's personal involvement with his fan club tends to rile them up beyond reason. It's unhealthy in this case and become dangerous. See, they had ones like saying stuff like you should wear a here. I hope she's wearing a bulletproof vest in her next convention because someone might get certain ideas. So these are like nobody's actually making like death threats, but they're saying like this could go sour. You know, I haven't seen any that are actual legitimate death threats. These are YouTube comments, by the way. According to this, YouTube, right?
Well, here's the deal. How do we know that's just not someone being a fucking troll? And by the way, that's not even show that to a cop and they'll say, yeah, that's not a death threat. That's not a death threat in any sense of the word. Should it be said? No. And whoever said that was probably just trolling them. Or another gay op.
Anyway, I'm just pointing out, these are the alleged death threats that I've seen.
And
right.
well,
and
there was that one letter that went around saying, I forget, it was so long ago, I forget what it was, but there was a screenshot of it that apparently Jamie got one, Monica got one, and a couple other people got one. And apparently it came from Florida. So I don't know.
Eventually, I will have all of this stuff here in the timeline. I God knows when, but anyway. So I just want to throw that out there. Let's power through more of this.
Apparently, like we're hypocrites because
yes, you are.
We only spoke up about our experience and we don't speak up about everyone's experience, regardless of the fact that
I support victims.
They threatened to kill us.
Right?
Yes.
You know, like
I believe.
And
victims.
not only that, but like it happened to us. Yeah. So why would we speak up about
survivors.
something that does not include us, that we did not experience, but we were an outsider to?
I am
like
all for
that's what they're
victims.
doing. It's called projection.
Yep.
But for us, it's like we spoke up on the incident that we were involved in because we knew all of the information. If I don't know all of the information and I don't have both sides of the story, guess what? I'm not going to say shit.
I'm not going to say shit.
Yeah. And sometimes if I do, I'm not going to say shit.
Yeah.
Sometimes if I do, I'm not going to say shit. To ignore victims would truly be uncivilized.
Because I don't want to have to deal with it.
Yeah. And it's not our
You know,
job
like-
to police it. Like, sorry.
Pause it.
Yeah.
Pause it.
Yeah.
Then why the fuck did you let so many voice actors back you and fall on their sword to defend you? Who, by the way, had no involvement in this? Did DC Douglas, was he inappropriately touched by Vic? How about Damon Mills or the endless list
Damon
of
Mills
voice actors?
did say that Vic was creepy to me too.
Well, I mean,
Did Christopher
there's-
Sabat and Vic
Damon-
Mignogna cuddle on the couch for a
I
while?
mean, Damon is creepy to everybody, so I don't even know where he's getting that from. But I'm just saying, like, all these voice actors
Shots
and industry
fired.
people that you let fall on their swords to defend you, all of a sudden, we're calling you to task, be like, okay, you guys set this precedent. We didn't. So here's one of your supposed friends, because let's not forget, when they all canceled on Command Con, Damon Mills was right there with them. And did they stop him then? No. But when it comes out that he's done something inappropriate, you guys are dead fucking silent. You guys set that precedent. We didn't. We're just calling you out for saying you support victims, right? Well, we have one here and you're fucking ignoring him. So do you stand for victims or do you just not want to deal with it? Pick one.
I just read this. The power of thoughts compels thee. In the name of the Father, the Son, and horny spirit.
Thought force assemble.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh,
Also,
my God.
Where's the podcast robot when we need him?
Monica and Monica, Jamie
The
just outed
mega
her own
whore.
husband. Fiance. Personal
Fiance.
fucking fiance.
Yeah, no
Trying
shit.
to
Can't get divorced unless you're not married. Or sorry, unless you're married.
Trying to get divorced since Ron technically is a good Christian man. Screw these two. All right, continuing.
It is the expectation from people who were so adamant that
The
we shut up.
expectation
The
you set.
expectation of them for us to speak is very bizarre. Like
It
you,
is,
like
yeah.
get together in your little hut, your anger hut, and make a decision, and then let us know what we're supposed to do, so we can still tell you to fuck yourselves. But still, at least decide.
Please tell
I
me to
will-
fuck myself,
hold on,
please.
Hold on, and listen to me. Listen to me. I will fuck
It's
myself
my
if I want to.
Exactly.
I paused it because we needed an Anger Hut shirt. Like a Pizza Hut logo, an Anger Hut.
You know what's funny? It's they're the ones with the
I just
anger
love-
hut. They're the
Trey,
ones
did you
with
know
the
that I
anger
made a shirt for them?
hut. Did you? Oh God. Who did somebody legit say they were lizard people? I know that they claim that someone
I
said
very
it.
much doubt it, but
We don't
I thought
have
it was too funny to
verification.
know. What's up?
We don't have verification.
No, we
And
don't
did-
have
And why
verification.
would George Soros waste a fucking dime on these two? I need answers because there's some weird shit.
They
floating
wish
around there.
they wish they worked for George Soros and he funded their.
Well,
their
I don't know if
defense.
they were at any BLM or Antifa riots because we've known that he's funded those. So
Right.
maybe I don't know.
And the destabilization in Ukraine, but we'll talk about that another time.
Make a choice.
Right. I just love that it's a bunch of predominantly angry men who are like,
It's so weird.
Misandrous.
Who's
hey,
angry?
ladies,
Right.
shut the fuck up. But then in certain situations, they're like,
No,
why did they shut up? What's going on? It's like, you guys, hypocrites. They're all
Yeah.
hypocrites.
No, actually, we're pointing out how you're hypocrites. That's how that works.
And guess what? None of us are angry. Like you think that you think that us coming on here and maybe speaking a little bit forcefully is anger. I'm not. If you were found in a river tomorrow, I wouldn't care. If you won the Powerball lottery tomorrow, I wouldn't care. That's not it. You set this precedent. We didn't. And the fact you're calling it an angry hut, Monica, I haven't blocked you. You blocked me. You blocked all of us. You want to talk about an angry hut or a hug box? You are firmly in one and only listen to people who agree with you. I
Yeah.
have openly said I will talk to anybody, including you. Tell me to my face to go fuck myself, please.
Right. They blocked
want
me. Well, actually, to her credit, Jamie did not block me until her infamous schools need to reopen so there can be more school shootings again tweet.
Oh yeah, that
I
fucking
never
was fun.
interacted with either of these people ever.
I haven't
they
either.
Used, they used the blockchain, right? And I suffered through Twitter notifications for Jamie to know everything that was being said, just so that I could report on it as a good journalist here. And she only resorted to the blockchain after that colossally bad take. Also, Nekaville says, so does the fireplace sound make anyone else want s'mores? I don't remember you saying this. I am so sorry, Random 11. As soon as an opportunity comes up, as soon as one of them sounds like they're eating something or some excuse pops up for me to get some s'mores in there, I will try to put marshmallows roasting on the fire.
I got an excuse. If they drop an episode 3, just start it off with the marshmallows,
Dear
so you
God,
can differentiate.
I was everybody the trouble. Jesus Christ.
I was gonna have the people. Start to get more and more burned up over time, but I haven't had time to work on those levels of.
We don't have the budget for that quite
right,
yet.
Not yet.
That's where your guys' super chats come in.
Right.
All
If
zero.
you'd like to support the OCA podcast, please rape us now.
In the name of the Lord.
Yeah. Projection. So those are some of the reasons that we can't be victims. As you can see,
the fact you made a list tells
and
us that
anyone
what
who
we
is
say
a
bothers
victim
you.
will tell you that's bullshit. So let's do questions.
Finally,
so
the
this
first
is
question.
probably a dumb question, considering I'm sure you probably will think it's dumb, but I thought I'd ask it anyway. There's this weird thing that Vic supporters do where they'll take pictures of your booths at conventions when there's little to no people there and say that because your lines are small, you're not making money and are therefore failures. They then proceed to post pictures of Vic's lines that are long and say that he's more successful than you. Was just curious to hear your thoughts on this dumb tidbit.
Because he is.
I do think it's dumb, but not your
You
question.
hate it.
I understand.
So dumb.
the
You're dumb.
sentiment.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And
But
it's
here's the
great
thing.
because we've wanted to talk about this.
Right, we wanted to talk about this forever because it's so, well, dumb. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
So articulate.
It's real dumb. Real dumb.
So, we're busy at conventions. That's just the way it goes. Unless the convention itself is slow, and then there's really not a whole lot we can do
and then
about
you'll
that.
just find us talking to other voice actors.
Right, just hanging out.
Yeah, just hanging out.
But there have been many times where we don't get to eat or use the restroom all day because, we don't want to keep fans waiting. That's rude.
I doubt it.
There are times, though, when we have like photo ops or a panel or whatever where they'll cut off our line so that we can go do the panel or go do photo shoots or whatever, and then we come back. But those moments are when the stands like to come to our booths and come take pictures and present it as if we are not busy, and it's so dumb. But what is even dumber is the presumption that we actually
I'd like to make a
compare and
point there.
contrast lines amongst
Can I be
ourselves.
the person to interject real quick? Let's say you went to a concert, and the person hiring you at the concert, let's just say you were playing a little jazz theater, and it was music over food, and no one come to listen to you fucking play. Does that mean you're not popular? Probably. So with that in mind, why is this something they would even make an argument of? Okay, yeah,
I'll tell you why. It's because they're triggered by it. Because it's true.
Easy question,
Well,
easy answer. Thank you.
Assuming that that's one of the motives behind this whole coordinated attack, like the bitterness in Jamie's demeanor towards Vic and all that, that would kind of make sense that they're triggered by it, like you're saying.
Don't worry, guys. Every time they're just about to leave their signing booth because they're in a rush and they're really busy and they got to go off to the photo shoots, every time there's someone there waiting to take a picture at that exact moment. Every time.
That's why
Which
they
is
charge-
ironic. Which is ironic because I looked for quite some time and could not find any of the pictures like that. I did find one picture of Monica Rial's booth where nobody was there, but it was a Monica supporter who said, "I'm first in line, can't wait to meet Monica." Right?
Look,
so
guys.
they were literally the ones there lined up before she got there. That's the only one I found. I will not argue. Look, I'll say again, I am not part of I Stand With Vic. I am not part of Kick Vic. I only care about the truth and things going through the legal process because that's where people have to put up or shut up. Okay. But so with that said, I'll just say I have seen a lot of behavior on Kick Vic and I Stand With Vic that I don't agree with. I do think that there are probably people on I Stand With Vic's side who are doing exactly what they're arguing here. I think it's very plausible, whether it be intentional, whether it not be intentional. They just happen to take the picture and it reaffirms their preconceived bias that they have no fans. There wouldn't be a line anyway. So of course, and let's take a photo. And it just so happened that they weren't there or that whatever was going on. Like, I think it's very plausible that Monica is telling the truth in this instance.
Hey,
But
remember,
I'm just saying, I looked and I didn't find it. That's
remember how we mentioned with the death threats thing that it's like, you know, it was probably like maybe 1, maybe 2, if that. And then they just say, "Oh yeah, we're getting death threats from Vic fans or whatever," as if like, "Oh yeah, that's basically the norm." It's the rule, not the exception. But do you feel like it's perhaps in this case the same thing? Because those images that I sent you, I sourced. That was from Twitter Advanced Search. I looked up like was it Monica Rial lines and Monica Rial like con.
So just to address what you're saying, I looked up and I went way beyond the search you did. Okay, I looked up contains
Mine's
the word
bigger than
line,
yours.
mentions Monica Rial or Jamie Markey. I did mentions without it being adding their Twitter handle. I did all sorts of things, and I scrolled and looked through everything that came up. I did lines, mentions Vic Mignogna or Jamie Markey or Monica Rial I did all sorts of searches and I just didn't find them. Again, I'm sure that they're out there. Maybe the tweets were deleted. Maybe they were part of the thanks for the tweet. I've screenshot it and sent to my attorney and law enforcement. I don't know. Maybe the accounts have been suspended. It's very plausible.
Well,
okay?
that's basically what I'm just saying here is that it looks evident to me that it's possible that it could be the same situation where they're saying, "Oh, this is the rule, not the exception." It's like, "Oh my gosh, we have all these people sending us pictures of our lines conveniently when we're like about to take a break or whatever, or come back." You know.
So I'll just say we'll have another opportunity to talk about this because they cannot give it up. They cannot get off of this topic, and it will come up. The lines thing is going to come up again in a future podcast as we cover this thing. So let's go.
What's more likely, guys, that their lines are small or that Vic has a big line?
Well, let me bury this right now. I can bury this simply. Who's charging appearance fees and who isn't?
Oh, I'll talk to Stan about that because I couldn't answer that. But for what you've represented to me, it sounds like. See, the thing is that even if Vic is charging appearance fees, it doesn't matter because he's making more than the appearance fee to begin with. Like they don't end up owing him anything because he makes the that's the guaranteed minimum. Are we talking about the same thing?
From my understanding is that, well, I guess you can call it the guaranteed minimum, but from my understanding is that Monica and Jamie's lines have been so small that they're not making their guaranteed minimum. So therefore they have to charge, I believe the number was like $5,000, $5,000 to $6,000 just to show up.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not making their money on their lines or whatever. They're not making the minimum like you know that they expect to make. So they're having to charge this appearance fee of like $5,000 just to show up. Vic hasn't had to do that because Vic makes his money.
He makes way more than that.
What does that tell you? Does that tell you that Monica Rial has this massive line? She's making all this money?
This is the funniest thing about this is they just continually shift the goalpost over and over and over and over and over again. So listen to what they have to say.
Like, who the fuck cares? It's high school level immature bullshit. Like, if my friends have a longer line than I do, super happy for them, right? Like, that's awesome. You're busy. Woo. We like to boost other people up instead of tearing them down. And you know what?
Please put me between two people with longer lines than me.
Right.
Then my line gets longer.
Exactly.
It's not the length of the line. Right? It's how you use it.
God, they just continue to out themselves. Like we're the thing we talked about where
Kara Edwards.
Yeah, where they got mad not being sitting next to Vic. You are openly admitting, Monica and Jamie, that Vic's lines are longer than yours.
Right.
You're openly admitting it. And you keep admitting it in more ways than I think you realize right now.
Nekavolt says, I was Jamie's fan at one point. I'll admit it. Now I'm sad that she does all this. Makes what Lance says about love the work and not the artist. You will be let down. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I've started watching Rurouni Kenshin. I've been enjoying that, but I still acknowledge the fact that the author is a kitty diddler or a kitty.
Just wait until you get to the episode where. Are you watching in English? You're probably watching this. Okay, in the Japanese version, there's a lolly ninja girl named Misao, best character in the series, by the way. Who there's an episode where she has a conundrum of wanting to make her breasts bigger, and they changed it in in the English dub. But the older girl, the advice that she gives her is to find a husband who has a Lolita complex.
Oh no!
Yeah. So, knowing what I know now about the Kenshin creator, I can't look at the series the same way. But anyway,
it's a teamwork thing. But
it is.
Here's the other thing, though. I mean, if Vic's lines are longer than all of us, then that's great because he owes us a lot of money.
He does. He really needs that money, you guys.
He don't know you. He owes your lawyers, not you.
We stand with Vic.
So I'll say this. That's always been my position on this, is that I think it's so ridiculous how they always say, like, we're going to get a huge payday from that GoFundMe. But it's like, no, you're just getting reimbursed the money you already had to pay. Right. And they're saying here, listen,
go stand in this line. Help us out.
I mean, and also like the idea of that, these people are literally stalking us at a convention. It's so unnerving.
Oh my
stalking
God,
for a
to you.
picture of an empty line, right?
It's just amazing. Like, you imagine that they're sitting at their booths and there's nobody in line. So of course they've got nothing to distract them from all the people passing by, and they see a person come by and pull out their phone, and it's literally just a shy person who wants to take a photo to say, oh, I saw Monica Real, but I didn't go talk to her. Like, that guy's stalking me. Like, he took a photo, right? Kind of thing.
I'm in a public place to see a bunch of people. They're all stalking. God, how stupid, literally stupid can you be? And I'm at a loss for words. I really.
Hold on. They've gone off on a tangent, but they're going to get to my point.
They're not, again, taking pictures when we're busy. They're usually taking pictures before the event has even opened, or we're not at the table. We both had people say, "Look at how no one's in this line," and we're not at the table.
Right.
Why would if they spent, and the truth of the matter is, if they spent half as much time supporting Vic as they do stalking us, his lines might be as long as they say they are.
No one's stalking you.
But in the end, for us, conventions are not about the lines.
God, this
What?
is like the goalposts.
Hold on. I want to say this again. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Regardless of how long they are, whether or not the lines are, what they want them to be, saying the conventions is not about the lines is saying that it's not about the fans.
Right, well,
it's like going to it's like saying the people at a concert aren't who you're playing for. Am I wrong?
Well, hold on. So
definitely not.
I want to get to this point about how they're talking about this is going back to the attorney's fees. This is going back to the attorney's fees. So I used to say like they're actually only going to get reimbursed the money they already spent. But then I was remembering that Jamie Markey applied for the like Time's Up fund or whatever. So like she's tried to pay for her court fees using some Me Too movement era like lawyer fund, number one. And then Monica and Ron, they're using Ron's company's insurance for their so actually maybe they are going to get a payday if they win.
They just have to pay that money back.
You think so, right? That if you did win, that it would be contingent on you paying back the fund, right? And the insurance.
The only one I think gets money is Markey. If the case is, if the appeals don't come back the way that everybody wants, and they hold their win, as it stands right now, I think the only one that gets money is Markey, because if you got to remember, Lamorny's firm charged Ron and Monica over $280,000. They only got awarded $100,000 of that. So did they pay the other 180? Did the insurance cover that, or did the insurance only cover the 100? We don't know where that billing stands. Jamie was the only one who got all of her fees covered, and then the judge based the other awards on what they gave Jamie. Jamie got $50,000, so they gave Funimation $50,000, even though they asked for $80,000, and then they gave Ron and Monica $50,000 a piece, even though their firm asked for almost $300,000.
Jamie's was under 50, I think.
It was like 47,000. It was 40 and some change. It was right at 50, but they also got like appellate fees and stuff like that, and they each got $5,000 of personal award for because they're supposed to give that award as well as I think Ron and Monica got $5,000 each. Jamie got $5,000, and then I'm not sure what Funimation got. I think it was around the same.
for the sanctions.
Plus they
or
get
whatever?
sanctions. Plus they get appellate fees. So if the appeals come back in their favor, like the case at the district court, they'll get those fees as well. But if they don't, then everything gets kicked back, and none of the fees matter. But I'm stuck on how much of the fees did Monica and Ron pay to their law firm, because what they got awarded and what they owe was less than half.
And it'll be interesting if Jamie Ride or Die Markey is going to be willing to give her winnings to Monica to pay off parts of those.
That's what I was gonna say. They're like, oh yeah, girl, we're all in this together. We keep on talking about how if we didn't have each other, where would we be? So then after the whole thing blows over, theoretically, Jamie's and Monica are gonna be like, oh yeah, we won. Oh yeah, and then Monica's gonna be like, oh yeah, you're gonna give me my fair share, right? And then they're just gonna be torn apart over it, and they're no longer going to be friends.
So
I could picture that.
Real quick,
people there.
I vaguely remember us reporting on Jamie Markey in this Time's Up Legal Defense Fund. I don't remember if she got it or if she just applied for it. I remember our take on it was that it was really disgusting that getting your hair flipped in the lobby of Funimation. That you're basically taking this money away from women actually suffering sexual harassment and whatnot. But I don't remember if she actually got it or if she had just applied for it and that was out there that she applied for it.
I don't have the slightest clue. I know she tried, but I don't know if she got it.
Right. Anyway, so let's...
They're about connecting with people who appreciate what we do. It is the best thing ever. We don't always get to spend as much time as we want with people because of, time constraints and lines and stuff like that. But we so appreciate the support that people give us. I wish it would be so great if everybody could have that experience. The world would be a better place if everyone could spend one day having a line of people, even if it was just one person, but just tell them how much they appreciate them and what they love about the stuff that they do. It would feel amazing. Everybody would love that. And so it's like
the most honest thing I've heard from Monica or Jamie in this entire thing.
They're literally just saying it's so great when people suck us off for just being who we are, right? Like it's so great to have white knights agreeing with you, right? So I happened to notice a certain tweet I couldn't not include, so I want to show it to you guys here.
So lucky to have anybody in the line. The idea that we're jealous of line size is ridiculous. We get to
You were jealous of an anime box cover.
The most popular VAs in the industry. We don't.
Monica and I are not the most popular VAs in the industry. Oh yeah, I only got a picture with Monica Rial. The others were impossible since the lines were too long.
She's like, oh, we don't get jealous over lines. You got jealous over an anime box cover. You said it in your deposition. Talk about hypocrisy.
We don't care. Nope. There's always going to be people more popular than you. Always. A lot of people would love to be as popular as we are.
Number one
and we know that too. And we're very
anime,
grateful to be where we are.
America, right?
We're grateful to have the careers we have and followers who support us.
Wasn't it?
Talk about a blessing,
number 2
right?
in the world.
We don't need to
Number 2 in the world.
Oh yeah.
be the most popular to be happy. I don't even want that because sometimes you have to use a public bathroom at a convention. And the last thing I need is for someone recording the sound of my pee. Like, I don't, that sounds awful
Douglas.
to me. And you know
DC
they
Douglas
would,
did
right?
it already,
I
Monica.
go to
You
the
just don't
grocery
know
store in
about
my
it.
pajamas. Right? This idea that we long for some fabled Vic fame is so ridiculous.
Which I find hilarious, and I should have included this. Vic talks about the fact that he doesn't even get recognized outside of conventions in his deposition. It's like, we long for some Vic fame. Is like, then cut to Lemoyne, or I think it was Sam. John Volney, I think, is the one who asked the question about, trying to establish public figure status, that he gets noticed outside of convention. He says, no, never. Right.
Oh, wow.
What we want, what we long for is like a quiet trip to the spa.
Yes.
Or in this particular situation, we long for the appeals to finally come through so that we can take some of that money that we're owed and go take a nice quiet trip to the spa on an island.
Oh, please.
Stop it.
Right? So, keep going to his lines. He needs that money so that we can go to a spa. Thank you. Thank you in
so
advance for
much.
giving him your money.
By the way, I'd like to take this time to plug the GoFundMe Vic Mignogna, which is now at $291,000. So if you want to keep donating to that GoFundMe to pay for the legal fees to shut these harpies up once and for all by showing the truth about what happened.
What about the Give Send Go? Because I know Vic, or hold on, no, I'm thinking of a different one. But Nick was like, he wants the GoFundMe to be like transferred over to, is it Give Send Go or something?
Right.
Yeah, that's tricky though.
Because GoFundMe.
Brad, you're missing an opportunity.
Yes, I was going to say we're missing an opportunity. We have our own merch.
Shit!
Go fund yourself.
Go fund yourself. There you go. Yeah, no, the whole transferring over from from GoFundMe to Give Send Go is tricky because I don't know if you guys recall, but I believe Nick said it took a month to link the IOLTA account that Vic has for his legal defense to GoFundMe because it literally takes a while. So I'm sure that it would probably be the same for Give Send Go, but with everything that GoFundMe did with the Freedom Convoy and how they shut down their donations and everything, a lot of people are pissed off about that.
Well, basically, what I'm saying is, if Nick's set up as Give Send Go, he probably would rather you use that, for new donations.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it exists yet, though.
Not yet, but I kind of hope he sticks with the GoFundMe because it's worked up to this point, and I think the number it's sending a message, right? Anyway, real quick, Sweet Hone Girl 95 says YouTube just popped up a video of Jamie doing a panel with Amanda Miller and Brina Palencia in 2017. Even back then, she was bitching about Vic having longer lines than her and Monica. If you could source that video to me, that would be so amazing. Please do that right now. Either through the email there or the Discord, or if you have it handy, the link handy, I will literally mod you right now so you can send it to us. Okay?
Or just send it right here in the chat, right here.
Yeah, if you have it handy, just let me know. I will mod you so that you can post the link in the chat.
Well,
I'd love to have that.
Paste the title of the video.
Yeah, that would work too. Yeah, just the title of the video. I could pull it up, and that would be fantastic to have for the timeline. That'd be great. Thank you.
AC, address two of those comments that Kitty just posted because that she makes a good point about Monica saying, about her popularity. She kind of contradicts herself.
Again, I just like to point out if Monica really didn't care, why was she pissed off about the anime box cover? Like, I mean if you don't care about lines and conventions or whatever, why do you care about an anime box cover? Why do you care that Vic's name was on it and yours wasn't?
Which of Kitty's?
Apparently, it's the two newest ones.
I thought Monica always got Best Girl. How is she not super popular? Right, that's a good point. All right,
he did claim that.
I mean, it's so true, though. I don't get this whole idea that we're all like comparing and contrasting. Like, that's such a trivial, stupid thing. And it's not. Yeah. It's about the individual people that we meet, right? And having that moment with them, and not this. Who cares?
And maybe sometimes if you're going to a cool convention, it has people that maybe you watched when you were younger and or this year, and that's exciting too.
Yes.
Oh, my fire
disappeared. You think I didn't pee myself a little when Mark Hamill waved at me? I did. I'm not. I was on my way to the bathroom, so it worked out. It was amazing though.
Oh my gosh, that one time that our agent Gilbert has the cast of the Lost Boys, and I was at Rhode Island Comic-Con. And we have a little family dinner, and he brought in Jason Patrick, who played Michael, and Kiefer Sutherland. And 12-year-old Monica almost had a heart attack.
Yeah, that part I was jealous of. I wasn't there for that. So I was jealous. I was jealous of Monica for...
Oh, dear God. I just had the worst thought.
I did too.
What if Jason Patrick was the one who raped her? 12-year-old Monica almost had a heart attack. Like, I went to the police and we said I was raped by movie star Jason Patrick, and the police, you know what they did? Fuck off. That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Being there.
But now I can be like, this is my friend Jamie. Hello.
I know, right? Hi, Jetta. Hey, give her.
Oh, stop it.
And be like, who are these ladies? Yeah, so, okay, next question.
Yes.
Were you aware of Funimation's, quote, Vic locks before it was mentioned in one of the affidavits?
Adam Sheehan. Ooh, this will be good. While I was employed at Funimation, Funimation installed a security lock system to separate employees from the voice actors and the recording studio. Other employees and I referred to the locks as Vic locks.
Supposedly, they were meant to keep him from bothering the other departments looking for roles, and supposedly they were meant to keep him from hitting on other employees.
This guy has become notorious around the studios. I had never met him, but I'd heard about him wanting to be the next Vic Mignogna, but instead of Mignogna, he'd say Vic Mignogna.
I am the next Vic Mignogna.
So it's like, clearly you know how to pronounce his name. You are so going to be the next Vic.
But of course, you know, my overall goal is to someday be an anime voice actor.
He had gone into the studios at Funimation a while ago and had started performing a monologue for the talent coordinator, and she was like, I don't... So he was asked to leave then. He kept trying to audition, and I think somebody gave him like a break and let him do a Walla maybe, and he just is not very good.
Hi, this is Captain Porno Hair with the weather.
This particular character, then later, he had moved from...
Real quick, unless it's not abundantly obvious, I just love the fact that that is Jamie Markey, literally the one telling the story.
Tennessee.
Hardest working anime fan in the Tennessee Valley, and damn proud of it.
That's Johnny I'm talking about.
Voice actor at Funimation, and we were at this panel. This guy, I didn't know who he is. He's dressed as like the Avatar dude, and he's sitting in the front with his hand up. We didn't even introduce ourselves yet. He's got his hand up, and we all introduce ourselves, and Christopher Bevins is talking and starts to act like he's going to take questions, but then he stops and starts talking more, and I realize he's agitating this guy on purpose. I was like, what is he doing? And then finally he's like, okay, what's your question? Because he knew who the guy was, and he knew the history and all that stuff. So the guy stands up and puts his hands behind his back and like takes a stance, and I don't know if it was adrenaline or just crazy, but he was shaking uncontrollably while he was talking. That's so sad. And stood up and said he was the next Vic Mignogna.
I am the next Vic Mignogna.
And he knew it, and he needed to know what he needed to do because he was told he needed to go to Flower Mound or live in Texas and do theater, and he's done 2 plays, and he went to the finest acting schools in Chattanooga, Tennessee, which made me laugh because I thought he was joking. So I'm like, are you serious?
Because everything is a giant fucking joke to you.
Serious. So she continues to crack up the entire time. And he demands to know what he needs to do. And at one point during this, I was like, oh my gosh, you can have a gun. You could really have a gun. And Christopher Bevins dealt with it really well. He was like, look, you have to have a positive attitude. You cannot come in expecting to be treated a certain way because you think you're good. You have to, be nice to other people.
Except you do that.
Then the guy, nods and grabs his stuff and leaves. Later, he, cornered another voice actress, sought the weakest, that he saw the weakest of the pack, cornered her,
She's talking about Samantha Inoue Hart, by the way.
against a wall and demanded that she help him get into the industry, that she was his only hope. And he eventually got kicked out of the convention, is no longer allowed in any conventions in Texas because of his behavior. He stormed into Funimation and had at the new studios and had to be forcibly removed, and he is the reason why we have those locks. And you have to have a past and the badges to get
Dun dun dun!
Terrifying. He's really crazy. Yeah. And I hope he doesn't watch this because now I'm gonna die.
My name is Jonathan Macmillan Cook, and I am the next Vic Mignogna. And I have the sound checks to prove it.
I really don't have the kind of, I guess you could say, the kind of voice that I would like to have.
Funimation's already got a copy, and of course I have done various other things in cosplay past. I have danced. I have run around with no shirt on. So all you people out there who need a copy of this,
Now I need eye
soundtrack, I
bleach.
have 3 of them. And if you're an independent person out
I
there
need
who
a
wants to do
copy.
any kind of work with me, I'll be more than happy to talk to you. In the meantime, everybody out there enjoy the convention. Thanks.
Well, I mean, everyone was aware of the locks when they were put in because it kept us from going to the other side of the building where many of us would go to use the restroom and get snacks.
So I just want to point out real quick that both Adam Sheehan, whose affidavit we heard earlier, and Jamie and Monica are extremely careful to allow the audience to their podcast, or to the people who were experiencing all the stuff that was unfolding when all this was going to court, to believe that the term Vic Locks represents Vic Mignogna and not the fact that Johnny Otaku, because you'll notice what Adam Sheehan said is that the other employees and I referred to them as Vic Locks. It doesn't say that they were put in because of Vic or that they were meant to keep Vic out. This guy, Johnny Otaku, is obsessed with believing that he is the next Vic Mignogna, as he calls it. And so the term Vic Locks is a dig at Johnny Otaku more than it is about Vic, right? And so Adam Sheehan doesn't outright say we called them Vic Locks because Vic was a serial sexual assaulter or anything like that. And Jamie and Monica basically just acknowledge it and move on to a story, as we're going to hear here, about not being able to use the bathrooms in the other side of the building.
They had the good break room.
Yeah, because remember, like back then, so all the the big giant bathrooms that had like several stalls, and then this giant break room was all on the other side. All you had at that time on the actor side was like, I wouldn't even call it a break room. It was like a coffee machine and a vending machine.
Short hallway with things in it. And
yes. And then like each, like one stall per gender, right?
Yeah.
Which was
not
usually
that the guys ever listened to that.
No, I didn't either, to be fair.
Kyle Phillips, I'm talking about you.
I went into both too. Like there was a couple of times that got kind of awkward when I would come out of the bathroom, the boys' bathroom, and they were like, Monica, I'm like, look, when you gotta pee and you're in a session, you gotta pee.
That's right. That's right.
But I mean, we knew, but I think, actors started wondering why, because nobody told us why they were put up. It just said, because you had to use your badge. Like,
oh God.
Nobody
told you, except you went on this big soliloquy about why the fucking locks exist.
Yeah,
But nobody fucking told you. You already knew.
Told us, except that Jamie Markey, as I just showed you, is the one to reveal to the world why the Vic Locks exist.
It wasn't even just a little bit. You had to use your badge to get to the other side. But it didn't take very long for everybody to figure out that it was because of Vic. Apparently,
I guess I take back everything I said about them being careful to let their audience say. I've given them far too much credit. After showing you specifically Jamie Markey being the one to explain to you where the Vic Locks came from, I guess I'm completely wrong, and I should not have given them any benefit of the doubt here.
he had been asked not to venture to that side of the building, and surprise, he didn't listen. He didn't think
this is
those rules
exactly why
applied to
this
him.
case will
So
never
they
make
had
it to court.
Lock him out.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Didn't know.
She said that they had to go across the building to go to the bathroom. So were they not able to go to the bathroom anymore? Like
the way I picture it is that the recording session, like the building probably had two sides, and let's say the west end is where the recording studio was, and let's say like the closest bathroom they had access to might have been like at like a cafeteria all the way on the east end, right? And then if you were able to go from the recording area to a door that was right outside the recording booth, maybe there's a bathroom right on the other side, north or whatever, right? Or I guess south in that. Well, it doesn't matter in the way I'm picturing it. But I'm that's how I'm kind of.
But either way, they would have had keys, no?
Well, they would have had
or
their
badges. Yeah.
Scan their badges. Yeah.
Did Vic not have a badge? So
exactly.
No. But no. Okay. They're saying that in order to get to the other side of the building, that the locks were put in specifically to constrict them to the area that they were at, that you needed a badge. That doesn't mean that Jamie and Monica's badge granted them access. It could have been employees who had reason to be there, like HR or, wherever that wing was about, right?
The most careful thing they've done in the whole segment here is say supposedly as some sort of form of allegedly when they say, because Vic supposedly was trying to get roles or something like that.
Right.
Also, I'd like to just say that Johnny Otaku, when it cut to the documentary footage, like when it popped back into that footage, I'm like, I thought I was Lance.
What?
What?
Say that again?
I don't know. He has like a really similar inflection to you. I just thought
the way he talks, I guess maybe
I don't know.
Tiny bit.
And the quality level.
I am Vic Mignogna.
The documentary audio quality was better than the con footage by a significant margin. Now I thought Lance started talking, and I went, "Oh crap! It's the documentary." Or what?
All right, I'm gonna hit play, and we're gonna get through the last bit here. Just heads up. The actual video I loaded into StreamYard is longer than we're actually going to cover. I have drank like 4 water bottles and G Fuel since we started. I'm going to take another leak. I'll be right back. They're just going to talk about
explosive bladder.
I'll be right back.
About it till the lawsuit was filed, I think. And then someone told me, I was like, oh, really? I always just thought people were crazy. I didn't hear anything specific. But I don't get all the intel. Okay, so I'm gonna rat some people out. Not Kyle. Sorry, Kyle. I mean, maybe Kyle. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so we only had 2 stalls. So some people from the other side, not Kyle, because he wasn't on the other side, would come into those bathrooms to take a really nasty shit at lunch. And then the hallways would smell and the bathrooms would smell and we could not leave. We had to go to the bathroom there. It was horrible.
It was the worst.
So gross. So
You're
whoever
welcome,
that
by
is,
the
if
way.
you're listening to us, shame on you. Shame.
And they would also sit in there forever. Do you remember waiting in that line and being like, why has this person been in there for 30 minutes? Like, I have to go back to my session.
Are they shaming this man's
Yeah. That's when you would go use the other one. Is like, this has been too long for me to want to go in there comfortably after. Yes. And it's like, what game are you playing on the toilet?
Hey,
come on,
he
get out of
wanted
there.
to be
Yeah.
comfortable.
And there's
He
only
might
so
have
much
health
three can
problems.
do. You know?
There's
only so much.
Whew, you know who you are.
I know.
His
Thank you
next
for
question
acknowledging
is,
me.
as a fellow lizard person.
I acknowledged it.
All right, that's it. No, that's going to be where we start next podcast.
You cut it off at the lizard people?
That's where we're going to start next podcast.
Anyway, see?
You want to hear the lizard people thing?
Yes.
No,
way, I'm
no,
coming
we'll
out
save
on
it.
record.
We'll save it.
Podcast.
I'm
Save
coming
it.
out on record right now. That was
I would
me
like to
that
point
destroyed
out-
their bathrooms. That was me.
I would like to
all
point
me.
out. Random Levin, do you see where the playhead is?
Yeah.
This is why I never addressed your comment about us being halfway, because there's a lot more in the video than we were actually going to cover tonight.
That's like 5 minutes, not even.
Yes. Anyway, so I wanted to address
When I said we were halfway, we're halfway, pretty much.
I've got the video here from Sweet Hone Girl. Thank you for sourcing it for us.
Oh God.
Let me stop.
Can we show that?
Yes.
I'm asking for multiple reasons. Hi there.
Pause it. Pause it. Go back to that. Is there any way you could go back to that other video? Fucking Jamie Markey blew up compared to that last video shown when you played this one. Jesus Christ.
I wanted to say hello, sisters.
Yeah, she is the Viclox video. Look at her then, and then look at her in this other video. Dear God, did she blow the fuck up? Look at her here, and then look at her in that other video. My God, did she get massive?
Yeah.
Look at that. Her arms doubled in size. Either she's hitting the weights every day or she's hitting the sweets every day. It's one or the other.
You
But my
mentioned that
God, she's
Monica.
got man shoulders.
Trent, you mentioned that Monica hit a wall. I would like to propose that Jamie also hit a wall long ago. Like she didn't
Yeah,
look
she hit a
half
wall
bad
of-
before, and then she just hit the fucking wall.
She hit a wall of fucking chocolate and Jolly Ranchers or something. My God.
Well,
We
they
are
did
triggering
make
Neko
the
both so hard.
image for their podcast, like them.
God damn it.
eating-
Okay, I'll stop the screen share with the audio and switch back to the other screen share to illustrate your point.
Disclaimer, their appearance does not affect their case whatsoever. We're just making observations.
We are just
they do
airing
seem
our
to
opinion that they're
acknowledge it.
fat harlots.
Listen,
And
I'm
as-
not claiming. I'm
honestly,
not claiming to be
as-
in the best shape, but Jesus Christ.
As much as like they think it helps them, the Photoshop job does not help them.
No.
Just makes them look
I
really
think
creepy.
it's just the Samsung Galaxy they took the picture with.
Monica's 40
Whatever, the
something, right?
smoothing filter.
I don't know.
Monica's like 40 something, right? She's in her mid 40s, isn't she?
She's got to be at least 40.
How many fucking women do you know in their mid 40s with pierced eyebrows? That's a teenager thing. Monica, grow the fuck up.
She is 46 years old.
Monica, grow
Oh,
up. You should not have.
I had the immense misfortune of learning that Jamie Markey and my wife share a birthday, by the way.
Well, I mean, rip.
She's
I'm
ruined
sorry
it for
to-
everyone in my household.
When's her birthday? When's Jamie's birthday?
October 8th.
Oh, thank God. Nobody I know has that birthday.
October
She
the what?
shares a birthday with my wife and Matt Damon.
What's your birthday? What's Monica's birthday? Or
It's Jamie's.
Jamie's birthday.
Jamie's birthday.
October
Monica's
8th.
birthday is October 5th. I think.
Monica's
Oh
October
wait! Oh my God! I know a lot of people who's born on October 8th.
We lost AC. Rip.
He had a heart attack from just realizing that his wife was born on that day. Hey, give my spot back.
My wife killed
No, I
my
am the heart.
Ethernet connection.
I just I meant to undo close tab and I just I tabbed back.
Tell
Yeah,
your wife on
October 5th.
behalf of the panel, behalf of the panel, rip her birthday. just tell her to start claiming she was born on the 9th or the 7th, one or the other.
Or
Denounce
tell
her
her just make it
birthday.
all about her on that day, and no one else matters.
That's
All right,
true.
Let's hear this video that Sweet Hone Girl linked for us. I'm sorry that Random 11 found. He did the immense difficult thing of searching Jamie Markey, Brina Palencia, and whoever the other person was. That you know.
I didn't say anything.
Did all
What
the
do you-
digging.
I didn't say
and found
anything.
After Sweet Hone Girl gave us a Sweet Hone tip that we could find this thing. Let's listen to it.
Oh boy.
Like you have Monocle, who's like had more anime voice roles than any woman on the planet.
Yeah, like literally more than any Japanese seiyuu, more than anyone.
Lies. There's one.
And if you put her next to like Vic Mignogna, who's great, don't get me wrong,
She said he's great.
but like name 10 of his top, right? You can't. And he will always have a crazier, longer line. There
I'm not even a fan of Vic and like hardcore fan, but I think I could name 10 off the top of my head. Let me think. Edward Elric, Broly, that guy from Full Metal Panic that he voices, whose name I wouldn't be able to remember to save my life. Kurtz Weber, right?
Yeah.
Does it count if you couldn't remember it though? You needed help.
I knew his last name when I got his first name. I think it counts. All right. Let's see. So Vic also voiced that character whose name I also won't be able to pull up from Panty and Stocking.
Nose picker demon.
No, hold on. Neil. He voiced Neil. Fuck, what was his name in Aura Battler Dunbine?
He voiced.
Can anybody name 10 Monica roles? I couldn't.
He
All
voiced
I know is Bulma.
He voiced a spirit.
Bulma, Index, Erica Blaine Bailey.
Sakura.
Yeah, Sakura.
Phi Defluoride's another
Stu?
Vic role. That's 6, right?
Mark
Honestly-
Gear. He played Mark
Honestly,
Gear. in
Jamie's
Fairy Tail.
right. I can't. Oh, Tamaki. That's 7, right? Dark Mousy from. I'm sorry, that was 6.
You already said Edward Elric, right?
Who's that master in the Mightiest Disciple?
Kenichi Earth Mice. I haven't watched that, so I wouldn't know.
Kensei.
Oh yeah,
I'll be right
Kensei.
back.
But we've got Dark
Kensei.
Mousy from fucking DN Angel, that cringe show. And then we
The
need
dad
one
from
more.
Soul Eater. The overprotective dad.
Spirit. I just said that earlier.
That's like-
Spirit.
Spirit. Okay, there we go. That's 10. It only took an entire panel to do it. But Jamie is right.
There's something about the fandom, and sadly, a lot of it is women.
Yeah.
You any
Flock
Hiyori?
to the men, and ignore the women that are playing these roles.
She's shaming.
Yeah, they flock to the men. That's why we have
of course,
dedicated women in
Kishibe
anime
Rohan, of course. All right. Anyway, I think we've hit the moment that
Dude, he was in
Sweet
Fate
Honegro
Last
was
Encore.
good
Vic
on you.
Mignogna.
By the way, this is a 46-minute video. We are 30 minutes into this clip. I salute you, Sweet Hone Girl. That was fantastic that you were dedicated enough to listen to this panel and catch that and be like, holy
He
shit.
played a guy by the name of Rubber Dick Gordon.
Oh, he's also in Naruma Daikon Brothers and Ghost Stories. But he's in that as what was his name? Something like Kip Frosted Tips or something.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want his name associated with it. Anyway, so that is it for the In Touch podcast covers. Unless you guys have more to say, or we should
Almost
go
4 hours in, and we're finally getting to the
okay,
actual show.
excuse me. Do
And
I
like,
need
we
to
didn't
remind you
predict
once
this.
again? Fuck, I gotta scroll down.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
I thought we'd be at 5 or 6, to be honest. So that's
Look, I think one of the issues with having a guest on, other than the obvious fact that when you have an extra person giving their input, you have another voice that takes up time. But it's like when any person in the world who's going to come into what we've been doing for the podcast, if you haven't had an opportunity to voice your opinion, you're going to be you're going to have a lot to say as you come in. So I think that we've done actually pretty well, considering that we've brought a guest on. And in fact, we had 2, because we had Unknown Otaku with us in the beginning too. I think we did
Are we
fantastic.
taking bets if he comes back?
I think we did fantastic. Trent, you have been absolutely wonderful. We are going to continue with the rest of the show and our watch club of Interspecies Reviewers. And then as soon as that's over, I'm going to get in my car and go to work. Because by the time that's over, it will be time.
The sun will have risen.
Yeah. I'm so with that said, I'm going to move through these comments quickly because there is a stark likelihood I will have to leave during the watch club portion with the rate at which we're going here. So, are we
Again, my sincere apologies for derailing your show.
Oh no, not
Are you
even.
kidding?
I am saying
my lifelong
that-
dream.
To be clear, that was not I didn't say all that to say, oh, it's all Trent's fault. What I'm saying is that for the question and answer segment, the halftime, I thought it would be a good idea to bring people on, and I'm realizing this is something I did not account for, and I probably should have split the show into more than 4 episodes, because already by doing 4 episodes to cover their thing, which is longer than their first episode, we are actually devoting more time generally, just because it's divided by 4 for something that's longer than the first thing we also did, divided by 4. So
AC
anyway,
also wanted guests on these podcasts to make it more entertaining.
to make it more entertaining, and I think you have delivered
succeeded.
beyond what I expected, and I am so fortunate to have had you here. I really appreciate you coming in. Also,
thank you.
let's
And what's sleep anyway? Who
right
needs
now,
it?
who needs that? What the hell was that video? Oh, that's the Johnny Otaku. Go watch Otaku Unite. There's an even better version of Otaku Unite called 2001 An Anime Odyssey on YouTube. That's just a supercut of the Johnny Otaku stuff. It's very funny. Negavolt says, Lance, what do I do? My eyes malfunctioned during that last bit. Okay. Grows. Oh, I hate this part. Okay. Whew, you hate that we finished. No, you
I
probably
haven't
assume you mean
started the recent
Pretty
ones, but
sure
I
it
don't
came
think there's
off.
a whole lot of.
He likes
All right.
like doing the strip dance in the middle of everyone.
So as I was saying, Trent, you are more than welcome to stick with us. We're going to move into our main show.
Yeah, and dude, don't feel bad about interrupting AC. It's a common hobby between us all.
It is Lance's pastime.
No, it's just your hobby.
Welcome to the family, son.
So, I would like to say,
whoa,
if you would like to
move on
support
from the YouTube video, I had a comment on it, but you can do the transition.
No, fucking go, so that the timestamps aren't terrible.
Okay, the lady furthest on the left was that you're like, I don't know who this is. That's Amanda C. Miller, the one that recently came out as based, I guess you could say, in the voice anime industry.
Yeah, it is. It's the voice of Sailor Jupiter.
And the voice of Boruto. She literally has a YouTube channel called like Daywalker Comedy or something, where she makes comedy skits ridiculing the left. So I don't know how more based you can get as a voice actor, but just saying.
How is she standing this close to Jamie Markey and Markey isn't acting like a vampire choking on garlic?
I mean, how is anybody standing that close to Jamie Markey not getting enveloped by her large arms?
Guys, involuntary hug.
I don't want to go off on a tangent because I know you're trying to transition, but you guys all know who Mars Girl is, right?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you guys seen her in that game show? Game show thing that came. How the fuck is she the biggest person on that goddamn stage?
I want to see that game show. I've only seen the screen grab.
Fuck! Oh, damn it!
She is literally the biggest person on the stage.
I have plans. I have plans for when Mars Girl comes on to the In Touch podcast for what I want to do, but I am so fucking tempted to use her in the part where they refer to Vic's fans as cult members, breaking through the wall as the Kool-Aid guy. Like, she's so fucking round.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, the only reason why that dude married her is to prevent from being her next meal. Because if you've ever seen Mars Girl compared to her husband, which apparently that dude is on the game show, he is literally, and I'm not making this up to be funny, I am not joking 1 second, he is literally half her size. Literally half her size.
And I would just like to point out, remember how we were talking about Jamie and Monica letting themselves go?
Oh, dear God. Yeah. And again, I think Mars Girl owes YouTube and Twitch her an apology because just her presence is borderline offensive.
There's Scott McNeil. They met Scott McNeil in their first convention video.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
In the hallway, he like had the room next to them, pretty much. It was so funny. I was looking for a story about Scott McNeil signing some underage fans' breasts, and I just happened, like, I was just looking to try to corroborate a story I had heard. That people were saying, "Oh, Vic's lying. That wasn't Scott McNeil who did that. That was Vic who did that." So I'm like, "All right, I'll look for cons around that time and see if I can find anybody talking about anything." And I just so happened to the one I found when I first started looking was a Mars Girl video where they ran into Scott McNeil. But God, where the fuck is she?
Well, I'm gonna say
what I'm saying is, once upon a time, she wasn't a planet.
Well, Mars Girl's the one you want to call if you need a reach around,
right? Once upon a time, she wasn't a planet, and I'm pretty sure the guy in the back seat is the guy that is her husband now. So all I'm saying, like, we can make fun of her all we want, but I'm just saying
in the back cage. No,
we can make fun of her all we want, but I'm just saying that once upon a time, like most women, she wasn't a feminist. I mean, huge. I mean, I repeat myself.
Oh,
anyway.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, like, if you guys can find it, because I don't know if even the video still exists. She's literally the biggest person on the stage. And there are two men on the stage.
Look,
I'll just
say, I thought Nick was just being mean when he referred to all of them as being enormous, right? And I had always pictured, like, for example, Monica in my head the way I remembered seeing her from, like, back in the day, right?
Before
and I didn't
wall.
realize, and to her credit, she's gotten extremely skinny compared to what she was lately. I think I assume there was some surgery involved because she dropped off in like a fucking week from the Dragon Ball premiere for Broly to her deposition. She's a half a person compared to what she was, right? She's lost a ton of weight. She says it's Elevate Fitness or whatever it was. I don't think so. I don't buy that for a second.
I think it might be getting run through by a bunch of bulls while Ron's in the corner.
Jury's still out on that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so all I'm saying is I was astonished to learn that Mars Girl is as big as she is on that thing. It was I wasn't expecting it.
Again, her husband is half her size. Half. I'm like, that's a small man.
Anyway, moving on from this topic, I'll just say, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, there is the Patreon.
Wait, get our faces out of here so you can see it in full screen. There.
Okay. There is the Patreon. If you want to support content unrelated to the podcast on the Anime Collector channel, there is the Anime Collector Patreon as well.
It's never going to bill you.
There are more ways. Yes, there are more ways to support us on our website, including our affiliate links.
You can make all the false promises you want on the side.
And I'll ask everybody, since I should have done this fucking 4 hours ago, to remember everybody, share this video with your friends.
Yes, do that. You will not regret it ever.
Were you going to say something, Trent?
I was gonna say you got this way more sophisticated than I do. I don't have none of this. I can barely hit the start streaming button and get it right the first time.
Well, Trent, if you would like a StreamYard subscription, you can get a $10 credit.
Oh my
and
God.
we get $25 if you use our affiliate link for StreamYard.
It is a major fucking
smooth transition.
No, honestly, what do you get with a subscription? Like, what is it? Is it worth it? What does
You
it
get
give
to
you?
take off the
watermark.
The watermark.
Wait. We got it.
Yeah. Just one.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah, you get to put up your own.
But honestly, Trent, you might be better off trying the more streamlined options of doing the Streamlabs, Stream Elements, OBS.
Yeah, you can also upload GIFs.
Because that's all free.
I do think we need a palate cleanser after the In Touch podcast.
Look, me and Risa both had this conversation on podcast. Let's have like 8 hours of that and all for charity.
Right.
To ye.
You want me to actually find a way to dislike it?
I mean, you guys can just show like a bunch of like anime waifus, like just cycle through them all.
I still think we need to do waifu Guess Who. Like we need to set that up. Anyway,
I see Johnny Bravo. Could you imagine Johnny Bravo being made in 2022? How fast would that shit be canceled? 5 minutes in.
All right, let's be careful on the nut buttons we use as I read this. So, please tell me Galko-chan's mangaka, Kenya Suzuki, has been given a 3-year suspended sentence. You guys will recall that he imported, how did he phrase it? Books containing nude children from Germany that he could not get from Japan. So, months... There's so much lore getting unloaded right now. Months after Please Tell Me Galko-chan's manga author Kenya Suzuki was arrested for importing and possessing child pornography from Germany and later saw his manga pulled from the Comic Walker manga app, Suzuki was sentenced to 1 year and 2 months in prison with a 3-year suspended sentence. Kenya Suzuki disclosed the details of the matter on Twitter, even translating it into English as well, where he explained everything that had transpired since his arrest and gave a sincere apology to everyone. This is what he had to say.
so sorry for importing. I'll go local next time, everyone.
Well, actually, there's some extra news here that we didn't know before that's kind of been brought to light about importing and not importing. So regarding the recent arrest, indictment, and trial from March 29th, 2022, Kenya Suzuki, was arrested on December 2021 on suspicion of violating the customs law, and after questioning by the police and prosecutors, I was charged with violation of the customs law and simple possession of child pornography. The subject of it's the classification legally for what he was guilty of. The subject of the indictment for violation of the customs law was magazines of a nudist organization imported from Germany. In addition to these magazines, the subject of the charge of simple possession of child pornography was a collection of nude photos of young girls purchased on an auction site in Japan. Although both of these books were legally published in the past, these fall under the category of child pornography under current Japanese law, and there is no excuse for any of them. I purchased and possessed these books between 2020 and 2021 for my own personal interest. I did not purchase them to use them as reference materials for my comic books, nor did I use them as reference materials for my comic books after purchasing them. And I did not make any such claim in my statement during interrogation or at trial. I have consistently admitted my guilt since the initial police interrogation and have told the truthful story. And at the trial, I admitted the facts charged by the prosecution. The Okazaki branch of the Nagoya District Court has sentenced me to 1 year and 2 months in prison with a 3-year suspended sentence. Since I have no intention of filing an appeal, the verdict against me is expected to become final. Child pornography is handled by the juvenile section of the Community Safety Division of the police, and during the interrogation, the police officer in charge of juvenile cases strongly emphasized the importance of, quote, child protection to me. I am deeply ashamed of my own lack of awareness and shallow behavior. Since I have been given a suspended sentence, I will have the opportunity to rehabilitate myself within society, and I will strictly admonish myself so that I will not commit the crime again. I am truly sorry. Don't worry, guys. I'll punish myself real good. It'll never happen again. In addition, I have caused a lot of concern to my readers and all those concerned, as it was initially reported that I was missing. You guys remember that was, as he said, how it was initially reported, and people were concerned, and then it turned out it was because he was arrested. Furthermore, the subsequent news report of his arrest must have caused a great deal of shock and disappointment to those who were so concerned. In addition, the arrest of a comic artist has caused a great deal of inconvenience to the comic industry as a whole. I would like to reiterate my deepest apologies for these matters. All of the future activities, including those of suspected works, are still undecided. Regardless of what it is, I will inform you via Twitter, etc. when I have something to report from here. Truly, I am sorry. Translated from Japanese to English using translation software. For more accurate information, please read the Japanese original. Kenya Suzuki. So, he says, continues to say here, the Okazaki branch of the Nagoya District Court sentenced Suzuki to 1 year and 2 months in prison with a 3-year suspended sentence. Since he was given a suspended sentence, he will, quote, have the opportunity to rehabilitate himself within society. He has also said that he will strictly admonish himself so that he will not commit the crime again. Suzuki confesses to his crimes, admitting the magazine he purchased was not for artistic purposes, and that he would not appeal his sentencing, which would likely make the judgment laid against him final. Now, Crunchyroll had this to say on this topic. A suspended sentence in Japan puts the convicted felon on probation and allows them to return to normal society. If any law is broken through the suspended sentence, the full prison term may be carried out. So basically, he's not
like
even going
different in America.
Right. Well, they're just making sure you know that he is not serving any time behind bars.
Yeah. It's the same in America. You can get a suspended sentence, and that's literally what it means.
So basically, he has to be on his best behavior for 14 months is effectively what's happened. Now, Sword News 24 said the serialization of Please Tell Me Galko-chan has been suspended since the week of his arrest, and publisher Kadokawa has made no statement about whether or not the series will resume. So I have to say, when we first covered this, something seemed fishy about it. And I, again, have absolutely no room in my heart for saying that
you
know,
always
people,
screw up. No sympathy.
Sympathy. Fuck me. I've done it again. I've got no sympathy for pedophiles or child pornographers and all that. Like, it's disgusting. And
put them on the fucking wall.
Put them on the wall in the bullet. However, I will say, when I was younger, so what I'll pull up here before I go on this tirade. He said that both of these books were legally published in the past. These now fall under the category of child pornography under current Japanese law. So what this tells to me, and again, I have not seen these books. I don't know what's in them. But what that put in my mind is when I was younger, I remember seeing a book. I spent a lot of time in the library as a kid, and I remember seeing a book. I don't remember if it was an artist reference or if it was some physical. I think it was like anatomy for medical purposes, right? But as an artist, I used anatomy books for artist purposes because you need to know how the muscles connect and everything. And I remember seeing these books like long back in the day that had photographs of people at various stages of life, various ages in the nude. And they weren't graphic or sexual in any way, but like I distinctly remember seeing like almost like a mug shot, right? And then if I remember correctly, like the eyes had like a black bar over it to hide their identity, but they had people who were
book was that?
Right. These were black and white, printed in black and white from maybe the 50s or earlier. And I remember I have a distinct memory of seeing a book that contained these images and thinking, wow, these people are not 18, right? Even as a kid, like at, I don't know, 12 or whatever I was at the time. So I just have to say, I don't know that that's what he had, but the way I read this, although both of these books were legally published in the past, these fall under the category of child pornography under current Japanese law. It says here, magazines of nudist organization imported from Germany. I don't know. He should not have had it either way. All I'm saying is that it paints a different picture than I had previously thought regarding this thing. And I think I was bringing this up because I was going to go into the fine. He had a fine. I think it was $3,000 or $1,300, something really low. And I was going to pull up. Actually, no, I have it. Hold on. Watch this. OCApodcast.com/OCA-173. Fuck, this isn't it. It's Spit Sperm. Do you guys remember which one that was? Was that 174? Did we do Outlaw Star after Guyver?
It's after this.
It's after Cowboy Bebop?
177. Try that.
Speaking of Bebop, what'd you guys think of the live action Bebop?
Oh, we
did a whole thing on it. Here it is.
There it is.
Okay.
TLDR AIDS.
That's putting it lightly.
There were some great aspects to it that could have been. There were some aspects to it that could have been fantastic had the rest of it not been awful. So I just bring this up again for clarification. This is back when he was originally arrested. Suzuki was arrested on grounds of illegal import. Illegal import gets up to 10 years in prison or up to 30 million yen, $265,000 in fines. Whereas possession of child porn in Japan gets up to 1 year in prison or up to 1 million in fine, $10,000 in fines. To put it in further context, a person arrested for possession of marijuana for personal use will get a more severe punishment, up to 5 years in prison, than possession of child pornography, up to 1 year in prison. Right. So I think his fine ended up coming out to like $1,400, something like that. I thought it was in the article. I guess it wasn't, but I don't know. I guess I've lost my steam on covering this now, but
I continue to derail your show.
No, I got so little sleep this whole week trying to prep things that
not hard.
My brain's
but
just
I'm
not
still
quite.
proud of you.
Look, AC derails his own show
My
on
own
a
brain.
regular
AC
basis.
even cucks himself from the
It's
stream on a regular basis.
perfectly
Give him a count.
within margin.
Anyway, did you guys have anything you want to say about Please Tell Me Galko-chan manga creator?
I mean, once again, it's an example of how well we protect children when we care more about illegal imports and illicit drugs than we do about freaking pedophiles.
For sure.
Yeah, I was saying that the other time we brought this up is that it's like with the Rurouni Kenshin thing, technically by Japan standards, he served his sentence. So it's like get mad at the Japanese government for their policy.
Well, he hasn't actually yet.
What do you mean?
He hasn't? Rurouni Kenshin?
Oh, well, this guy hasn't served his sentence yet.
Rurouni Kenshin just paid like $14,000 in fines. And
I mean, this guy presumably will fulfill his sentence.
Well, so this, I just got to say though, like this, and we talked about this with Kenshin's creator too, is that I'm hesitant to jump on the like give him the bullet kind of thing, because again, if the thing that they actually had, I used to say like I'm always hesitant to go after people like, for example, Sarah Wiedenheff's brother. I want to know, like, hold on, look, if he's got child porn on his computer, then he deserves the bullet. But if all he has is lolicon and there isn't actually a victim, then I'm going to judge him less harshly. I'm not going to view it the same way. Personally.
I mean, he pled guilty, so
yeah. No, this is before it had played out.
Well, hold on.
Just saying.
With you pleading guilty isn't a surefire thing.
Okay, if we're talking true random's right. People plead guilty just because they're under pressure of court.
Okay.
So
let me derail you and say what I'm trying to say is when that first came out and we knew that he was being accused of these things, what I said back then is I'm always hesitant on this charge because they're never giving you the actual details. Right. And if it turns out that a person literally just has some lolly dojin, I'm not going to view them the same way as somebody who has actual hardcore living, breathing children photographed doing sexual things. Right?
Yeah, but did he ever claim it was lolly?
No, he didn't. But what I'm saying is I'm using that as an example of when it comes to now this and when it comes to Kenshin's creator, and we are talking about like, oh, they only charged him this amount of money. It's like, look, if literally it turns out that all they had was that artist reference I was talking about that somehow from a semantic legal perspective turned out to now be considered child pornography, even though it would be like I'll put it this way. National Geographic has posted they've had issues where you'll see like naked kids in the Congo, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that's not child pornography.
No.
Right? So what I'm arguing here is I hate this how taboo this is. I hate the way that I just used that phrasing. I hate the fact that they don't give enough details here because the way that they phrased this, what I'm trying to say is the way that they phrased this, it obfuscates it a little bit because it says magazines of a nudist organization imported from Germany. Although both of these books were legally published in the past, these now fall under the category of child pornography under the current Japanese law. So if some bureaucratic
under the current Japanese law, lolicon would not be a crime.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that previously we've always been like, oh, Japan is awful because of the fact that like this fine is a slap on the wrist for having child porn. But if it turns out that under Japanese law, fucking National Geographic, kids being featured in the nude in the Congo from some fucking civil war conflict is considered child pornography, then it makes me look at the situation differently. I am failing catastrophically at trying to articulate intent.
I understand where you're coming from.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I understand where you're coming from because it makes a what the fuck moment where you're like, okay, this is okay, but this isn't. But the thing that like personally for me that always gets me is I had a serious issue when I was a teenager. I called that shit out that National Geographic stuff did because I got in trouble for fucking Final Fantasy X-2 and Riku being in a fucking bikini. But I was like, this is okay on TV?
Wasn't Riku 17 and 10 too?
I don't care. Well, that's not the point. I was like, hey, National Geographic is doing this, but I was getting in trouble for consent
where you live, Lance.
That's not that's not the point I'm trying to make. I was like,
what I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure it's 16, so it shouldn't matter.
I was 16 when I had the fucking game, but it's like I was getting like treated like shit for having that by my own parents. But no, like they can watch this shit's on National Geographic. So
anyway, as I said, I failed catastrophically at articulating, but what I'm trying to say is that once again, if there isn't an actual living, breathing human being being victimized, then I don't consider it a crime. I can think it's gross. I can think it's disgusting for people to beat off to lolly dojin. But if there's not an actual child there, I personally don't think it should be illegal. Right now, when it comes to this stuff, all I'm saying is that because it's obfuscated by the fact that the way it's phrased here, and again, this is the person being accused. This is the guy admitting to wanting to see naked children from overseas, as he phrased it. So I take it with a grain of salt that he's saying, well, they were legally published back in the past, but now they fall under the category of child porn. I'm just saying that maybe the harsh criticism that I previously given to Japan about how low the child pornography fines were that Kenya Suzuki and fucking Kenshin creator both got were maybe not maybe the punishment actually fit the crime in those cases. Because if literally it's exactly what I referenced earlier, these like anatomy reference books that were published in the 50s or whatever, then I don't know. I no longer view it the same way. But the problem is that they do not report the details, and then you're left thinking the worst. That's all I'm trying to say.
I
Also-
look. I want to say this because I got hot and heavy, and then a second ago,
Gross.
I see. Okay, wow.
You got turned on by Riku.
Fuck
and
off.
That did not come out the way that he
did-
wanted. I guarantee it.
Jesus Christ! No, wait a minute. What I'm trying to say is, I see where you're coming from, because it to me kind of, it's not fair in a way that these legal systems can hide what actually goes down, because again, that is a way to manipulate it to what a select few sees the crime, which is again where I do agree with you, where the punishment should fit the crime.
It all comes down to intent. Like you guys were talking about National Geographic. I'm sure all that intent, wrong or right, was for education, just like the anatomy books you're talking about. The intent is education. It's about the intent of the content. Are you intended to be educational, or are you intended to use it to beat off with? If you're intending to use images of minor children to beat off with, you're a pedophile. You belong on the wall. Lawly, I believe, is legal in the States because it's not a depiction of an actual child. It's art or fantasy or whatever the case may be. Does it make it right? Does it make it wrong? I'm not a lawyer, not a judge, not for me to decide. Does it make you weird? Absolutely. Anybody who's a grown adult who finds children in any form attractive, I think there's something wrong with you.
Right. And see, the difference, though, of course, is that they always try to use the argument that, oh, well, Sailor Moon is 15. It's like, yes, but she's drawn with the curves of an adult. Like, give me a break here, kind of thing. So
that's like, Joe Taro? He's like 15, but he looks like a 35-year-old, I don't know, super jacked
what's
guy.
the name of the girl from Kill la Kill? Mako? The friend?
I believe so.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the image that compares Jotaro at 15 versus? They're the same age.
All I have to say is for anyone's questioning.
I know the imagery you're talking about.
I don't like the National Geographic stuff. Period. I don't think that's cool personally.
No, I don't either.
Another image that I remember seeing.
So I really don't give a shit.
There's an image, I think it's from Japan, it might be from Vietnam, of people running towards whoever's taking the photo. It's like a war correspondent, like photo. What do you call it? War photography. And I remember, I think it might be in Hiroshima. There's children in the picture, and one of them is probably, I don't know, like an 11-year-old girl running towards the camera, and she's naked, right? Not sexual in any way. But I just like, this is pictures from history of events. And it's like, this is the kind of thing where I do not know. And it sounds like what he said was that the nudist or like of a nudist organization. That doesn't sound to me like historical photos of people escaping a fucking atomic bombing. Just throwing that out there. But I'm just saying that if it turns out that like the legal system says that something is child pornography, when actuality previously it was, National Geographic, then I'm just saying it changes things. But as we've established and beaten the dead horse, I don't think that that's necessarily what's happening here. The downside is that they are always never forthcoming with the actual details for us to know how harshly we should be judging the individuals who are being arrested for things that may turn out like, oh yeah, it's illegal, but actually, again, National Geographic. Fuck me, I can't talk now. National Geographic.
Again,
Post your waifu in the chat. We'll tell you if she's shit.
Okay.
Again, I think it comes down to intent because if you think about it, like parents take pictures of their kids bathing. Is that child pornography?
Oh my God,
that's so weird.
Please.
Again,
well, I'm saying that it happens. I'm not
it
saying
does
that
happen, and there have been occasions where people have reported people on Facebook for posting pictures of their kids in the bath where you don't even see anything.
Right. Well, I'm saying if you don't post it, like say,
okay.
Like,
all I have to say
I agree. I would argue it's not child pornography,
and I hate
personally.
it, and I have a problem with it. 100%. But that's just me.
What did you say? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm saying personally, I hate that. I have a problem with it, but that's just me.
Well, I know that. No, I'm not saying that it's not.
I'm just saying that the parents' intent, I don't approve of that in one fucking bit.
I don't think.
How do you know what the parents' intent was?
Why people are okay with that, but fucking they'll attack someone over a goddamn manga? Fuck you.
Okay.
Not okay. I get.
All right, I think we are literally all on the same page, so I'm just going to move on and say,
if you like children, if you sexually like children, you're weird. You need
One
help.
last thing I'll say is America is just as bad when it comes to going light in some
Going
cases.
light on. Well,
case in point, Supreme Court justice. If anyone's been following that. Anyway,
yeah, but if she were white conservative,
Oh.
they'd be all over for that.
Katanji, what was her name?
I think it's Ketanji Brown Jackson or something.
Yeah,
like
Brown
that.
Jackson. That's what it was. Yeah.
Look it up. Moving on.
All right. Anyway, so in pickups, let us thank God, Reese, that first of all, here's my pickups. I'll show you real quick. It is my notice to go to the post office because my pickup from Japan did not arrive. I think it is the girl from the other side. No, it's the girl from the other side Kickstarter. In Discord pickups, Danny picked up Hakuge, The Legend of Moby Dick, which is fantastic. I'd love to watch that again sometime.
I'm surprised that wasn't Tangelo's pickup.
Called out. Also, apparently, Dark Funeral. We Are the Apocalypse, signed.
I
You
heard
got
their
this
new
from Seth?
single,
Is
and
it-
I thought it was
Wow.
like okay.
Is this the disc? Is this is Discord, isn't it? Are you
Yeah,
looking
this
at
is Discord.
This is Discord. Yes.
Oh, that's funny. For April Fool's Day, Tangela became a sea lion or something. Anyway, so I thought this was pretty cool. Some neat artwork. Oh, I didn't notice the.
That's from Violet Evergarden.
Yeah, when I first looked at this guy, I thought it looks like the guy from A Silent Voice.
Huh.
The way it's drawn there. So some cool stuff. Congratulations. God damn it, why doesn't the arrow keys work? Right.
Where are he? Right here.
I'm right here.
That's pretty cool. And then Otakuzo picked up Weathering with You.
No, sir.
And Tangelo actually has the umbrella from it.
Castle.
So there you go.
Got
and
it
then
commissioned.
Jason South got the what is this? The
Place Farther Than the Universe.
yeah, but is this the Japanese release or is this just an
It
Aniplex?
must be, yeah. I don't think.
Well, congratulations. Moving on so we can make record time. Fuck. Fruitanari
Does
Punch.
anybody else have any pickups?
Save them for next podcast.
God damn it. Okay, fine.
I don't believe it. I'm gonna stop getting pickups.
I have one pickup, but
I don't believe in physical media. We should have gone through this segment like an hour and 40 minutes ago when it was still April Fool's.
Yes. Hey, it's still April Fool's in my time zone. So I don't know if you've
20
ever
minutes.
heard of Trent. I don't know if you've ever heard of what tentacle grape.
Grape.
Have you ever heard of there's a drink called tentacle grape?
No, I have not heard of Tentacle Grape.
Well, the company that makes tentacle grape, which I'll pull up an image here for you. This one. This will work. It's an anime themed beverage that they sell at conventions. They've got a Kickstarter here for a new flavor called Fruitanari Punch.
Oh God.
So we're covering the Kickstarter news here. So there you go. It's currently at $24,000. 8 days to go. Moving on from here. So we've got some live action One Piece news. They've cast Shanks. I've already forgot the guy's name.
Who's doing the One Piece live action? Netflix?
Netflix, yeah.
Oh God, they have such a great track record.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
So how is it that I can hear this coming out of my speakers when I hear you guys coming out of my headphones?
I don't know. I can't hear nothing you're playing.
Oh
so.
no! Now you guys are coming out of my speakers too.
We are coming. That is true.
That's weird. Okay, that's interesting. So I guess only things happening on the other two windows are coming out there. Anyway, there's Shanks. Also, I saw these and I want to share them with you. All members of the server, possible ace actor found. So Arthur Falco posted this, I guess, on Instagram.
But why is it
of himself
possible?
with ace overlaid, and it says spirit character. And I think it was liked by somebody in the current cast members, right? This is the guy playing Shanks.
A cast member could be like looking up, I don't know, One Piece stuff because they're interested in that and then just liked it.
Then this person also shared this image and said, "I am very honored to be given the opportunity to." I don't know what this one said. Right. So these are some other ones. You guys can look through the doc on the website if you want to find out who those people are and everything. In streaming news. So Takeshi's Castle is returning to Amazon Prime. So or they're bringing back Takeshi's Castle, and it's going to be streaming on Amazon Prime. So in the streaming wars, they're finding old content people liked and bringing it back. Hopefully they don't ruin it. The problem is that when people in the West like this, it was called Most Extreme Elimination Challenge, and it was on G4.
Spike. And people liked it because the commentary was hilarious.
Yeah, it was also. I watched it on Spike.
I don't think it's going to have the same effect when you reboot it if you don't also have the MXC.
I am still sad in that ABC or whatever, or NBC bought Ninja Warrior, because once they bought it, they took the Japanese one off the air, because they used to air the Japanese one and translate it.
Now they just got American Ninja Warrior.
Yeah.
Lime.
Yeah, MXC was a hilarious thing to watch.
Yeah, I don't know. I bet if I watched it now, I'd probably cringe more than enjoy it, but we'll see.
Actually, they think they stream it on Twitch. I think they have their own little. Yeah, I think there's like this looping channel that they have that streams it 24/7 on Twitch. I swear somebody pointed that out to me. I don't quote me on that 100%.
So Prince of Tennis is coming to Crunchyroll with a new English dub. Here's a full list of what's launching on March 29th. So the Prince of Tennis episode 51 to 128. Previously, the show was dubbed up to episode 50, if I recall correctly. And so when they say new English dub, it seems like they're not redubbing the original. And it also says the new English dub will cover up to episode 80. So they're putting on March 29th, episodes 51 through 128, but the new English dub is only going to cover up to 80, and then all of Prince of Tennis 2. Why would you stop at episode 80 and then also go on to the sequel series? Also, it's being put together at Sound Cadence Studios. Just throwing that out.
Hold up. 80. I think they have more than 80 dubbed on their site. I'm just going to check right now. Live.
It says new English dub will cover up to episode 80 of the Prince of Tennis and all of the Prince of Tennis 2 content.
Look, you want Crunchyroll to make sense. I mean, come on.
Continuing from here. So Spriggan has what?
Well, I'm looking it up right now. So, God damn it, why is it loading? Okay, so they have episode, let's see, so 80. Wait, what? Oh, I take it back. 81 is literally 80 and 81 are. Oh no, just 80 is the only new English dub they have. Okay, so maybe they're right. That is pretty stupid. Good job.
It is dumb. All right, so Spriggan has a premiere date now, the third trailer. So I'm getting some hope that maybe it's not full CG, but enough of it is CG that it looks bad. Also, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean is going to return to Netflix for part 2 in the fall. Do we have a date? I don't know if we have a date. What's coming this fall?
Wasn't Vic involved in that at some point?
He was in part 5. Is that correct, Reese?
4.
4? The Kishibe Rohan.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if Rohan showed up in part 5 or part 6.
He does not.
The Prehistoric Pickle is coming a new Hanma Baki series. So Baki the Grappler is getting to the part in the manga where the caveman is Encino-manned out or whatever, and he has to fight a caveman. This seems more appetizing than something I want to talk about hours ago when I wasn't this tired. So Crunchyroll is also halting ad-supported simulcast streaming starting with spring 2022 season. So Reese, you want to give me the short version of this?
So everything that is currently on Crunchyroll that is not behind the premium paywall, like all the new Funimation dubs, that's still going to be available for ad-supported stuff. But going forward, new simulcast stuff is going to be behind the paywall.
No surprise there.
Well, it's funny to me because everyone had this what do you call it? This close call of, oh, phew, I thought that all of it was going to be behind a paywall, and I'm just sitting here in Canada, and it's like, oh, that's just my way of life, apparently.
Right.
But you guys dodged a bullet.
They'll get there eventually.
Crunchyroll is going to remove Food Wars, Akame ga Kill, Bang Dream, Girls and Panda, No Game No Life, and more. So basically, as we said before,
61 different Sentai titles.
Yeah, so Sentai once again is switching all their stuff to be exclusive to High Dive to give you a reason to actually support.
With
High
the
Dive.
exception of the co-production between Crunchyroll and Sentai, like Science Fell in Love, but or whatever.
Yeah. All right, so let's address some chats real quick. So,
Which,
Black
by the
Omega-
way, did we cover how Made in Japan is dissolved into Sentai?
Oh shit, I forgot to bring that up. Yeah, we'll cover that another.
I mean,
day.
that's kind of all you need to know.
That is it.
There's
Yeah,
not much.
the madeinjapan.com or whatever, it now redirects to Sentai. So Black Omega 1000 says people from the Naruto community are less toxic, and even the VAs are decent.
I highlighted that to say that all fandoms are toxic. So
To some degree, sure.
Yeah.
Nekabot says, "Wow, someone send this asshole straight to hell, please." Oh, is this Galko-chan?
Yeah.
More
I'm
than
sorry.
100% like rate. Congratulations, bitches.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
Trent. Can you mute your the kids?
Just temporarily. Let's see. Oh yeah, there is a mute button. You see it, right? Oh, you probably have it.
I think
around.
he has a
I have-
manual.
Yeah, he's
No, I have a wave. I can just swipe the top of it and mute the microphone.
Cool. All right. Look, this fucker lives in the land of Japanese babes and hentai. Even with all that, he imports child porn. Pin his ass to the wall and call it a day. This is why Cuties is awful, and in conjunction, the Australian Classification Board. Right. And again, there's a very stark difference between kid running away from nuclear blast while nude and girl gyrating fully clothed in Cuties, right?
Well, isn't the idea that they're like, oh, this is a what do you call it? They're trying to use as a way to convey to people that, oh, this is why
critique on the culture or whatever.
Exploiting kids is bad or whatever. It's like, yeah, but you use real kids.
Yeah,
to
and
do that, not a
the point is
cartoon
that
or
you don't
something.
have to actually force the children to do the act and film it, when all you could have done instead was show the reaction of the audience, right? Or hired actors who looked young but were
or made
actually
it like
over
an
18.
animation, so there's no real kids.
Doesn't make you any less of a pedophile.
There's all sorts of the fuck? That was weird. Did you guys see my mouse over here a second ago? I had two mice for a second. That was so weird. Anyway, someone should have been lynched for cutie, so they're trying in fucking Texas.
Oh yeah, they finally are actually in court.
It's only Discord in the Finer Things channel. Oh, it's only Dickcord in the Finer Things channel. That's our NSFW channel. Everyone is coming in AC's ears. Gross. Ouch. I need an adult. Okay, in theater release news. Fortune Favors Lady Nikuko anime film is going to be opening in the U.S. theaters on June 3rd. If you're interested in seeing it, that's the news. All right, now we're getting into serious news. Now you can slow down a little. Talk about shit. Shit that I was so eager to talk about when I felt like I was going to get more sleep this week. But here we are. We'll make it work. Okay. All right, so the fantasy anime Reincarnated as a Sword unsheaths its first visual trailer. So this is an actual isekai. I can't wait till we get to cover that they're doing the Reincarnated as a Vagina or whatever it was as an anime. I think that will be hilarious. I wonder who... Hey, if you had to cast a guy for that role. Let me just pull it up. What was it called? Reincarnated as a vagina? That's what it's called, right? Isekai vagina. I love how that actually pulled up the proper result. I can't show it. I could
If
probably
you had
show
to
this.
cast a man to reincarnate as a vagina, Ron Toye is my first pick.
No, I mean if you had to cast somebody
an
to
actual
voice.
voice actor.
That time
An
I got
actual voice
reincarnated as a
actor?
vagina.
Whoa.
So which voice actor would you cast as a vagina? Anyway, all right, moving on from here. So Uncle from Another World. So this is that one about the guy who went into a coma, and while he was there, he was transported to another world, where basically a bunch of video game tropes played out, and then he came back. 17 years ago, Takafumi's uncle fell into a coma, but now he's back like a man risen from his grave. Soon, Takafumi discovers two bizarre things. His uncle treasures video games above all else. And while comatose, he was actually transported to another world as some heroic guardian. Now, not only does Takafumi have to room with an uncle who is literally magical, he also has to catch the guy up on 2 decades of history, smartphones, high-speed internet, modern anime tropes, and the traumatic outcome of the 90s console war. So we've talked about it previously. It's coming for summer 2022. All right. Oh, this is more of it, just so you can visually see some of the stuff from it.
I got notified that apparently Neko Volts had one of her comments censored. However, StreamYard remembers, and I started.
Okay. Agricultural isekai light novel farming life in another world is getting an anime. So if you're a farmer like Foodnum, enjoy your escape from reality.
I will watch the shit out of this.
I'll watch it too. There's not many agricultural anime.
Yeah.
Right.
Silver
Demon Lord
Spoon is fucking awesome.
Demon Lord and One Room Hero is also getting a TV anime. So I'm basically covering stuff that we previously talked about when it was in manga form, and now is getting an anime.
Actually, speaking of which, so if you think of it, it's like Harvest Moon, the anime. So the funny thing is some people look at anime and they're like, oh, that glorifies the job and stuff. And I'm sitting here like, this is awesome because I hate the real thing.
So Wit Studios' Vampire in the Garden original anime has debuted its first trailer and new visual. So this is a thing. I don't have anything more to say about it right now because I'm too tired. So I do have something to say about this. Doga Kobo's RPG real estate anime flies high in its second key visual. So I wanted to point something out to you guys. The Japanese, I've talked about this before, due to their tradition of kabuki and no drama and whatnot, they have developed and mastered the art of striking imagery. When you look at this picture, there is so much going on here. First of all, it's a dynamic illustration. You got the characters in dynamic poses, dynamically placed in the frame, angled to draw your eye. When you look at this, you get to see immediately a civilization, fortified towns, medieval city that's intriguing. There's a giant fucking dragon. There's like Yggdrasil over here. There's 2 celestial bodies in the sky, airships, not to mention, whatever this dragon girl is or whatever. Now, I want to point to you guys to another poster. You tell me what's wrong with it. Am I right? Like, it's so stale, right? Compared to, like, this is something you look at this and like, yeah, I'll watch that, right?
You missed the linking connection of how the first image has pink hair and
go back up to the top image, the first image on this one there.
When I saw this, I'm like, is this like an actual anime version of High Guardian Spice? To which, then that's when the whole conversation started.
Yeah, it's just like I'd much rather watch this. Is all I'm saying.
I'll watch this.
Also, Shadow's House season 2 hype, and Goblin Slayer season 2.
Yeah.
Medieval Doom.
You know, I was so thrilled in that first episode when he shows up and like the guitar riff happens, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And then it never happened again.
And it's already banned in Texas.
Right. Right. In Texas schools, Random 11. Also, I thought it was funny that this character reminds me of the guy who ascended to like sorcerer status
Wizard
in
or
Interspecies Reviewers for remaining a virgin for 30 years or whatever. All right, and another major hype. We've got some first look at Rising of the Shield Hero season 2. Video's private, apparently. Guess we missed it. Luckily, Sankaku Complex screenshotted like every other frame from it
and sent it to
Yeah,
their servers.
they're really good. They're really good about that. Like,
What do you mean they're good about that? That's the most obnoxious part. It's like, oh my god, I'm scrolling.
well,
for
I mean,
7
other than
days.
these screenshots, we wouldn't be seeing anything because the fucking video is private.
They screenshot it and sent it to their servers.
If I didn't have Sankaku Complex, we'd just
Sankaku
get
Complex.
copyright struck by all of the trailers. Anyway, also Golden Kamuy season 4. Hell yeah.
Woohoo.
Looks pretty good considering it's a new studio too. So
I mean, I gave up after the first season. I can't stand Monica as the lead.
Bro, watch it in Japanese. The show is so fucking good. Also, Renai
Goku
Flops.
badass
Guys,
from start to finish.
Yeah, here we go.
I am so eager to show you this one. Renai Flops
Oh, yeah.
trailer filled with cute romantic moments. All right, so let me just
They all
scroll
turn out
down
to be
and show
dudes.
you. I laughed my ass off originally. It's the typical harem, right? Wait a
Oh
minute.
god.
Whoa, that one shot, man. He
Oh,
was
hold
really
on.
getting in
I've,
there.
I've got a
gets
GIF.
better. It
I've
gets
got a
better.
GIF. So previously I was worried about showing this, but then I realized he has a banana in his pocket. That's a banana. That's what she
I knew
hits
there
out
had
of
to be a catch. That was
it.
way too
Shoots out of
graphic.
his- we were like, well, Footnum, I need you to censor it, Pixel Blur. Like, we weren't gonna show it. Even funny as shit. Anyway,
Is that a banana in your pocket? Or you just
Oh
happen
my
to
god, I
see
think we're coming out for banana as we speak.
all right, looking forward to that show. Okay, Hatsune Miku is joining the cast of Dropkick on My Devil. So that show that keeps getting the sequel seasons because of the Japanese hometown tax. I guess they landed with all that money. They landed Hatsune Miku as a now an actual character in the show somehow.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah, that thing that it's the first time it's really gotten
It's canon.
an anime.
Right after
Which-
Shinkalion.
You had a poor choice of order for the articles because the next one would have been speaking of things that didn't get anime before that now do. But anyway.
Okay. So Odd Taxi anime producer teases season 2 depending on the movie. Now previously we covered this about how they got the movie and the movie depended on whether or not they got pre-orders. They needed was a direct response to the Blu-ray getting over 6,000 pre-orders when the producers only expected 300 pre-orders for the box set. So now they're saying if the movie does well, you get a season 2 as well. So I don't know if you have any way to directly contribute to that because I don't think the movie's going to come out in the States before they would even greenlight season 2, but that's how anime's done. Now, RWBY voice actress already trying to cause trouble for RWBY Ice Queendom. So real quick, RWBY is getting an actual anime, if you can believe it.
Wait, say it isn't so. Is it actually going to be watchable? No way.
I mean, you tell me. When I saw this, I thought they were comparing it to the Rooster Teeth one because they look like they could still be lifeless 3D models, but apparently this is from the actual show. So the Western anime-inspired series RWBY which many agree has declined significantly in quality over the years, might have its problem rectified by the coming Japanese anime RWBY Ice Queendom. Though a Western voice actor seems intent on causing mischief amongst its staff.
Color me
Yeah.
shocked.
Oh
Right?
no.
The anime adaptation appears to be a remake of sorts, a surefire way to not only attract people through nostalgia, but also hopefully go in a different direction in the future, so as to steer clear from being similar to the currently hated Western series.
That's a good idea
Was it going to be
because
about Weiss or her sister or something? Because that would be the only thing that makes sense.
well, by remake, I think they pretty much mean a one-to-one remake for the most part. But I think that would be a good idea because my biggest problem, I only saw volume 1. My biggest problem was that they insert all these tiny little gestures and quirky little bits that were like anime cliche 101. But it came off as cringy because of the awkward CG. Whereas if it was 2D, it would be fine. You'd be like, okay, that's kind of a cute little gesture. But no, it's just jank. So I think that's a good idea, actually. They would make it watchable, as Greenline said. Potentially.
So Head Tilt Animation Studio Shaft was chosen to, I guess, is Shaft known for animating a head
They
tilt?
have the Shaft head tilt, believe it or
Is that
not.
the head tilt that has like the hair fall off the shoulder as they're doing it?
The Monogatari head tilt.
Okay. So Head Tilt Animation Studio Shaft was chosen to animate. Toshimasa Suzuki was selected to direct, and Gen Urobuchi will conceptualize the series. To Ubukata is penning the compositions and scripts, and Steins Gate character designer Huke is also adapting the original 3D designs to better fit the new 2D look. Here's a visual image for the anime.
I've been saying I like the RWBY story. I feel like all the people drama is what ruined it, and yeah, the CG can pretty much burn in hell.
Brad,
But
I sent you a link. in the
I
front
think if they
chat.
did this and they took the one-to-one story, it'd be badass. I'd be more than happy.
Oh, the head tilt. All right,
Yeah.
everybody. Here's the head tilt.
Honestly, I didn't even notice half of these because there's at least 2 of those from Arakawa.
Hey, if the Japanese studio gets in, we get it redubbed. Maybe we get Vic
Some of
Mignogna back
those
to
aren't
pro.
even Shaft. Like the
I think it's-
Anohana one is that's A1 Pictures.
Was it in collaboration? Oh, this is the Shaft head tilt. So the iconography of it is used in Anohana, even though it's not Shaft.
When I think of Shaft, I think of Fireworks because that's the only anime movie I remember that was animated by Shaft. I guess did Shaft animate Madoka Magica? Because I guess I saw that too. Anyway, I don't
Everything
remember
I've
the head
seen of
tilt.
Shaft had some weird jank to it, but Monogatari, I was like, okay, damn, this is why people might like Shaft.
They also did March Comes in Like a Lion, which is fucking awesome.
They did do that, didn't they? I forgot about that one.
So the announcement of the
But
Japanese
it's your
anime-
lie in April now.
Yeah.
The announcement of the Japanese anime has already prompted scorn and loathing from jealous Western voice actors, specifically Aaron, the voice actress of the English shows Blake, who decided to bring up a 7-year-old accusation of To Ubukata beating his wife and let the world know it makes her uncomfortable, even though she will not be working with him. So this is what she had to say. I just was informed of very upsetting news regarding the writer for the RWBY anime. As a survivor of abuse, I'm feeling uncomfortable and very conflicted. I've made my concerns known. I don't have any other response to this at the time. I need to process and step away right now.
I just wonder how hard she had to look to find this shit just to point this out, because some Japanese companies trying to make RWBY better or bring it back.
Despite knowing he was alleged to have beat his wife, Aaron was somehow unaware of the fact that Ubukata claimed he did not and was never prosecuted. So the voice actress virtue signaling generated so much attention that To Ubukata himself replied to her, replying to Aaron. And sorry, this is cringe because his English is not very good. So replying to her statement there, this is To Ubukata. I'm sorry to send you a message for this reason, but for your peace of mind, I want to convey my innocence. I don't want to talk about the incident I suffered because my ex-wife doesn't want it. I don't know what the news that made you uneasy, but I think the story should exist for the relief and reconciliation of those who have been injured by others. Then this person replied, apologies for asking if it is not my place to do so, but are you the subject of this tweet or in any way related to the situation? I didn't have any choice. I just wanted her peace. I'm innocent that my ex-wife wanted. The deluded Westerner then issued a non-apology before making it seem like it was Ubukata's fault, even though he did nothing wrong. So this is what she said. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone for their support. It's important to me to speak up about things I believe firmly in because I was made to be quiet for so long about them in the past. I want to clarify. I reached out to Rooster Teeth after I tweeted. They've been wonderfully understanding and responsive to my fears and discomfort. I appreciate their respect towards my trauma response. Healing takes time and is often not perfect. Secondly, I don't want this dark cloud to overshadow this project that we've been putting our heart and soul into for years. The joy of this new adventure for the RWBY girls is something that can't be taken away from me, and I hope not from you either. I'm so very proud and excited to share what's next for the RWBY team.
I mean, it can be when they get Bang Zoom to dub it instead, but
there you go. And she says, sending you all love and gratitude. And then she had this image there. I'm not tweeting for a lack of things to say. Things are being worked out internally. I understand this is how it should have gone in the first place. That's on me. For that, I apologize. Again, healing from trauma isn't perfect and oftentimes messy. So appreciate your patience with me right now. Currently figuring things out.
Rooster Teeth, Funimation, Crunchyroll, all these people, stop fucking hiring these social justice warriors.
Right. Some who always have to make it about
they
themselves.
Usually come out as
Like,
social justice
right?
warriors after they're already in the seat.
And how did she ever say how long ago her trauma was?
Well, she's not accusing To Ubukata of abusing her.
When was her trauma? How long ago was her trauma? Did she ever say? Was it 15 years ago? Was it last month?
I don't know.
What I don't get, what I 100% understand is that she apparently, when this got announced, this totally looks like she seeked up this information about someone involved just to cause a ruckus, and he was decent enough to try to explain something from of course, in his own way. And instead of understanding and apologizing, she goes off on her own little tangent.
I think it's entirely possible that she just happened to know, like, okay, look, I give people the benefit of the doubt. If she's if she is a victim of abuse, it is very possible that as she's reading her anime news from, let's say, 2014, I don't remember when his thing happened, but his name pops up and she commits it to memory just by nature of the fact that when she reads things about abuse, it's traumatizing or whatever, giving her the full benefit of the doubt. I do not believe that she looked up all these people and decided, oh, well, this guy's got skeletons. Let's talk about it on Twitter. I don't think that's what she did.
It looks like is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think it's within the realm of possibility that is not what she did, but I don't know. So some have also noted the hypocrisy of Erin's willingness to bring up a 7-year-old incident about Ubukata, yet refuses to talk about the pedophilia accusations towards Daman Mills, who she actually worked alongside as a voice actress. Hello. Drunken grandmas.
What the hell?
This is incognito otaku.
You've got the best avatars, but
back in my day, we had to actually drink pure alcohol just from the bottle.
Back in my day, we drank moonshine, not this weak bullshit you kids have now.
We just drank milk from the tit.
So a first glimpse at RWBY Ice Queendom, which is set to arrive in 2022, depicting the once 3D girls in a 2D environment and potentially reigniting the spark in those who might have lost hope for the series, right? So this is now. I've got it somewhere. Where's the bonus step? It'd be funny if they, for the Japanese original dub, right, that they unwokify it.
Yeah.
All right, then here's the omake. And I've got from Anime News Network, the Marduk Scramble writer, Ubukata, was arrested on August 24, 2015 on charges of domestic violence against his then wife. According to the police, Ubukata's wife claimed he hit her on her jaw and the area around her mouth. Ubukata allegedly hit his wife's face in their Tokyo apartment on August 21st at around 7 p.m., causing her front tooth to break. Ubukata denied the charges, saying, "It's not true that we quarreled. I did not hit her."
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
I just happened to have it on camera, so I had to share it. The prosecution released Ubukata without indictment in September 2015, and his wife chose not to press charges. Ubukata spent 9 days in jail and wrote a memoir about the experience.
This happened in Japan, right?
Yes.
The fact that he was released speaks a lot because Japan are
their
real
conviction
harsh.
rate is out
Yeah.
of this world.
Yeah, so the fact that he wasn't even indicted speaks volumes. This man was innocent. If you're going to be tried anywhere in the world to prove your innocence and you're found innocent in Japan, I mean, I don't even know where these people come off saying that they're, oh my God, so traumatized, because Jesus Christ, does anybody look at the Japanese legal system? It is terrible.
Nekovolt says, "Okay, I feel cucked. If Greenline does not get an extra long segment to show his pickups in the next podcast, I am going to riot." Well, he'll have twice as much time because he's going to be doing twice as much pickups.
That's the one that was censored by YouTube. Like, it forced it to say "message retracted."
Oh, yikes!
Have any of you guys have your own messages censored by YouTube? Like on your like AC, have you had
Don't
yours?
get me
own
started.
messages?
So yes, there is a video on the channel titled the Costco conspiracy, because for some reason there was a time when I was typing up comments, and when I'd hit enter, YouTube was removing words for them before they posted.
Yeah, I've had entire comments that were mine on my own channel be just completely deleted.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
I want to go ahead, but
I'm like, damn, YouTube, like I didn't cuss, I didn't say nothing, you just deleted it. Why?
Back years ago, I basically got shadow banned from YouTube because my comments completely stopped appearing. I went about almost 2.5, let's just say 2 months to be more precise for what I 100% can go here. My comments were gone. I couldn't post on any chat. I wasn't doing anything wrong. It's just I had friends who were YouTubers, and just for the hell of it, they let me kind of go crazy in the chat. And apparently, YouTube saw me as a problem. So I was just gone.
You were unpersoned from YouTube.
Pretty
People have
Every
accused
comment
me
was just gone.
People have accused me in the past of deleting comments, and I'm like, if you guys cuss or say anything, YouTube flags that automatically and puts it in another section. It's not me. I don't delete your comments. And it happens so often. I've literally got like 200-300 comments that I haven't been able to approve yet, because with every video, there's 10 to 15 of them that don't get through because they've cussed or said something YouTube doesn't like, and it's like it would take me an eternity to go through all of them. So,
oh my God,
just tell your watchers
I know
like what I've learned. Just learn how to respell things just so the streamer will understand it. Because YouTube is going to censor them one way or the other, and it's not fair, but it happens.
Yeah, it's on YouTube's end.
Feeling that some videos probably also get flagged to delete comments like crazy more than others, because I have had comments on some of my other videos that easily have gotten through, but the same comments on my trap video, which, by the way, if you ever seen my trap video, if you go look at the newest comments, there's you will see, despite it getting a lot of views every day, I actually see that it's getting comments fairly often, but almost all of them get deleted instantly before I can do anything. And that's because I don't know what it is about YouTube, but they are just hyper freaking deleting anything off that video.
Deleted. It honestly feels like it targets more creators than it does anything, because some of these channels who are claiming to be quote-unquote news channels can get away with what I want to say get away with murder, but people take that out of context.
I'll look at my comments, it'll say, oh, you have this many comments, and I'll only see half. one video I had, it said I had over 200 comments, and I can only see maybe 80 of them. I'm like, where the hell are the rest of these comments you're saying that I have? They're not here.
Yeah. Speaking of which, there's been a surprising lack of porn bots in the chat lately.
I know, right? I was thinking about that. I just didn't want to jinx us.
You know what? I haven't gotten any in mine, and I feel left out. Like,
well,
I'm
they're
waiting
not.
for them.
They're just like a string of like 3 letters and then like a dot and then like more 3 more letters. It's like it's not even something you look at and go, oh, that's like come see my sexy pics. It's not nothing like that. It's just like these weird URLs that we just banned.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Trent, you're just like, I need to know where the best prawn is. Like,
as long as it's free, I mean, I'm willing to give it a try once. I mean,
so during podcast 15, that's when I was commenting. I was eating a Costco salad, right? Somebody was asking me about it, so I mentioned I'm eating a Costco salad, and it took out the word Costco, right? So
he's eating a Costco salad.
Literally just finished podcast. Watch me type. I typed Costco, damn it. And I hit enter and Costco disappeared. I'm going to try it again. See? There. Anyway, so there you have it. I happen to have recorded that happening.
I mean, Jesus, what does YouTube have against Costco?
Look how happy he is.
Look at how happy I was living in Arizona when I still had my my collection behind me, and it wasn't all in the storage unit.
You left Arizona? Why?
Boy, it's a long story. It has to do with COVID. And
watch the VOD.
My landlord
and you moved to the
decided to
West
sell my
Coast?
place.
There's like an entire podcast where AC's in a car and we're doing the podcast. Watch it.
Oh my god.
So Interspecies Reviewers manga goes on hiatus due to the artist's illness.
No.
The manga's last up. Have you seen Interspecies Reviewers, by the way, Trent?
No, but I've
the
heard
anime that wasn't
plenty
up to Funimation standards.
I have heard plenty of stories, and then I'm sure if you watched it on Twitch, like watched the actual stuff, you'd probably get banned.
Yeah. So the manga was last updated on February 25th, and it was an unspecified illness. So I don't know. We don't know. Not COVID. I don't know.
I'm guessing it might have been because it's unspecified.
Who knows?
So we can assume what we will.
I feel like.
Speaking of COVID, did you guys hear that one of the big cities in China went back on lockdown?
Not
because Omicron.
Oh wow!
I forget which one. Shanghai. Shanghai went on lockdown.
I wouldn't be surprised, but let's keep our discussion on.
Oh yeah, that's right. That can get us
to the minimum with
YouTube, shall we?
Sorry, you brought up COVID and maybe.
Yeah.
All right. So I know that they've got it under control over there. They just weld your door shut when you've got it. Anyway, Nintendo of America has taken down an archived Japanese Super Mario 64 guidebook.
Why?
Because they have to overreach on their copyright.
It's not sexy enough. Fuck it. Have you seen that?
Sankaku Complex has got you covered. I think they've got it.
Oh, they have all the sexy Mario.
Yeah,
they do.
Nintendo of America forced archive to remove this. Then my first mirror went 404, but I've uploaded it here again. Akainen also made a torrent, right? So, like, fuck you, Japan. Also, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild sequel has been delayed to spring 2023.
Kind of happy about this. Breath of the Wild's a good series, a good game.
Random
Let's
11,
not
you
fuck
asleep?
it up.
No, you know, I haven't.
Okay.
I have the first one. I haven't played it yet. I've been meaning to play it.
It's amazing.
Is it?
I'm happy with them pushing this off to not fuck it up.
Well, as long as they don't mess it up, that's the key. I've said this before about video games. Don't rush them. If you have to delay them, delay them. Make them right the first time. Because if they hit, they'll sell even if people have to wait.
In the meantime, oh, sorry, go ahead. Damn.
I was just gonna say, I think they've delayed this because they want to delay the Switch 2.
Could be.
Yeah, I think they're gonna release the Switch 2. I think that they couldn't release it this year.
The Switch.
And so they got pushed back to March, just like the original Switch came out in March of 2017.
Yeah, but the only issue I have with that is that have they even announced the Switch 2?
No.
Didn't Twilight
Is it
Princess?
just me, or do you sound just like another YouTuber? Never mind.
Okay. Didn't Twilight Princess get like pushed back so long that it eventually came out on the following console?
Oh, so both Breath of the Wild and Twilight Princess
Right.
have done this.
Released on
Yeah,
both.
so it's just how they handle things now. Now,
Yeah.
in the meantime, while you're waiting,
Breath of the Wild was released on the Nintendo.
thanks for cucking my
Wii.
segue.
You're welcome.
The fan-made Zelda Ocarina of Time PC port has at last been finished. So now you can mod it and you can play it with like HD textures and
sweet
whatever you want.
Yeah, but if you're a normie like me, you don't know how to hack your way into the textures and the frame rate unlock.
So they
That's
haven't
other
got,
people on the internet will do that for you.
as far as I know, they haven't got a frame rate fixer yet, because the way, as my understanding, like the CPU timing is based off of the frame rate or whatever. So basically, like if you sped up the frame rate,
it would
you'd
speed up the
in-game time, and everything would go super fast. I'm sure that's fixable. It's just they haven't gotten around. Like
they just need to port it and they need to re-release it in high def. They need to.
They
update
did.
it.
That's what this is.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, I know this is what I'm saying officially, not just like a fan.
Yeah.
They did.
Did they?
Yeah. It's on the eShop, not the eShop, the Nintendo Switch Online thing.
Is it still 30 FPS?
Yes, it's 30 FPS, 720p.
I think it'd be great if they get Majora's Mask also ported to PC and be able to like play with like Fierce Deity Link in Ocarina of Time.
Well, okay, so first of all, the benefit of this is that the official Nintendo one sticks to 4:3 aspect ratio. They don't hack in widescreen.
Yeah.
This one, it's literally any
ultra wide,
any aspect ratio.
Giga wide.
The official release didn't go widescreen.
No. It was
Wow.
stuck to 4:3. Well, because there's problems with changing the aspect ratio.
Yeah.
For rendered cutscenes and
Right.
even
How many
the little
cutscenes are there? In there?
They'd have to stretch the image basically.
even the little town in scroll down when you walk through that gate right there, that gate. When you walk through that gate, there's like a section where it's like overhead view for like a second.
Yeah, the pre-rendered backgrounds.
And
That's
so
what-
yeah, that whole pre-rendered background is all cropped to 4:3, right?
4:3, yeah.
So
when you run
people
into
are-
the gate and it shows it from above.
Yeah,
Oof,
people are
yeah.
working on retexturing all that and
Nice.
get it working.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
But for now, that's all stuck to wide or 4:3. Even if you do have the widescreen. turned on.
Theoretically, Nintendo. I mean, I don't know that they're super good at file management, but theoretically, you might have the original 3D models that were used to generate those textures. The top, like the static top-down angle for that thing. So I don't know. Theoretically, you could just change the aspect ratio and re-render that.
Yeah. Well, there were leaks. I don't think they had textured stuff though, so you'd have to They might have the model, but not the texture, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And also they might be able to hack
Maybe
in
cake, but not the
whatever
icing.
they did for the 3DS release, because
Okay.
in the
Guys.
3DS release.
This was from podcast 15. It only happened in podcast 15. I'm just saying.
It was a long time ago when Costco
And-
was beefing with YouTube over whatever
and
reason.
in that podcast, it was only happening to me. If you go back and watch the VOD or go find that video in the playlist of the podcast, you will see that Augie was able to type in Costco. It was only happening to me.
So you cut
I am
yourself.
special.
So you cut
Okay.
yourself out of the word Costco then.
Apparently.
So the other thing they can
So
do
what's going on here? Why
is
is-
rolling into the wall.
into home base. Oh, okay. I thought he was sliding into home base. I thought it was like a problem with the
No,
with
he's
the
just-
render where
he's
like
just rolling.
he was going into the wrong action animation for crawling. But
I
yeah,
didn't
you're right,
realize
it's
this
a roll.
game had the Dark Souls targeting system before Dark Souls.
You mean it's Z-axis?
It invented the Z
Yeah, right?
targeting.
Well, I figured that.
It and Super Mario 64 were fucking game changing for the Z-axis.
Literally.
The OG FPS GoldenEye.
So I don't know how much of the 3DS port that they can use to take in new models.
Supplement.
For instance, fences in the N64 game were just a single texture, like they were flat, and in the 3DS version they modeled them out. So I don't know if they could just port them over from the 3DS version or if they'd have to remodel them from scratch. Either way, we're looking at eventually down the line higher frame rate,
Ray tracing,
remodeled basically everything, retextures. The texture one I think is the most finished so far because they were already like retexturing packs like before this port came out. And camera controls with the like analog camera controls, which is a nice quality of life.
Well, I hate to be that guy, but I think everything's eventually going to PC, and you're going to see Sony and Microsoft or Xbox, whatever you want to call them, and Nintendo just have launchers and have their games launched through there. But as the technology gets better, I just think everything's going to PC. I think you're already seeing Sony and Microsoft buying up studios because I think they're getting out of the console market. Now, we'll see what Nintendo does, but I'm pretty sure that if there's a PlayStation 6 or an Xbox 2 or whatever they want to call it, that'll be it. That'll be it for both.
All I gotta say is if fucking the PS6 is like $800, I'm going PC anyway.
Yeah.
They
Well,
might
a lot of
go.
people are anyway.
Like
They might
it's
go.
not right. It's stupid.
They might go PC in the future, eventually, but you're looking at like a good 20 years from now.
I don't know about that. Like there's rumors, and I'd love someone to actually find some like decent points on this, and that's why I bring it up, because you guys are fucking OCD. There's a rumor going around that they're gonna end the PS4 early, but I don't have a
The
full-on
PS4
good like the
is
PS4
already
is not gonna
over.
last. No. Its life cycle's not over, fucker. The PS2 lasted until
did
not
you
too long
mean-
ago.
Okay.
The PS4 like completely like being printed. Like there's a
Yeah,
rumor.
I
that
don't.
picked
I don't
up on
think they make them anymore. Actually,
that it was gonna be like. There's
especially right now with the shortage of chips. I don't think they're. I don't
No,
think-
actually,
that-
they
no,
did.
what I mean is
They did
there's
say
gonna be
that
a
they were
physical-
making more of them. Sorry, Lance, just
Go
quickly.
ahead, buddy.
They did say in just before Christmas that they were making more PS4s because they didn't have enough chips to make PS5s. So they were still making them as of last Christmas.
So all I'm trying to say is that, to be very clear, not just some momentary hiatus, not some PS4 is going to life cycle is going to end like maybe in the next 5 or so years, which is far sooner than any PlayStation system before it. But that's what I'm bringing up.
Well, but that's the nature of.
Well, the PS5 is basically a
Moore's
souped
Law,
up
or
PS4,
whatever.
so they can kind of afford to do that because it's
Kind of,
not
yeah.
like you have an entire generation of games that you can't play.
I just feel like that supports the whole narrative that this, they might be leading into something bigger or more, cucking, whichever you want to
Well,
look
just
at.
look at what they're doing with their their PlayStation Plus deal now. How they're trying to give you backwards compatibility. Microsoft is already doing it. Microsoft or Xbox, you can get on the Xbox, you can get it on the Switch, you can get it on the PC, like the Gold or whatever.
Yeah, you can get
Their
Rayman now on the
streaming
PS. They're announced that you can get like Rayman and all that kinds of stuff for your upgraded PlayStation subscription.
Rayman's
like, the next
free
thing they're
on
gonna
like
do.
every single platform.
I know, but you can also get all the old Sonic games. I have a Sega. I can play all the old a bunch of old Sega games on the PS4.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be launchers and peripherals. They're going to get out of the console market, but port it all to PC. It's going to be video games that they release from their studios. It's going to be peripherals they release, like controllers and
Five
stuff
Nights at
like that. And then their streaming service. And I think it's all going to PC, and it's going to happen soon.
All I'll say is that I support that idea. That's all.
I
PC Master
disagree
Race.
that it will be soon, especially for Nintendo.
I hope it's not soon.
But either way, even if it was soon, one, the start might be soon. The rollout of all of the games that you want might take
even longer than that. So keep that in mind. But also, that said, whether or not they do come to PC, you still end up with the situation of the port being up to snuff or not, right? So Nintendo finally ported the N64 games that everyone wanted, or started to anyway, into the Switch. And there's problems, and they've worked on some of those problems, and they've fixed some of those problems since then. But initially, there were a bunch of problems with the emulation. Now there's still not. They didn't upgrade any of the games. It's just basically a straight port with an up-res.
Which there's not a real, in my opinion, there's no real problem with. Like it's fine to just have a straight port, but I do agree if you're about to say that it would be a good idea for them to, hey, make these higher quality so you can actually see what's on the fucking screen.
Well, they did up-res this stuff, so everything's rendered at 720p, which is a decent resolution.
Yeah, make it so your backgrounds don't look like cardboard.
But that's the thing; they never went back and redid any of the textures, or maybe they did a couple, very few. But anyway, for the most part, they didn't redo the textures. But fans, on the other hand, have the time and free time to put in the work without needing to pay for it, meaning that Nintendo doesn't have to justify, spending millions of dollars remaking this game that they might not be able to recover the cost of.
Literally just do what Halo did, because they were caught stealing like a 3D model or something from someone's mod. What the hell? From someone's mod, and what they ended up doing was like apologizing, and then all they wanted was credit for it, so they just properly credited them for the model and all that, and it was good for that. So if Nintendo just said, okay, hey guys, do we have permission to make your mod assets official, they might say yeah.
I don't see Nintendo doing that. I mean,
I
they
don't
could,
either, but
Nintendo is very militant when it comes to their copyrights. They will go after you.
Even if they could negotiate some deal with Nintendo to say, okay, we're the official, like Nintendo's officially giving us license to go ham on this shit. We're gonna port this crap to PC. We're gonna give you all the cool features that we're looking at. Nintendo's gonna stop them right there and say, wait, you're gonna allow mods and allow like these edits to the game that we don't approve of? I don't think so. They're not going to let other properties get modded into the game. They don't want people to have the ability to like do save edits, all that kind of shit. So,
I mean, that is asking a lot to be like, hey, we want to just.
I'm not asking for it. I'm saying that is the purpose of the fan port. There is no way that Nintendo will be able to
live up to that
give
standard.
I wasn't
what
saying
the
you
fans
were
can do.
I'm just
like, for example,
PC
right now, what is it? So the Super Mario 3D collection, you have Mario 64 running at like what 720p 30 FPS, and then you have Sunshine running at 30 FPS. They did make it widescreen, but it's only 30 FPS still. So it's like, do I really, I pay this money and then they don't give me, what I can theoretically play on PC or whatever. Like 64 has had this Ocarina of Time treatment, right? So it's like you can play in 4K, you can play with a mouse, you can play it with, upgraded textures. So basically it's like, if you're not able to give us that full experience, people aren't going to necessarily want to get it. And even better is the Mario 3D All-Stars. They literally prevented you from buying it. Like they stopped, or not prevented you, but they removed it from the eShop. They stopped producing physical copies. So they're just asking for people to steal it still.
All right, I've pushed a bunch of articles to the next podcast.
Just quickly to FGM's point, it is part of the Nintendo Switch Online games for Mario 64 specifically. Sunshine and Odyssey or Galaxy aren't there yet, but at least
Mario 64 is in the Nintendo Switch Online games.
I just want my bad fur day.
See, and that's something that you.
That's on Rare Replay, isn't it?
That's yeah. That game specifically is on Rare Replay. But what I was going to say is that's something that you might not see ever happen, and people are working on decompiling the next couple projects down the pipe that are looking like they're almost done is Majora's Mask
and Battle Raper.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that. I know that Bad Fur Day is a nightmare. It has been an absolute nightmare to try to emulate because every emulator you get, none of them really work that well. I haven't tried the Rare Replay that you're talking about, but all the like the Mupin 64 or whatever.
Rare Replay is the official port.
Yeah, they officially
One and
ported that
PC.
to Xbox 360, and then as an arcade game, and then like their brand Xbox Arcade, and then they took that game and bundled it with a bunch of other Rare games for the Xbox One / Xbox X in a game called Rare Replay. So, but it's just the 360 version.
Games well done. Does Rare have a problem with that?
Sorry?
I said, what if you like your games well done? Does Rare have a problem with that?
Right.
So,
hashtag bad jokes.
I've ignored almost
Bad jokes
everything
forever.
that was said. Oh, I'm going to address some comments real quick. So Seb says Rob Schneider, referring to who would voice Isekai Vagina. Right?
You can do it! Or would he be saying, you can do me?
Nekavolt said, I am so happy to hear RWBY may continue. I love the series. You know, I feel like, honestly, you're just excited for RWBY because of the representation that all the girls in it are lesbians. Isn't that what I've heard from Hero Play?
Is that why Lance likes it so much? No.
So the 4 hours of Monica and Jamie was an April Fool's joke. What the fuck? Not cool. Pretty much. And what happened to my weekly dose of random 11 foot fetish references? I feel like that is the spice of this podcast, and it's missing.
Yes.
Well, I will see what I can do
somehow.
I did make a comment in the comment section when AC brought up the whole put their foot in the mouth comments, and I said no feet near mouth.
No one fired at
So
you about it.
I will
on the
also
podcast.
mention I've had the immense misfortune of finding out that Jamie Markey has a Wikipedia, and I am also afraid of feet now. Also, Square Enix recruitment page boasts about their ethics department's censorship. So a closer look at what goes on at Square Enix in their ethics department, which brought about forcing Final Fantasy VII Remake Tifa Lockhart into having smaller breasts, has potentially been revealed by way of a recruitment page, as one individual working there shared that their objective is to check for anything, quote, discriminatory, biased, or offensive. A recruitment page for Square Enix contained a message from a Japanese employee named Tanabe Mari to potential new employees who shared details on what her job is. A helpful individual translated the page. So here it is, quote, my job. I started out as a game designer on an online game. Nowadays, though, as a member of the Quality Assurance Department's ethics team, I do a content check for all the company's titles. More precisely, I look at scenario, art, and all other aspects of a game to see if there is anything discriminatory, biased, or offensive. On top of being involved with so many games, we in the ethics team are involved with each other, involved with each one for a long span of time. From the initial planning stages and continually throughout a project's development, it's a great feeling of accomplishment when a game finally gets released. Favorite part of my job. Because the ethics team's job is to make changes to whatever the devs make, I have to take responsibility and make sure that any changes I make / suggest are justified. It's a lot more than a simple yes / no sort of thing. Being able to propose an alternate expression is also a huge part of it. One aspect I try really hard at is to make sure my changes aren't noticed by the end user. For example, a typo, or a controversial / problematic / weird, artistic or verbal expression in
You
a
mean
really
like them calling
emotional
Mako
scene.
Mana?
Yes. Could ruin the experience. The user not noticing my changes means that I've done my job right. Well, people notice the tinier titties. On the
People
flip
notice
side,
everything. Literally, you fix a typo, they'll be like, "Oh wow, they fixed the typo."
on the flip side, when a game I was involved in gets released to outstanding praise, it feels like I'm the one getting praise for my work, and it really makes my day.
All I have to say is I want to make this point. Tifa's prettier in this game, more attractive than she's ever been. I don't
Agreed.
see a problem with this, but problem. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is garbage in just as a general.
All right.
So, but that's my opinion.
I also think that just because they made her breast smaller doesn't mean that she looks worse.
Well, Random 11 will actually find it playable because it's not turn-based.
As indicated, it was believed. Now, just let me clarify that statement real quick. I think she looks better personally. Let me rephrase that. I don't think she looks worse personally, but I can understand the outrage, especially juxtaposing it alongside the Resident Evil 3 remake, where they promised you the skirt for Jill Valentine if you did the pre-order, and then they gave you a skirt instead. As indicated, it was believed by some that this ethics department merely suggests changes, but might happen to be the ones directly censoring Square Enix titles themselves. And yes, I know that Resident Evil is Capcom. I wasn't trying to indicate Square Enix with that as well.
Good save, bro.
The Honeybee Inn in the remake was changed to take modern sensibilities into account as a result of the corrupt narrative that has swarmed over the entertainment industry in the West. Similarly, the ethics department was also responsible for tightening Tifa's chest and will probably bring about other ludicrous changes in the future for the sake of political correctness. Do you guys have any thoughts?
I don't understand why people bitch about her boob size. They're still huge, and they're just not
just mod it on the
in norm.
PC.
They're not out of this world huge. Yeah, but no. But the thing is like also
I can complain about it.
I mean, don't take me wrong. I'm not going to be mad at you for complaining. I'm just thinking it's literally the smallest thing that you could pick out.
No, I
the
think
rest
that
of the
is
game is like,
literally
oh my
enough
god,
to.
help.
No, that is a big enough issue, pun intended, to go and take over the entire corporation
of Italy.
Shareholders.
Look, man.
The Italian Senate sure noticed, right?
Tifa Fellatio, no.
I mean, when she's Miss Italy 2022.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna skip this next one. We'll cover it next podcast. We're into Right Stuff news. So we've already covered most of this, thank goodness, when it was just announced. So Cyber City 080808, the remastered steelbook, is up on Right Stuff. Oh,
there was a screenshot comparison of the old to the new, and it's great.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, Justin Sabakis posted the upscaled versus the native scan. It looks
well. Thank you
great.
for having that on hand. Uzumaki has also been added to Right Stuff, so you can get that as well. Yeah, Mushi Pedal New Generation.
Is this like an alternate platform to Amazon? Because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, so the better platform.
Yeah, Right Stuff is
How
basically Right Stuff is the leading distributor for anime.
How do you not know about Right Stuff?
In the United States.
Yeah,
maybe.
Fair enough.
We are an anime collecting podcast first and foremost. So
yep,
this is kind of our shtick. Also, Sergeant Frog season 2 Blu-ray is now on Right Stuff.
Yum.
Urusei Yatsura Lum the Forever Blu-ray has also been added. Kakaishi Blu-ray. We've already talked about these when they were solicited, so it's kind of boring. Galactic Whirlwind Sasuraiger also, and then Skate the Infinity. Ooh.
It's an Aniplex set, and it's $120.
Wait, is it not a digipack?
Even less reason to get.
Yeah, now I have.
How is it already like?
I thought it was a digipack. Yeah, so it's
Oh, Brad's gonna buy it because it's not a digipack.
Not totally. Yeah, totally gonna buy it. Totally had the money to spend $119 on what? 12 episodes. 12 episodes. Yeah, thanks, Aniplex.
I'm curious if they're going to pull a
I hope somebody in the audience buys it using our affiliate link, though.
Aren't you one of the cool non-binary hoes in the audience?
Yeah, they're not. Although I
I
could
would be-
probably make this for Stealth Weeb. Speaking of Stealth Weeb, if you would like to buy some merch,
You missed two. You missed two things in the right stuff. AC.
motherfucker, I sure didn't.
Yeah, you did. Go back to it.
Reese calls you out.
And I was about to say that I would be impressed if they pulled a prison school and they
Sailor
actually
Moon?
changed the dub line.
We covered this last week, bro.
Okay. Okay, and then go down to the next one down. That
Fate Grand Order?
that one that was just added today.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
so just
there's
that one?
also that that
God, I
DVD.
didn't- Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
That one DVD by that obscure company. Oh,
What DVD?
I'll have to find the link.
By the obscure company.
Oh, the history of the world thing or whatever.
Ascendant Animation.
You got hide adult on. That's the problem.
No,
Random.
I know what
Look,
he's
man,
talking about.
it's okay, bro. We'll show you feet later. Don't worry.
All right. Well, we'll look at Fate Grand Order for $70 here.
For a movie.
69. Come on.
I told
You
you.
don't round
the
up.
same, not
How
the
dare
same
I.
saber.
It's definitely not. Actually, that's Guinevere.
This Guinevere 69.
Dude,
saber.
dude, I'm scrolling through Twitter and what is it? Lou liked a tweet by Pedantic Romantic with a screenshot of our podcast.
And this just in, Footnum with the Twitter news. We've got him in the
Here,
field
I'll,
guides.
I'll link you so you can see it. I haven't even read the
Link it
tweet.
in the Discord in our
Yeah.
in our new favorite channel.
Link it.
Link
Discord,
it, you
not the
cock.
private chat like I just did.
Also, I think this is the one that FDM was talking about. I just linked it in the private chat as well.
Oh,
I got a
lost
call. I'll be
the-
right back.
Well, I can't. I dox. Give me the rights to it. Laws of
There is no right stuff on.
the Age of Elohim. This is like a fucking. This is a Japanese documentary about fucking Mormonism.
I fail.
Hold on. I have to open this in an incognito window so I don't dox myself again, as you guys are always so quick to.
You dox
That's
yourself?
almost a day, almost a full day wasted on this. Probably even more if you take into account things like editing. I mean, they're not wrong with the editing part, but I think they're misunderstanding, thinking that that's an edited video and not a live stream. That was one of the comments, though. That wasn't.
Are you talking about the tweets?
Yeah, that was a response to the tweet that I linked.
Okay, here you go. Laws of the Universe, the Age of Elohim.
Yeah.
God's justice unites all earthlings.
Go Earthlings.
I think it's very appropriate the way that you started in here, Anonotak.
What?
Right? Mr. Fofo. Never mind. Inside joke we won't go into.
Yeah. I mean, what's
150 million years ago, Earth was facing a danger of extinction. Through the epic space battle between Earthlings and their opponents, people and different kinds of races tried. I have to own this. Try to find the Earth's justice and what's right among diverse values. What?
The description and the cover are the furthest apart I've ever seen.
Hold on. I gotta link this in the chat here.
Is this the one you were
affiliate-
thinking of, FDM?
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
exact
cool.
one.
You're looking at this cover like it's gonna be a Bible verse. That there are gonna be a bunch of Bible verses. In it. Read the description, and it's space fighting with
It
aliens.
sounds like what's Record of Ragnarok is happening.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, so closing that. Back to my segue. If you would like merch, all right. So there's plenty of opportunities to buy anime-related things on Stealth Weeb. And if that doesn't tickle your pickle enough, you could also go and buy our merch. such as Bloodbath and Beyond, Go Fund Yourself, The Lizard Conspiracy. I got to show you this, Trent, while you're here. So I'm planning much more for it. I just haven't gotten around to it because I've been working on other stuff. So there's a line in their first podcast where they said, "Don't fuck M&Ms," and then Monica like has just an outburst. She's like, "That's the shirt." So I thought, okay, I'll make the shirt because they haven't put up any merch on their store yet. So I beat them to it. And I've also got I Want His Head and Balls because I just figured I could get a lot of mileage out of the gesture that Jamie's making.
I mean,
Right.
who's to say what head she was talking about? I mean, she
Right.
never clarified. She could have meant she wanted both the head and balls. I mean, if she's a heterosexual female, that would make sense.
I have a tweet of her saying she's a cis female or white female. She's privileged. Anyway, so tranquil holo figure ripe with plump fruit. There's the feet. You just had to wait, Knuckleball.
What the foot?
We have a thing here where Random 11 hates feet, so we make fun of him for
Random
having
11, I'm with you. I'm not the biggest fan of feet neither.
Nah, they're gross.
Would you rather buy feet pics from somebody or bathwater?
I wouldn't buy either.
I'll
I'm
send you
definitely
a
not
feet
buying
pic
feet
for
pics,
free
that's for
if you
sure.
want it.
Well, at least the feet pics I could resell to some other weirdo, right?
You could probably resell the bathwater.
Oh, that is
How do
fair.
you verify it? Okay.
How do you? Yeah. Oh God.
What?
Okay.
So
I would just
before
like
we
to
move
point
on,
out-
I'm curious. Like, Random 11, do you have any friends who are interested in feet? Because, like, imagine you were
Did
friends
someone
with someone.
hurt you by?
I'm just gonna say,
I do not
who
know.
hurt you? Who should
I do
have
not
known
know
you?
any of my friends who have foot fetishes.
They're no friends of
hold
mine
on.
if they
I
like
just want to
feet.
jump in for one thing. I'm just gonna point this out. You can sell that bathwater once, but you could sell those feet pics unlimited times.
Yeah.
Make an NFT or whatever they're called.
Oh no.
Then I'd have to look at a fit.
OCA podcast merch. We're gonna have Spider-Man with feet pics.
Oh, I have plans for that for only feet.
The F for NFT stands for feet.
So this Sora News 24 article: high school girls in Japan create and sell butt-shaped soap, and it's praised as way too high quality. Posting that on Facebook got my account restricted. There I go, doxing myself again.
I was muted.
Wow.
Hey, random.
And I
have-
had to.
Good job, jackass.
I could
know,
not
right?
post or comment for 24 hours or take part in groups for 2 days. And Facebook, I had to appeal the decision. And the entire reason was because when I shared it, it put this as the thumbnail link image. So basically, a bunch of high school Japanese girls make these butt soaps, and that's how Sora News 24 rolls. I was gonna read it, but I'm too tired now.
Okay,
I wanted to save for posterity's sake the fact that I got practically banned off of Facebook over this. I had to cover it.
He took.
I really want to point something out. One, I have been literally sitting here talking to myself, thinking you guys couldn't hear me, but I forgot I fucking muted myself.
Good
Okay,
job.
I really want to know something. Random
Mute
11.
yourself again.
Here's a question. Here's a question. One, do footlong hot dogs give you anxiety, and is that why you're Random 11 and not Random 12?
Oh dear God, that is a great question.
WrestleMania.
We're getting there.
Bathe in poop with Japan's latest weirdly wonderful bath bomb. So,
Welcome to WrestleMania.
So I just felt like it was.
I didn't. Is he saying Russell Mania?
He's saying
Yes.
Russell, yeah, because in the depositions, Lemoyne is doing like. So
I meant to full screen
not-
and I
not-
accidentally kicked you.
So when in the deposition, Lemoyne's constantly like rustling papers. So somebody donated to Vic's GoFundMe under the name "Welcome to Russell Mania," right?
Okay.
And so it's good enough. I didn't super chat Nick and ask him to say welcome to WrestleMania. Anyway, so they have these bath bombs that for some reason when you put them in the water they shoot out a poop rainbow. Anyway, that was supposed to go with that other article that I also didn't read. So a Japanese kid turns his dad's retro game collection into an awesome Dragon Quest clock.
Wait, what? Does he destroy them, or is this like legit?
That's cool.
Use your eyes. So basically,
there's two missing.
Well, here's the
Holy
thing.
shit,
Yeah,
you took the numbers and
yeah. So this is Dragon Quest 1,
There you
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All in one package versions 1 through 5. I think this is Dragon Quest
11.
10. And then this is, or is that 11?
That says Heroes at the top.
And then this is Dragon Quest Heroes for 12. So I thought it was an interesting idea.
That is badass.
That takes dedication.
That takes a little bit of carpentry skills and some
right.
time.
And then I'm cutting a bunch of articles that we'll cover next podcast. But I want to read this one and the next one, and then we can get into our Interspecies Reviewers Watch Club, which I am deeply regretting finishing it because now we have to talk about it tonight. So Ken Akamatsu office spontaneously appears in Akihabara. So an office for Ken Akamatsu, the mangaka known for works such as Love Hina and Maho Sensei Negima, has spontaneously appeared in otaku hotspot Akihabara, making many curious as to what kinds of events will take place there in the future, as Ken previously announced his intent to run for Japan's House of Counselors. A photographer wrote an entry regarding a building in Akihabara randomly having a billboard put up containing a manga panel from the series known as Love Hina, specifically the scene where the main character visits the Hinata Manor. The billboard had many speculating, as no one knew what the building was for, which was located in Chuo-dori next to Yoshinoya. More billboards were eventually installed with art of some female characters, and the photographer was convinced the building looked like a brothel that was using illustrations without permission, but mentioned that such a display could work in drawing a crowd. The photographer eventually learned that the building was formerly the main store of Torijarasu Akiba, which shut down on October 31st, 2021, and eventually Ken Akamatsu came to visit people waiting to get autographs as he announced the commencement of the pre-opening event. Serving as the chief advisor of the Freedom of Expression Protection Society, Akamatsu declared he would run in Japan's House of Counselors election in July 2022 by way of the Liberal Democratic Party. Many are curious as to the events that will be held at the building, which had posters inside calling it the Ken Akamatsu office in the future. So once again, it's interesting to see because when I first read the headline, it sounded like he was setting up an office for his political thing. I don't know if you know this, Trent, but he's very vocal about anti-censorship in Japan and fights for mangaka to be able to work without having Western sensibilities forced on them and whatnot. But there's so much of his manga stuff being floated around that I almost wonder if it's something else.
Well, if he's anti-censorship, we need more like him.
Oh, yeah.
No kidding.
So I did see that Sword News 24 has another article on it. So I'll read that. And if there's any additional news, I'll cover it next podcast. Last one here, because I want to skip some other ones. Japanese man lands on and injures a schoolgirl in a suicide jump.
Oh, God.
So a distraught middle-aged man who decided to take his own life by plummeting from a tall building ended up possibly unintentionally harming a teenage bystander in the process. The man losing his life and the teenage girl suffering only an injured leg. Well, that's nice. There were emergency 110, that's 911 in Japan, calls coming in from people near the Shibuya Scramble Square mixed-use building in Tokyo Shibuya Ward as they reported a man had fallen from the tall building. Shibuya police stated the middle-aged man who jumped from the building died, and as he fell, he hit a teenage girl on the way down, maiming her left leg.
Holy shit!
A person in the vicinity explained seeing a man throw luggage onto the staircase on the 46th floor, which leads to the floor above. Okay. I'm sorry, wait. A person in the vicinity explains seeing a man throw luggage onto the staircase on the 46th floor, which leads to the floor. I mean, where else would a staircase on one floor go but the floor above? Like,
or it could be
Or
the
the
floor
floor
below.
below.
It could be the floor below.
Hey, look out below. Here comes my
This guy
luggage.
jumped off of a 46th floor
He
skyscraper.
had to make sure he got the
landed
job
on
done the first time.
landed
Random.
on a girl's leg, and they're saying, "Well, she only got maimed in her leg."
Yeah, only maiming her leg.
She would have
How the
seen
hell-
his head blow up
Right?
beside
Yeah,
her. Like she's scarred for life.
How the
Yeah,
hell
not-
did he miss
Oh,
the
well,
rest of her?
I landed on her leg, but I also drenched her in my
Hey,
blood.
random.
And
I have to
I'm dead
understand,
too, so I mean,
fellow
yeah.
fellow podcast members, the feet and legs are under you. How the fuck did he miss the rest of her?
but
She
she's
probably
the
jumped
victim.
out of the way.
Oh,
My-
yeah, because she heard him falling.
My guess is she was walking. And then
You know
when he-
in Looney Tunes when they're falling and the shadow keeps getting bigger? She's like, hold on, I've seen this somewhere. Looks up, oh God! Dives out of the way, and just her leg gets maimed.
My guess is that she was walking and then she was taking a step. That's
No,
when he fell.
no, my guess is this girl's a hero, and she tried to fucking anime kick him out of the air. She just goes full fucking roundhouse. It's like, I got this.
As amazing as that would have been to see, I don't think that's what happened.
I can dream, Random 11. This is my story.
I think they were walking and they got hit in the back of the leg,
And she's doing the fucking, she's like kicking her leg forward as far as she can.
or the body hit the floor, and then the force of the
Hashtag
body
Johnny
hitting the floor bounced off the floor and hit her after hitting the floor. You know what I mean?
Or once
like
he hit
the
the
leg.
ground, he slipped on his core. I'm
Like
sorry.
if you think of a guy like skydiving, right? And he's in the like squirrel gliding position with his starfish position, whatever, right? If his leg
Cannonball is a question.
if his leg hits her leg,
I have a
can see it.
reenactment. I have
Oh,
a reenactment ready.
yes.
This is how it happened. This is how it went down. That was the guy instead of a sign, though. She was trying to.
Okay.
That's how she maimed her leg.
If
That's what I want.
someone's starfishing off a building, I could see like their leg, like just as they hit the floor,
Okay,
you know,
first of
kicking
all,
up
the upper
and
body,
hitting the girl.
if you're not attached to something, the upper body's going to go down first because that's kind of how it works. So basically, he's coming down head first.
Well, you can
Hold on,
starfish
hold on.
off the
Can I-
building.
I gotta go there because it's a stupid thought that just hit my mind. What if on the way down, he has this moment of I regret this, and he has this reach out, and the first thing he grabs is her leg, and it's like all instantaneous.
I mean,
That's about the.
I mean, hold on. You know, we've learned
I
one.
wa- I
If
wanna
I've
take a-
learned one thing about Japan, it's that they have some very extreme gropers.
Hey, come on, come on!
I mean, this is the country that has a game where it's like the prank where they stick their finger up somebody's butthole.
Year of 1,000 death. 1,000 years of death.
Years of 1,000 pain. No, 1,000 years of pain. Damn it.
1,000
what
years
it
of
is?
death.
It's
That's
called
what Kamuy
concho.
calls it.
You know how I know? You know how I know?
Because it's,
Because you've researched this for hours
No,
on end.
because I just happened to have seen a post from J-List showcasing a two panel like screen cap from the anime of Please Tell Me Galko-chan. You know, the one we talked about, the child pornography this morning, earlier on the podcast. And where she said, when I was in middle school or whatever, a boy tried to concho me or whatever, and she said he had to go to the hospital for broken fingers or something like that.
That's one tight butthole.
I think that's more with the fabric. If you're wearing like jeans or something, that's not gonna be.
I mean, I think
girl-
you're trying
the
a
girl
little
wears
too
skirt.
hard if you break your fingers trying to do it.
Anyway, so
it's pretty easy to break fingers.
Are you talking from experience?
Yeah, other people's.
A person in the vicinity explains seeing a man throw luggage onto the staircase on the 46th floor. Police set up a perimeter around Shibuya Scramble Square, causing crowds of passersby to gather, and rescue workers could be seen providing aid to the injured girl before transferring her to a hospital by way of stretcher. While quite the coincidental scenario, such incidents apparently happen more often than some may think. Oh, well, I'll have to click on that to find out what that's about.
Think that so people be jumping out of buildings and breaking legs more often than we think? Is that what they said?
Yeah, I gotta find out here. China man kills 2 students in suicide jump. 2 kids.
Well, that's China. That's a different country.
Okay. First of all, yes, he's correct. This is a different country.
I'd
Second of all, is that a world record?
What is the mass Google? What is the highest mass casualty incident caused by a person suicide jumping to their death?
Oh, okay, something hyper specific. I was thinking like I think
I would
there
go
was
with
a
like a
lot
crash,
more
though.
that had more victims just on like just suicide in general, because I know there's some people that have blown themselves up with grenades and took a lot of people with them.
Yeah, it's called
Suicide
kamikaze.
vest.
Not just that, but yeah. I mean, if we're going that far, then
I'm
Called
honestly
72 virgins.
if we're going that far,
Hey,
then I
hey,
love it.
hold on, whoa, we're gonna stop right there. You don't understand. That was a typo. Okay, God made a mistake. It was a 72-year-old virgin. Get the word out.
I was going to say, do you want to?
Technically, it's not God, it's Allah. Thank you.
I was going to.
He's their God.
All right.
I was
Anyway.
gonna say, do you want to hear 72 times? You're gonna call me, right?
Wow.
never
Okay.
cared about my grandkids
I'm
because
gonna
I never
advise
had
you, Trent, to watch the VOD, because the opening to this podcast is truly something for it to come full circle with the comments we've made just now.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you want to put back on your previous wardrobe there. No, Taku.
Locked with
Is that
attacker.
Jussie Smollett?
Yeah.
Hashtag,
I hit the desk and my monitor went black.
hashtag Will Smith hit me too.
I mean, the
All right,
name
anyway.
makes sense now.
Hey,
Let's read
Will
this real
Will
quick.
Smith has probably hit plenty of people, but no offense, they might or may not have asked for it.
I mean, it's okay. I heard they
Is it?
made up
Is it really?
like a little after it by.
Whoa,
Chris
did you
Rock
say they
sleeping
made
with
out?
his
I'm
wife.
sorry, my mic clipped.
Made
My
up.
Made
Come on, man.
my head's a clip.
Yeah, I heard they made up with each other just by Chris Rock sleeping with his wife. He proved it right after.
Yeah, you can run through her, just don't run your mouth about her. That's all.
Well, the gift that keeps on giving.
All right, so am I screen sharing? Yes. Okay.
You could slap my wife as long as it's with your tick.
2 unsuspecting high school students were mistakenly killed after a melancholic man tried to commit suicide by jumping off of a high rise.
It's a
The impact
SpongeBob
was-
article.
Yep. The impact. Right. I kept thinking that as Random Love was talking about. What is it?
Starfishing?
Star falling or whatever.
If you're gonna end it and you want to end it from falling from a high place, just go parachuting or just go skydiving without a parachute.
That's what he did. He just did it off. He base jumped.
Well, I mean that way you can land in an open field where you won't have any casualties.
Okay, so is this the only time where we don't hate a man, hate a man or a woman for falling for an underage girl?
I can
Well,
still
I'm
hate him.
terrible. I'm gonna
Well,
get
can you
kicked.
hate? Can you really hate the dead? I mean, they're dead.
You
Like,
can.
I mean,
guess.
I'm not the biggest fan of.
Are you
Hitler.
saying you don't hate Hitler? Oh,
Oh damn!
Well, he never did anything to me personally, so.
oh, you heard it
You're
here
like
first.
Jewish. Like, what?
All right,
Well,
so
I
two
mean, we
unsuspecting-
can make fun of Hitler. That's always good.
We can all hit on Hitler.
Hit on him? No, haven't you seen little Nicky gets watermelon shoved up his ass
Oh,
every day?
No.
God.
No,
There you go.
pineapple.
Pineapple. There we go. That's right, pineapple.
2 unsuspecting high school students were mistakenly killed after a melancholic man tried to commit suicide. Blah, blah, blah. He killed both students. taking place in China's Chongqing. God, that is a racist sounding place.
Doesn't it?
Like honky with mixed with that other word.
Racist that you're thinking it's racist.
The
Okay?
31-year-old
Moment of the
Lee.
podcast that gold starts happening.
This is the delusional state. The 31-year-old Lee tried to commit suicide by plunging off a high-rise, his depressing deed taking not only his own life, but the lives of two innocent bystander high school
Incorrect
students
wording. He
landed
didn't try. He succeeded.
Both students were in their third year and were walking to an art class when the incident occurred. The motive behind the man's fateful plunge has yet to be ascertained. It has been mentioned that such saddening occurrences are more common than some may think, as one similar event took place last year, a third event, when another man tried the same stunt in a Shanghai mall, hitting two women and gravely injuring one of them.
Wow.
Jeez, this is
Specifically two at the moment we know is the record.
So my monitor, all I did was hit the desk, and the monitor that I've got the StreamYard thing on went dead.
Yay.
Are you sure you didn't wiggle the power?
Guys, whatever happened to our cut count?
I don't know, but
don't we need a cut count for that one?
It got out of hand.
No, that's not a cucking. The cucking is when I accidentally boot myself from the stream.
All right, then I'm waiting for it.
Okay, hold on. I've got a response, but the thing didn't turn back on. I just
Kitty,
can't
I know
see.
you've seen every podcast.
This
Number that
is the
shit.
This is the perfect time to announce it is never okay to be a cuck.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and grab it from this window. There we go.
Lower. Okay.
Hold on. I'm just gonna go ahead and put this.
So how's everybody
here.
doing?
Wait, let me. Fuck. Hold on.
'Cause
I gotta make sure.
No, I'm good, thanks.
I just need to make sure. I'm trying to prepare my my Interspecies Reviewers stuff.
He's repairing his heart.
I need this one because we're
Reline, you've been
moving
off
into
the
our
salad.
watch club here. Let's see.
I just realized I'm the heart of the robot now. I'm no longer holding
Nice.
you all up.
No, but you're the sinner that keeps us all filled.
The duck-filled center.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Nick, you need to be nice to Jason in the morning. He was just gasping for air. You know that mosquito almost took the life away from him. You need to show him some respect.
Oh, we got more Random 11's the Bane of Random 11's existence coming up.
Oh, here comes the feet. Random 11, look out.
Yep. Let's see. This image of the Lilum Den. Can I show this?
Oh, scheiße.
I don't know that I can. Hold on.
Oh, we're actually like discussing Interspecies
Yes.
Reviewers for realsies.
Yes, I'm not going to show
Not
that one.
clickbait, gone sexual.
All right, not clickbait, gone sexual. Okay,
Just
wait,
it's
oh
like
my
4
God,
hours
this-
late because I've completely derailed the stream.
He thinks he's disrailed the stream. Wait till you watch the other streams.
We normally go for 7-8 hours.
It's okay. I
here we go.
Always
never
call a
make
doctor.
Any joke. I never do anything like that. I take everything seriously.
Okay, so here I'm ready. Do you guys want to start
Let's
the
go.
discussion? Let's do it. So,
Reese, lead us off.
Reese, tell me how many times you nutted? No.
None.
Are you
answer is
guys
0.
Are you guys reviewing it or is this confessional?
We talked. We were supposed to have. We're basically reviewing it. Yes, we all were supposed to have watched it. We were supposed to have this discussion on friggin' Valentine's Day.
Fuck you. It only took me 5
Valentine's
weeks
Day.
to finish it.
So
Yeah, don't get me wrong, but
basically
AC delays
discussing
everything.
Whoa, excuse me. Maybe I'll just have you put fire behind Lizard, Jamie, and Monica and do all that shit. I deliver on everything except for the watch club routinely. Anyway, so basically, the show is
About dudes and chicks who want to get laid.
Lance, have you seen it?
Interspecies Reviewers? Yeah, I watched it a long time ago.
it's got a great premise from the perspective of the gags. Like, I'll be honest, I'll tell you right now, I was completely turned off by most of what happened in it because the body types are a little too Jamie Markey and not enough Sarah Bachmeyer. Right. But yeah, I did enjoy the premise of the fact that, for example, the main human character is all
the hot
over,
elf, and everyone made
he's all
fun of
over
him.
the hot elves. But the elf character is disgusted by this because to him, he looks at the elf and says, "God, she's like 500 years old.
That's older than my mother."
Right. The elf character is into this 80-year-old human, like disgustingly grandma level.
It's the same, but opposite.
Right. And then the human character is disgusted by that for obvious reasons, but he's like, humans are the best. Not a one of them is over 100, right? So there were some great bits like that. And I thought that was clever and I enjoyed it. But and there a lot of the actual like things that they were coming up with were funny, for
It was creative and cringeworthy.
yeah, it was creative, but then other parts were like the part where they go to watch the people lay the eggs.
Oh god,
my
yeah, I'm traumatized from that.
Oh, I never thought of the term cloaca before, and it sounds so disgusting.
As bizarre as it sounds, I enjoyed the world building that some of those weird episodes like to set up.
They really did. They really
it's
did.
like, well, that's interesting. It's fucked up, but it's interesting.
And then there was the zombie vampire.
I loved the zombie chick
skeleton thing.
The one where the bear literally licks the skeleton.
The poor what's this? Bruges? Poor Bruges just got stuck with a skeleton.
You can't even
see the girl there.
Have we even said what the premise is? Even though it's probably obvious.
The premise is that they review different brothels.
No.
They
They have
have
a goal. They have an ambition. They want to smash every type of girl there is in existence and write a review on each
world where
I mean, that's the same goal as me.
It's a magical world where every single kind of magical creature that you can possibly think of exists.
Has a brothel.
And has a
brothel. And has a brothel.
And succubi.
All succubus girls.
I've seen Interspecies Reviewers quite a few times.
Good for you.
I just didn't know what we were talking about. Interspecies.
Look, we had to make a safe space for him to come out. It's okay, man. It's okay.
Don't worry, you need to
Let
do
me ask
all
you
that
this:
research.
Is it better or worse than Redo of the Healer?
It's definitely.
I think
Redo.
anything, almost any anime is better than Redo.
Look,
of
my
the Healer.
wallet got
Okay,
raped
so
by Redo the
here's
Healer.
what
I got a
said.
problem with
I
it.
will stick my feet in the ground and say episode 1 and 2 of Redo of a Healer is a fucking 10 out of 10.
Oh god,
it is absolutely masterful
masterpiece.
writing. It is
Real quick,
literally above like the lights of Ava, Code Geass, anything you could think of. It is just absolutely perfect.
So did Redo of the
So pink
of
hair
the
girl's your
Healer
wife
get
who
crowned?
confirmed. Got it.
Actually, no.
It's
Norn.
Because
Other pink.
I
hair
don't
girl.
want to immediately jump us into another 5 weeks of me trying to get through a show.
I'm
That would
saying,
be
let's go.
that would be a great thing to do in the future.
Hey, look, that was the only look. I'm not going to derail as far from Redo from from
Redo of
Interspecies
Healer.
Reviewers, but Redo of Healer was only in my fucking order because I, for some reason, understood that you guys were going to probably do it for a podcast, and everything I forgot to
Out of
fucking
spite.
cancel. I canceled Food Wars at the time. You have no idea how pissed I was that I realized this still got ordered. But back to your Species Reviewers, it's funny to me that blonde dude turns into an elf chick.
So I'm sorry. I just have to say that I find it hilarious. We're talking about Redo of the Healer,
As
right?
no,
And Redo of the Healer, as you guys said, Japanese cast, no English cast. But you know what they did have? The one place it did get translated, fucking Germany.
Oh wow.
That's just seems. I would like to watch the German dub. I think it would
Guten
enhance
Tag.
the experience. Anyway, all right. So these are my thoughts on Interspecies Reviewers. In the intro, they label all these different types of monsters, right? And they have monsters, spirits, angels, and as they say it, they have a different thing. So I screen capped the one that comes up for monster. Then later on, they've got the demon one, and it's like a satyr. But then in the fucking show, the demon girl looks like a lolly, right?
But she's gigantic.
And
so it's
she's
weird.
giant. And then the demon guy looks like Piccolo, right? Complete inconsistency.
More like that. Now that's a skinny Shrek. That looks more like a skinny Shrek than it does Piccolo.
0 out of 10, right? And then
wouldn't fucking got it.
I had noted this. So there's this line where they say "going to heaven," more like coming in heaven, which I had noted numerous times that in English they say "I'm coming," but in Japan they say "I'm going," because the idea is that a sexual climax is so pleasurable it's as if you're going to heaven. So that was a play on words here.
I don't mean to make a dark joke, but if you're jumping off of a 30-story building at the same time, you can be coming and going.
I'm gonna come.
All right, I'll come.
Ecstasy at its finest.
Okay, so I just
Dying
want
on
to
your
know
way
this
down.
because
Oh,
I'm
God.
cursed with a visual effects artist eye. That when this scene happens, watch the animation of this as it starts to fade. It resets.
The dub for this was good.
Pop.
Funimation.
Oh, I see it too.
I don't want to.
Now you've ruined the entire show for me.
0
Just
out of
from
10.
that one
See?
shot.
The animation on the
forgot to pay
disco
the
ball
bill for a
resets right
second,
as the
dude.
scene starts fading to black. 0 out of 10. This must have been what Funimation meant when they said the show didn't live up to their standards. I forgot.
Hey, you know what?
Well,
There
after
you go.
the Dragon Ball leaks, I don't know what standards they have.
Right. What I freaking hate that I saw this and I'm like, oh, I have to make this joke. Build a horror workshop, and then like literally the next subtitle was once you finished your build a bitch. Like, that's way better than the one I came up with.
Well, I think what happened is you subconsciously remembered what Reese sent. He sent that screenshot beforehand, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't look at it.
BuildABetterBitch.com.
Yeah, but you got to
didn't-
think this actually exists in real
.org?
life. You guys have to know about Dollhouse Phil.
So
I
So there was
don't. And I don't know if I want to because it'll ruin my mood.
there's a TikToker called Bella Poach, I think.
Oh yeah. I never addressed your thing. I never ended up looking it up. Bella Porch, you wrote.
Maybe.
No, I think I know
don't.
what you're talking about.
Anyway,
Friend of mine mentioned this
explain.
trash. Or either
She wrote a song that's called "Build a Bitch." I wonder if she
If this
got
is
that
the
line
inspiration?
from the show, or if the song came out before the show did.
Speaking of a line from
Oh,
the
okay, this
show,
isn't what I think
can
it
I
was.
say the line from my name?
Do it.
In profile picture?
No.
I
No.
don't know.
No.
Let's
Oh,
not.
wait a minute.
Pass.
Can I say it then? Word fast?
Lance, good thing we said no afterwards.
Yeah, I
So-
know, right?
I thought this was pretty funny that they start the splash screen or whatever for the Blu-ray says adult material. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. If you are a minor or an adult in the presence of a minor, please do not continue viewing this content. This program contains scenes of violence, really, and or graphic sexual. That's the one which are not suitable for viewers. Was there any violence in it that wasn't suitable for viewers
Okay,
under 18?
the only look in one of the episodes, there's like this fetish hotel, where they like are going in. They got
Oh, yeah,
like
the-
prisoners,
the-
and
the-
stuff,
the-
but they
the-
paused the
the
whole
sadist?
thing. Yeah, they paused the whole thing to make sure you understand that they are all acting, and it cuts from them being like
Oh,
almost
that was
look like it's
great.
abusive to all of a sudden they're in the
Yeah.
shower
Like-
and shit. And I'm just like, wow.
They're like they're ruining the sadist boner over the fact that they keep having to
That was
acknowledge
the beauty
that
of
they're
this show. Is that every time it would get quote unquote sexual, it would ruin it with retardation.
it would
And I was
pull
like,
it out and be that was
It'd be like,
I
okay,
loved
there's
how
no
they
way.
did, like when they were doing that, and it would go into the cinematic aspect ratio, and
Right.
then as soon as somebody they went back to the 16:9, and they went
Yeah.
back into with the music.
That was great. I
Yeah,
love
it-
this though. This is what they have to say. All characters, including elves, angels, demons, beastmen,
Listing off
fairies,
the whole
halflings, dragons,
bestiary.
dagons, what? Salamanders, myconids, hyenas, what? And or the various species of succubus depicted in sexual conduct or in the nude are age 19 or older. Right? I guess
Oh yeah,
I'm
so they
guessing
can
some,
drink in Canada.
some place in where they distribute to, that must be like the lowest common denominator. The age of consent or whatever is 19 or whatever.
Well, I don't know where that would be because the U.S. has the highest age of consent at 18.
Well, but they distribute to Canada too. I don't know. Maybe there's some weird place.
You can rent at 19 in Canada.
Okay, so let me take that back. Age of consent is the wrong term. Maybe pornography age limit. I don't know.
Which is the age of consent?
No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. My bad. Oh, fuck me. Savage.
Anyway, so sexual conduct or in the nude are age 19 or older or are immortal beings without age. No actual or identifiable minor was used in the creation of any anime character depicted or in. Disclaimer, all characters are 9,000-year-old vampire lollies, right? I just love that they started it with this. And then
oh my god,
this disgusting trash.
Just a quick update.
Am I the only one grossed out by this?
Oh yeah, what's the final count for the vote?
The final count on this fucking poll. Also, I'm sure Random 11
weren't
can
you
relate to
okay,
this.
wait a minute. Wasn't I weren't you guys supposed
Yeah,
to
I
do
blocked
like,
you over that fucking tweet, by the way.
And now you're reliving that day.
No, I have unblocked you since. I had to wait.
Prove it.
He blocked me and then unblocked me, so I'm no longer following him.
Oh no, Twitter added a function. Are you sure they blocked you? Because Twitter added a function to where you don't have to block them anymore. You can just click the button; it'll automatically make them unfollow you.
Funny.
No, I blocked him because it showed up in my notifications.
Your mom
for
saw it.
days, and I was like, "Don't show me this tweet anymore." And it still, even though I said, "Don't show me this tweet," it still showed up in my notification set
Because it knew what
page.
you wanted.
Because you were still tagged.
No,
So then I had to block him, so it was gone from my thing, and then I made a bunch of tweets to try and get notifications to push that notification down my list. And then once it was off, like I knew it was enough new notifications that I wouldn't have seen it, then I unblocked him.
That is how much he fears defeat.
Everybody follow Random 11.
Oh no!
Please do it for all of us.
You know what?
Please.
Random 11's next string of tweets is going to be, "Thanks for the tweet. I've sent it to my attorneys." I will not be around.
He will be in touch with your feet, by the way.
Also, I don't know.
Was there any foot fetish stuff in Interspecies Reviewers? It's been a minute since I actually watched it. Damn it!
I have a quick update. One sec. The Bella Porch thing came out on May 14th, 2021. So definitely after the show came out.
After the show came out in the US with
probably
not. The show aired in like.
It was
Build a Bitch was the localization. That was the localization.
Well, didn't it get localized right away?
Yeah,
no, because it got yeeted off every streaming platform eventually.
But still,
not everyone.
Except for Anime Lab.
Anime Lab.
Whoever did this, the subtitling for Anime Lab.
That was in Australia, so it still went through right away. So that was ended in March of 2020. So that would have happened. That was like what, episode 6 or something. So that was like halfway through February in March in 2020.
Considering that Funimation was dubbing this, briefly.
Anyway, can I address this so I can get rid of this image on screen real quick?
No.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys know Random 11 Sing with Feet. I hate the way Japanese people kiss. I don't know why they do it this way. I assume it's because in their porn, they have to pixelate the genitalia. So they have to find a way to make it extra lewd. And it's always been disgusting. And then, of course, they do it in fucking Interspecies Reviewer with a dog person. Gross.
Hyena person.
You know what I mean.
You
also,
racist.
So in episode 11, after stabbing the incubus, this ogre character is seen being taken away with cloth over her hands. And once again, this is because in Japan, it is illegal for them to show on TV or in media of any kind, like newspaper or whatever, individuals handcuffed, right? So because it prejudices the jury. And as I pointed out here, this is because a man who had been arrested on suspicion of murdering his wife brought a successful case to court, arguing that him being pictured in handcuffs implied guilt. So this is a law in Japan. Now they're making a joke in Interspecies Reviewers. They don't have to follow it there because it's not an actual individual who's going to court, and people who would see Interspecies Reviewers, and also because in Interspecies Reviewers they don't have TV, they do it with the cloth instead of pixelating it, right? But
Also
anyway,
a
that's
fictional
why
world
they
that
did
has
that.
no
if you
bearing
were
on the real
curious.
world.
Anyway, now that I've got those out of the way, we can just chat like normal.
Sorry, what was the we got derailed with Random 11's unfollowing or whatever. So what was the result of the poll?
Oh fuck!
How many times did you adjust while watching this show?
I saw that your choice was
No,
right,
that wasn't the. Yeah. By the way, the result of the poll that Reese decided to log in as the OCA podcast account to vote on and get 2 votes in there. Don't think I didn't notice.
Who did he vote for?
What do you think? What do you think our resident filthy degenerate voted for?
Oh, when you put
I
it that
voted for
way.
the opposite of whatever you voted for, of course, on principle.
Oh, this is the wrong poll. The Damon Mills.
Yeah, but without principle, which one would you vote for?
Wait, what was the poll?
Here's
I'm
the
lost.
poll. So this is
Don't
it. The
get
fact
too
that I said
turned on, Lance.
I said the fact that I have to look at this disgusting
You're gonna make the
mouth
half blind
shape
guy stare at. Oh,
in the opening of every episode is automatically knocking Interspecies Reviewers down a peg for me. Then Adara said, "So I'm the only one who likes the pussy tongue?" And I said, "Well, let us find out. Pussy tongue is hot. Pussy tongue is gross." Reese happened to vote twice.
How do you know I voted twice?
it could have been
Because you voted
UAC.
once as yourself and once as OCA podcast.
How do you know I voted as myself?
Pull it up right now and screen share. Actually, it doesn't even show that I voted, does it? I guess we'll never know. So if I
excuse me, I believe that blue.
What the fuck is a
the
tongue
blue
tag?
implies that you selected that option.
No, that's
Search
the one
that
that
on your
won.
own time.
That's the
No,
one that
that-
won because
yeah,
look,
that just
the 50-50
means,
here.
Yeah, that just literally means it won.
Yeah. So I asked follow-up question. Ass tongue is hot, ass tongue is gross. This but ass instead. I can't trust any of you to vote with your conscience. Anyway, that's the poll.
Oh my god. Well, Reese, you know what, dude? You have everyone's both fear and respect apparently.
I have the weirdest boner right now.
Because now we know that you can be AC for 5 minutes.
All right, let's see what else we got here. I got a bunch. I still have all my pictures I sent you guys.
Yeah, I have them too, but a lot I don't want to pull them up because a lot of them I cannot show on stream.
Yeah.
Luckily for you guys, I don't have much to say.
YouTube censorship bullshit is okay with a lot of things, but for some reason that'd be a problem.
Oh yeah, you want me to send you some of the images in the
Why would you do
velvet
that
room?
when everyone has access to your fucking NSFW channel?
Yeah, I'm asking if you want me to share them in the NSW channel.
Go for it.
And not safe work. NSW.
I love the Professor Ukina's Sucky Girl Learning Corner, and they had the title, all like schoolgirls saying the name of the segment.
Oh yeah, by the way, we have some very important data to consider. So first off, this is by far the most lewd anime I've ever seen. And
Lies.
What?
That's not a hentai.
Continue. I'm just messing with him.
I mean, it depends if you count the Taiwanese version as hentai or not. But what is it? So Brad, you said in Mario Party how the coins don't matter when you have the star.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, this happened to have both the most coins and the most stars. So the NIP count, the official count, was 37, but if you include the alternative version of episode 6, it's an additional 4. So you tell me what the count is.
41.
Okay, if you count B as the canon. So
just shy of 42. Son of a bitch.
I'm just sad and appalled.
When
it's
season
not
2 comes out, I
69.
better get to 69.
It better.
It better, yeah.
That
So yeah,
we-
there's a very important pressing data that you guys have all been waiting for is now been immortalized in this podcast.
I'm
Thank
so
you,
glad. I'm
Tommy.
so glad that all those hours of grueling work and time counting was spent well.
Oh, dude, the nip count makes things so annoying to watch. It's like, oh, damn it, pause. Gotta grab my stupid counter app. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just need an app.
You get a counter and shove it
Look,
in your
man,
hand.
right hand on the mouse, left
You
hand
gotta
on your
do
dick.
it like
Unless it's the other way.
Marin in My Dress Up Darling, where you just take out a marker and do the tally marks on your
Oh
leg
my
as you're
God.
watching.
Oh my god.
Dude, don't you have one of the a tally clicker? You know, just the.
I do have the app. It's just my phone.
No,
falls
but I
asleep.
can
He's got. Reese must volunteer at the county fair, counting people coming through the line because he actually owns a tally clicker.
Well, why did you do the count then?
So proud of you.
Because he's half blind.
Hey,
Anyway.
I like the what was it? Episode 11. They covered it might have been episode 10. They covered a guy who just kept giving the best reviews for every single brothel.
Oh yeah, that was the one that got
and
stabbed
which
and
mirrored
taken away,
the
right?
actual
Yeah.
real life event
Little-
of people
The
just marking
Incubus?
it up on my anime list.
Yeah, dude, I remember that. That was so funny because he would go to these brothels and everything, and it didn't matter. Nothing mattered. He was like, perfect 10, perfect 10, perfect 10. And all of a sudden our heroes are like, all right, this shit's got to
Hold on. No, everything did matter to him. He's saying that it's a 10 out of 10 for the specific reason that is going. I'm still saying he's a massive simp, though.
And then he went through the entire Lilum den, and even when he was done, he was still holding her up by his dick.
As you do.
As he walks, I remember. Oh god, that's right. As he walked up to the fucking concierge, and she's like, "What?
Nani?
Nani?"
Where is it?
Anyway,
So
favorite moment.
Honestly, I honestly think the best moment was the one where they all actually gave a perfect.
Which one
10,
was
where
the
it was
waifu?
where she. Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at is where it was the chick who was like the perfect girl for them.
Oh yeah,
and they lived the entire day
during the Dream Eater sequence at the very last episode.
Okay, that brings up a conversation. What the fuck was she doing? Was she trying to make something out of Krim or Klim or whatever his name
It
was?
seems that way, doesn't it?
Was it did it not seem like that was going to be we're going
Oh,
to throw
right,
a problem
yeah.
in for them to deal with in the next
They
two
were
Werewolf
using
episodes?
Crimvale's semen to power the city or something.
Yep. It was something.
The
it was some
Angel
really
Mayo.
weird thing.
Oh, I love how I know I made this point.
It's just
when
bottling the semen.
No,
selling it as
the individual
Oh, God,
sperm
no.
each had little
Halos, yes.
Oh god, I didn't notice that.
All right,
I noticed that when
But
I
yeah,
watched it
that
the
was
first
hilarious.
time,
But every
back when it
single
was airing.
one, they said if I recall correctly, they were trying to power up with everyone's sperm. It was just that the angels were so hyper potent that it was just far better than anyone else's.
It's because he has both parts.
Why is what? There's a they have separated as a character on Anime Planet.
Crim male and Crim female. I don't know.
No, they have separated as a character on Anime Planet. They've got Crimvale's elephant and Crimvale's clam.
Oh my god, I didn't even know what I'm
What
talking
the hell?
Oh my god.
So which character was best girl? You're saying Demia?
I honestly, as far as best girl, yeah, girl at the end. But as far as hottest girl, I'd say the elf that what's his name?
Really? Elma?
No, the one not the very beginning, the one
Oh,
that the
you mean the
blonde
very
elf
old
who
one?
actually fucked, and he's like, oh my god. They didn't give her a name from what I was told.
I'm pretty
Newman?
sure he means the one at the beginning.
The one in episode one of the earlier episodes where they go to the masochist den, and what's his name is pretending to be like a pirate lord or something.
Oh, I think I.
And
know
he's got
what you mean.
the hot elf girl, and it's like I'm like, well, damn,
Yeah,
like he's
where-
eating his own words.
Yeah, where what's it called? She walks out all completely confident, and then because she heard the person ordering her was a human. So it was like, oh, you can't tell how old I am. So she walks out all confident, and then everyone else is like staring at her
because she's old. That's not the one I'm talking about.
900 and something years old.
That's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about Reese. You know which one I'm talking about, I'm sure.
No.
You don't? Okay, well.
All right. Best girl was the pornographer.
Oh my god.
The lesbian, of course.
The lesbian pornographer who got a little too into her work. Except for the part where she made the hyena girl and the other girl kiss, and I had to see that disgusting way the Japanese people do. And I liked the marionette girl.
I thought that was gross as shit.
I don't see the zombie girl.
The marionette one, the egg part, I think out of like what 13 episodes, I think 10 of them.
12.
No, 9 of them. Oh, 12. Okay, I'd say about 8 of them just cringed me the fuck out.
Yeah.
I was literally so cringed at some point that I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Why didn't Funimation dub this? They'd have made a fortune.
Are you talking about Urshia?
I
Hold
want to
on.
talk about when we get done with this. I want to talk about the friggin' soundtrack.
Oh yeah, you loved the
Soundtrack was the best part.
More like sounds jack off.
And you pointed out, dude, a part of it sounds spot on to Fairy Tail. Like
it's funny because I basically didn't even notice it the entire time. I mean, that means it was it felt natural, but I didn't coom over the soundtrack.
I mean, to me, it's a hard choice to decide which is
Ursha.
the best. I mean, I think I would have
I
the
don't see
most
Ursha.
fun. I think I would have the most fun with the slimes.
Oh my
god!
Okay, Crimville.
What's it called?
Okay,
Dude,
Crim.
something that is completely hot to fuck. would
Are
probably
you?
be
Is
any
this
of the
before
cowgirls.
or after? Is this before or after the sex change?
Before. But what's it called? I think
that I had
in this.
I totally.
The cowgirls would probably be amazing.
I don't know. You guys are wrong. It's
But-
definitely this.
Miss Bones.
Miss Bones.
But I think if you had to tempt me with one of the three, the one I would probably be tempted the absolute most is the salamander.
Yeah, just
If you
burn
had
it
to
right
fi-
off,
if
if you will.
Yeah, burn it right off.
Dude, you're inviting me to a fucking barbecue.
Right?
A sexual barbecue. I would
Literal fucking
love-
barbecue.
Yeah.
It's a literal grill.
Are you telling me I get to not only use it as a toy, but cook it as well, and then feed it to however I want, and then eat it right after, and just keep cooking like a bunch of food all on top of her? Dude, that's fucking amazing.
That's one way to eat someone
Steve,
out.
do you remember when you said that you didn't want to ever get into the mind of the healthy adult because it's a very disturbing place? That all comes back to me when I start thinking about some of people's fetishes.
Okay.
I liked how the
Not
fairy
judgy.
was just completely dead inside, but she
Yeah.
won. She won the popularity contest. In episode 6.
Oh, there was the vampire girl too, right? Now I think about it.
I remember the vampire dude, his girl.
Dracula?
He picked. Yeah, he was like he got the babes that day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was either rotting flesh or Miss Bones over there.
Or a ghost was like, you can't touch me, but you can touch yourself.
I don't
Basically a
understand how half of
hologram.
those brothels stayed in business, to be honest.
Well, you'd
Dude,
think
they're-
with the high
apparently they're
supply
paying
there
it.
would be no demand for half of them.
Right? That's what I'm saying. You think that how do you stay in business?
Okay, wait a minute. They did 18
Cold.
brothels throughout the form of the series, and this is an entire planet. They're adventurers. They go all over the place. So there might not be as many as you're making.
I loved
as we
how
might
in
feel.
the one they like lost all their money to the Alcohons, and then
Right.
when in the process of trying to make all their money back, they saved the world.
What?
Yeah.
What happened?
When they lost all their money to the Alcohons.
Oh, right. They said they did the like
they
the quest.
did quest after quest
Right.
after quest,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like in doing so inadvertently saved the world.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
I completely missed that detail or forgot it.
I was sending him something on Discord. He got distracted.
It does look like the thing Reese linked is that girl.
I didn't like it.
Ursha.
Got him.
That was
sorry. That was
It's definitely not the elf from the first episode.
I
I
just
can tell you
killed one of those genetically modified mosquitoes they just released into California.
Nice.
Yes.
And sorry, it was the one that Unknown Otaku linked.
Incognito
Shay.
Otaku.
So,
well, yes,
any
I
more
only use
thoughts
incognito tab.
before we talk about next watch club?
Yeah, I want to like actually give my kind of what I remember. My thoughts being. The show was fun in of itself. I don't think for any reason it deserved the like Funimation cucking, because I mean, don't take me wrong. Look at what they've done to themselves.
Only
at this point.
Funimation
I feel like
thinks that
I feel like the show.
I mean,
I feel like the show would have actually done them some good and brought some people down to earth.
It probably would have, but
It was sold out
which is
before
actually funny because
release.
this is a show
long before release.
that showed me something I couldn't have known without the show. The bad
Okay.
side of racism.
Oh,
okay.
You're right. We just have to show that to all these convicted racists. That'll fix them.
Convicted
Sexual racism.
No, like you just, I love that. But no,
You're being
that's pretty
racist,
much
sir.
The entire show, if you think about it, it's literally no one wanting to fuck certain girls of
The
certain
demons?
races because they all have their cognition and everything like that.
Yeah.
Like all their ideas.
It's
about
even
it.
age-cist.
Stereotyping.
And it's literally just stereotyping other races because it's like, no, don't want to fuck them because of this, and then they're going out and fucking every single one of them and showing, hey, they're not that bad.
Was there? I feel like there was only one race that they actively weren't really thrilled about going out to, and that was the demons.
Wasn't it the demon girls? Because
Yeah,
they were
but they did
like
end
they
up
were gonna like
going
eat them
there
alive.
anyway.
Yeah, dude.
No,
Do you guys remember when they did all the
Like,
buffs to power up before
Demons
going in
was
there?
like the worst, like the most extreme example, but it definitely was in there. Like
There was
with
like,
everywhere.
it was like
It was the last episode that they went.
Cyclops.
Wait,
The Cyclops eyes was like a little. They were a little off.
That was really funny too.
Oh,
Give me
you
the
know,
biggest
the freaking
one.
the clans, the freaking walking around, the clans get up.
Right.
Yeah, and then there's also what's it called? As I was saying, if you remember, there was a few scenes that where a lot of them were gathering around because every time they would all gather around the table and talk about their reviews and whatnot, which was the most amazing fucking scenes, by the way.
I loved it. I loved it when they got drunk and they woke up like, "Hey, at least we still wrote a review," and it was like trash.
Good job.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh,
Dude,
like, we
during
can't
that
use
episode,
it.
do you guys feel like? Go ahead.
What I was trying to say is what's it called? In almost
coming
every
back to me.
situation, it was other characters that were pretty much saying, "Huh, I didn't know that about
Right.
like the XYZ thing," and all of a sudden they would pretty much say, "Hey, after you did your review, we got people of all races actually
Right.
coming and trying to do
So
trying it out."
they solved racism. I think you're right.
It literally is solving racism. Well,
Yeah, they
at least
did more
that
than
part.
save their world. They saved our world too.
You know what
They
they,
did
say?
more
Make
for
love, not war.
racism than Black Lives Matter did.
Oh, come on.
Hot take.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly. Let's move on to so next podcast, just throwing this out here, we're gonna start our watch club of 97 Berserk. A long time coming.
And we will finish this and actually watch it in like 5 weeks. See you then.
Well, the difference between Berserk and Interspecies Reviewers is A, I want to watch Berserk, and B, it's in English.
And
So
see,
it'll
already
only,
seen it.
take 4 weeks, and I've already
Keep
seen
your
it,
persona.
and read it.
Ooh, you were on Reddit? Oh, you read it as an okay.
Yes, I read Berserk up to past where it gets to in the 97 anime.
I think the only people we really didn't get any conversation out of was Random and Greenline, and I'm curious what y'all's thoughts on were because
I mean,
I'm not
all
letting you out of
I,
this.
I made my
all I said
thoughts.
about
For
all
the
I
most
said
part.
about it was the nip count.
I liked because I said I liked how because I wanted to prove out the point of like when you overrate something, like interspecies reviewers, like everybody did on my anime list.
Oh, I mean, what they called it.
Like
I put
people
it
are
as
gonna
a
go
10
back
out-
to it.
I
and
put
be
it
like,
as
oh.
I put it as a 10 out of 10 as a joke and whatnot, but I
Oh, right.
legitimately think it is like pretty fucking high, maybe like an 8 or 9.
I think I gave it an 8.
I'd give it like a 7. I mean, I don't think it's that good, but I fear for the people who are going to look at the high rating.
Well, that's
if it
because
still
you
has
just
a high
didn't want to
rating.
solve racism.
I will
Remember, if you're
watch it
against this
again,
show,
no
you're
question.
against solving racism.
You didn't get anything out of Random because he is trying to erase the memory of seeing those feet.
Oh, I am. You know what? You're right,
He's
Trent.
applying
You're
the
right.
bleach.
Look,
all
if you rate
all
it,
white club.
In regards to
here's the
weird
thing.
shit.
I found it out. If you rate it a 7 or lower, it's just because you didn't get enough of the grandma.
If you rated it a 7 or
Called
lower,
out.
it's because you're a bigot because you don't like hearing racism.
No, I
You
I
gave it a
didn't like the
7
episode with
because
the
you didn't-
Cyclopses. Did that weird anybody else out? Like it didn't petrify me like Random 11 with feet, but like the Cyclopses were like, whoa, that's
Hey,
weird
Cyclops
shit.
lives matter too.
No, I know they do, but like
I do have to point out that didn't wear me out, but my favorite moment in the entire show was the fairy lady who did their measuring and her line of nice
She was, like,
piece you
one of my
got, nice piece you got, dude. And she's just
Her line
she's
of,
going off and
"None
she's
of our
like, look,
girls can take
someone
you."
has blown a load while I was measuring them. She's like, don't be the next one. I'm like, oh my god, this is
Oh man, there's a few things to say. For one, it just doesn't seem possible for it with the
My
fairy,
favorite
except for
line-
that really huge one. I'm just thinking is like
Krim was denied.
No, I'm talking about except for that huge one, as in the freaking
Oh, I completely forgot all of them existed.
the
My favorite-
really fat one, and then I'm just like, damn, like the very small pixie ones, and then it was like it's like even if you have like a 2-inch or whatnot, it just doesn't seem possible.
It's too wide.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
well, you think they have
2-inch
some sort of
average
growing
in
potion because
Japan,
they have
though?
like alter your gender potion, but then it's like okay, so you might
Nope.
have a size
Trent,
altering
we're
potion.
talking about the pixies that are like that
Yeah.
big
Yeah.
at the brothel, and they had to get measured their
Yes.
dick
I
length
remember.
to determine which girls they were qualified to take them on.
Which
And I'm
girls can
saying,
handle the piece?
why? Like, don't they have like a grow potion? Okay, who wants to fuck? Like, or should
Yeah,
Jesus
but
Christ.
if you have the pixie fairy girls grow, you're
So
defeating
I
the purpose.
picture it. Remember in Shrek when he makes a balloon out of the frog? I picture it like that.
I think the only way for it to really happen is you have to have a potion that shrinks specifically just your dick. Because I don't want to come up to there, pay, and then get denied.
You
I mean,
need
I don't think he
that guy
paid.
who
Poor
gave everything a
fucking
10 out of 10.
Krim. Holy crap.
So if you're small enough, if you get measured, if you're small enough, you need to see a fucking specialist. Is that what I'm hearing?
One of the characters was small enough. The Hobbit character.
Yeah, the little.
Anyway,
the
I feel like we
halfling?
are getting dangerously close to YouTube's guidelines. So I think we should reel back this conversation.
So,
and I'll just repeat my favorite line from the show, which was
Okay.
with the zombie girl said, "Bury your dick in me, F me to death." And they replied, "It gives a new meaning to murder that pussy."
Yeah, that was great. So
for the
I'll-
YouTube
I'll-
community guidelines team, that was a line in a TV show.
That was a
Okay,
quote.
that was a quote in a TV show. That was not
And
the
we're
Anime Collector's
reviewing
words or
a
the
show.
views of the Anime Collector podcast. That wasn't an anime show. YouTube
looked-
community guidelines team.
Yeah, I
Don't
just-
be cucks.
well,
I loved all the mushroom puns and like these moral memories or whatever.
Oh yeah, I remember that, and the mayonnaise thing with creme too. That was
oh my god,
the mayonnaise
thing was too funny for words.
The mayonnaise thing is incredibly important because it's the entire reason that the mustard thing got started on the channel.
Oh really?
I had no idea. There's that dream one, that dream brothel one, and it's like it has like some really fucking good upsides, but it has probably the most massive downside that wasn't shown.
They don't remember it.
It's well, no, they all remember it and whatnot.
You're talking about the one at the end?
For one, it's all in your head. You will still feel the need to fuck when you wake up.
But they said you can, if you still want it, you can. If you still want to screw, you can do the actual Dream Eater.
Yeah, and then
you're telling me that they didn't fuck her? I think they did.
They did.
I'll tell you right now, she sent Creme to heaven.
At least one of them did.
Once again, I feel like we're getting a little dangerously close to the gaming guidelines. So
okay, so
hold on, AC. Argument, legitimate argument. We can talk about some dude raping people or some chick raping someone, but we can't talk about this. I call bullshit.
Yes, because when you're talking about
Daman Mills, I know,
someone,
and you don't have some boner
you're
for this.
decrying him. With the you guys are getting a little.
Wait, we're decrying.
That's all I'm saying.
Hold up.
As long as I don't simultaneously have this on screen, we're probably okay.
Oh my god!
Well, now that you've intermittently put it between the conversations, that might be a bit edgy. So I'm going to summarize what I thought.
Who's edging?
Oh my god! Anyway,
who was the edge lord for this series?
Okay,
I forgot to monetize this episode anyway.
All right,
yes,
my
this
turn.
part up for monetization.
Yes.
Good God!
Shut up so I can go to sleep.
All right, so I like the premise. I thought it was like the best possible premise you could come up with for such a raunchy show. I want to see the boys achieve their goal. And as you guys keep on quoting, there's so many like hilarious little lines and visual gags and whatnot that they have in the show. It's quite a fun ride, but it's also got like so many really raunchy, weird moments and but honestly, half of that is kind of part of the experience of like how uncomfortable it can make you. And I think part of the experience of watching an ecchi is just to see how much they can push the boundaries of like what they're able to do before it's hentai, right? So in that aspect, I thought it was an enjoyable ride. I wouldn't say that's like, oh, this is the ideal type of show that I'd seek out or whatever, but I certainly don't regret my time with it. I thought it was, it had some, you can just throw it on and you can have a good time with it. I don't know what the ambitions are besides, they smash everyone. So until they really do that, I don't know if they can really, have this full completion, I guess you could say.
I thought, for this first season, for this series, for the show, I thought it had a decent ending to it. I mean, end of the year, starting the new year fresh.
Yeah, I thought that was decent.
It was a great end. It was a great.
They never smashed God though. Like.
Oh my god!
Hold on,
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. If you're going to a brothel, you better get an enjoyable ride, and you better finish.
Amen.
Yeah, so that's like I agree, Reese, that it ended at a great point for like capping off a season type deal. But it's obviously for the long ride or whatever. You want to see the goal completed, right?
There's got to be a point to all this, is what you're saying.
Well, there was a point. It's just, it was only 12 episodes.
I mean, don't get me wrong. This isn't One Piece, where the One Piece hopefully isn't the journey. But don't take me wrong. In this case, getting there is all the fun.
So, Anime News Network only has 2 voice actors for the first episode that was dubbed.
Yeah, but
I know Brittany Karbowski was Krim.
The entire.
Oh, really? That's unfortunate.
In the English dub?
No, that's unfortunate. Yeah. I wish they would have finished the dub.
I know.
That would have been fantastic.
She's the Brittany Karbowski simp.
Apparently.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
apparently.
Well, then why the hell haven't you? Wait, have you seen Railgun? Which is what me and my friends did all that watch of. Yeah, she's the main character in that.
Great.
3 seasons. of 3 seasons of. Oh my god.
Who's DT in Interspecies
D-
Reviewers?
DT is the lizard who became a lizard.
That became a sorcerer.
Oh my god, yes. That was great.
Dude, the cast in that was so fucking funny. And the announcer, like, just having the announcer get all like, and they're sucky girls. The law prohibits. Goes off. And he just starts explaining how this works in the world, and they can be sucky girls. It just goes ham, giving this announcement at the beginning. I'm remembering this now.
First time on the stream, but I feel like you. What?
Yeah,
but
we
I
are
feel
at
like
the
you're
end.
at the end. In either case, heyo everyone. The One Piece is the friends we make along the way.
DT is these tits.
These tits. You sound like you're perfectly in line of what.
You sound like you're gonna really enjoy the vibe.
Yeah, you're gonna fit in here really well.
And then they said, "Oh shit, Trent's here."
Oh damn it!
So they call you Trent Gets Bent or something? Because it seems
Oh,
like that'd be
that's
quite a
rude.
What?
All right, guys, I gotta get some rest. If you want to continue raging all night,
I think
It is
when
2 in the morning. It is
Yeah.
2 in the morning where I'm at. I have to
It
go
is
to bed. I
4
have to
in
work
the
in the
morning.
morning.
It is
5 in the
only
morning
further for everybody else besides
It
you
is
and me.
5. Like, wait,
In
no,
Greenland.
I can't read.
Yes,
that.
but I'm one of those
Okay.
insane idiots that work on weekends and I have to work in the morning.
Me too.
So
To be fair, if I knew we were talking about interspecies reviewers, I would have been far more active in the conversation. I could talk about it for many hours instead of arguing about macro.
Well, I mean, you only missed like the first 5 minutes. Like you didn't miss much.
Yeah, you'll find out that the good part of the stream usually only comes at the end. I'm glad I'm
And
announcing
with the friends
this.
we made along the way.
We all suffer getting through
Comes
the
at the
beginning,
end. I
but then
think we
once you
gotta
get to a
cut
certain
that.
point, we just hit comedy gold.
I'm gonna come.
All right.
All right.
well,
let's end it.
I've learned quite a bit. I've learned that random.
If I get a choice between interspecies reviewers and macroeconomics, it's pretty close, but interspecies reviewers win.
So
Would you like to learn about trickle down? Would you like to learn about trickle down economics?
I'm pretty much a
Wait,
master.
I got a clip for that too. Where's the pitter patter one?
I want to pitter patter all over your tits.
Oh my god!
It played fully.
That looked like the judge from what's that? Ace Attorney.
Ace
or something.
Attorney. It's a dub outtake.
That's amazing
Oh,
because it is.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that looked like the dude from Ace Attorney. I was like, damn, I haven't seen his face in a while.
I feel like we need to. This is how we need to end it.
What are you talking about, kid? It's a fucking classic.
With that said, next podcast we're going to start our watch for Berserk 97.
Berserk. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure. Anytime.
You can never talk about enough interspecies reviewers. It literally is just everything. You
It
can bring
saves
it up
lives.
in every conversation, and it ends racism.
All right. Well, here we go. Oh, damn it. I was about to hit this.